for where it should be.
All right, I'm back. Had to step out. I mean, all of those points earlier with that guy were meant to say that you need to rule out other possibilities before you make a leap of logic jump to Earth curve. You know, we've got all these other phenomena that are potentially present that are easily testable compared to a measurement of Earth curvature. And when we can rule out Earth curvature because what's present are these other optical phenomena, then we don't have any need to invoke curvature at all. Curvature seems like a very lazy way to provide a plausible explanation for complex phenomena. It's like the retard's version of how to see. I'm not smart enough to look at all this optical weather shit. Must be curvature. And as far as the claim that there must be some extreme effects happening here, that definitely wasn't being claimed by me or anybody at all. Some heat haze is not really considered an extreme effect, but I would consider an extreme effect as some kind of superior looming mirage where it looks like a boat is hovering above the horizon, like a Fata Morgana. That is pretty extreme. They don't like to account for tidal variations either. You know, some swales can like lift up the surface of the water and like hang out for a while, and then they go down again. I mean, there are effects called like seiches, right? Have you heard of seiches? Sieche. A seiche is like a sheet of water, large mass of water that just keeps coming. It's almost like people think of tidal waves as being very tall, but I think seiches are kind of like horizontal. It's like a horizontal tidal wave or something. It's just this big mass of water that moves in and can cause a temporary disruption. I think that's even different than a tide. So to claim that you can suss out any Earth curvature from any of this is itself a tall claim, even if Earth was a globe. Even if Earth was a globe, we are still right about all the optical phenomena, weather phenomena, and oceanographic phenomena that are present. And you don't have a globe observation or globe measurement. Even if we're wrong about flat Earth, you still don't have a globe to show us from any of this. I'm sorry. Try harder next time. A guy previous to this was like, what is your flat Earth explanation for things disappearing bottom up? I'm like, what do you mean a flat Earth explanation? Flat Earth isn't about providing like some alternate body of works regarding applied physics or chemistry or anything like that. We're not replacing science and measurements. I would go so far as to say our community is probably the staunchest advocates of scientific method and natural philosophy. Empiricism. We're the ones that are staunchly holding to affirm and uphold principles, philosophically defensible principles. These ardent globe defenders who come in, they're the ones that are trying to find loopholes and try to run away from and abandon these principles in order to uphold their beliefs. That's a problem. And this is what the audience sees time and time again. And this is what brings the audience to question the globe and to become a flat earther. So keep it up, Globies. You are converting the masses. Greg Joe was right to point out earlier that, yeah, even though you can keep up with these Globies goalpost shifting sea lioning troll demands by providing source after source after source with quoted citation after citation, doesn't mean you're necessarily going to win them over. Sometimes they just like to see us dance. And they think that they're winning. But my stack of citations is probably deeper than they can imagine. So I'm willing to use them. And I think I'll wear you out, Globie. I'll wear you out with attrition with truth claims. And you'll wear yourself out with rebuttals. That's how this is going to go. We'll let the audience decide who's best prepared to have this discussion. I would think the mark of an honest person who's engaging fairly in this debate is somebody who is prepared, somebody who does have their citations cataloged and indexed and ready to go, ready to back up their claims at a moment's notice. Somebody who may happily oblige the occasional sea lioning troll that came in. He kept politely saying that nothing we're showing matters, kept impolitely reframing our statements to be the opposite of what we said, trying to twist our words and say things we didn't say. Now, the mark of an honest man is somebody who might struggle up against a dishonest interlocutor like this. The audience recognizes that. They're no dummy. And they're probably wondering to themselves right now, shit, how come all these Globies keep coming in and engage so dishonestly with these flat earthers all the time? These flat earthers have their shit together. They seem to have their compiled list of references and citations and will readily defend these points, even as the Globie thinks they're dragging them along on this scripted path of argumentation. Flat earthers there, man. Flat earthers ready to handle everything. This Globie, on the other hand, resorting to tactics, mere tactics, and doesn't have chief for delivering truth. That's isn't it? In 10 years discussions just like the one we had, 10 years of live streams. And this is all you hear from the globe side, from astrophysicists, from claimed satellite engineers and aeronautical engineers, from ship captains and pilots and laboratory physicists, you name it. They all come in and they all fail every single time. It just goes to show it doesn't really matter what kind of credentials you have, what kind of academic training you have, or what job you have in career choice. What it shows is whether or not you can think clearly enough to hold an argument. Whether you're honest enough to admit that you don't have an argument or you can't back up your claims. I mean, flat Earth, if anything, let's say flat earthers are wrong about all of this. This is probably the biggest shit test for one's character and honesty that you could ever come up with. Just based off of all the dishonest engagement we face every day in here. It's a big honesty shit test. We used to do really well at shit testing people coming in. Maybe we need to get back to that. We used to ask newcomers all the time, like in lobby, and our old server was, do you see curvature? Have you ever seen curvature before? An honest glober would say no. They know better. They understand their claims. They know that Earth too big. But you get these globetards coming in, and by golly, they're seeing curvature at the beach, curvature in the desert, curvature 10,000 feet, curvature 25,000 feet. They think curvature, maybe if it's not present there, curvature might be present 50,000 feet, or maybe from a weather balloon, or maybe from the ISS, right? They think that the curvature exists. And at all of these scales, it actually shouldn't be visible by the globe's own math. And then they'll point to optical effects, weather effects. They'll point to like undulations of terrain over a flat surface and say, see that undulation over there? That's a horizon. I'm like, well, what about the one that we see that appears to be the meeting place between sky and earth beyond that undulation? Oh, well, ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that. Just look at this undulation of the ocean. There's earth curvature. That's the horizon. And we're like, well, but what are we seeing well beyond that? The horizon. Well, no. Ignore that. Ignore that, flat earther. There's a variation of elevation right below there. That has to be Earth curve. Okay, well then why can we see over Earth curve? Well, there might also be refraction. Okay, cool. Provide the conditions necessary to provide refraction. We can go with Fermat's principle of least time. It's not really refraction, but we'll just call it refract. Okay, so why are you calling it something it isn't? And then how is Fermat's principle taking a bending arc ray over a curvature that nobody ever sees in the first place? And if it did, then how come we don't see what the result of that should be, which if there is an arcing ray of light bending over a hump of Earth curve, then mathematically, it should be rotating the surface of the observer up a little bit so that you're seeing more of the tops of things. And we don't see that. We see a shifting or panning of images relative to a flat horizon for these so-called refraction claims. We don't see any tilting, only a panning, which is easily tested and demonstrated by temperature changes. We can point to Sky Freeze, a library of observations of the radio-controlled boats on a small pond or lake, and anything else out there. I mean, we've got the data, we've got the observations that support our claims. We've got the mechanisms in nature that support our claims. You don't. Do you even know that your terrestrial refraction claim, that the mathematics are not based on the mechanics of air and the light interacting with air? It's basically a cheat code. They basically artificially inflate the size of Earth and say Earth is flatter than the globe claims to be optically. So we're going to artificially inflate the size of Earth, and that's going to flatten out the ray of light. Oh, so that means there is no actual atmospheric phenomenon present that's causing the distortion by your own claim. You could be doing this in a vacuum for all we know, and Earth could just be growing bigger. Earth's radius gets bigger and smaller throughout the day, am I right? I mean, in reality, we've got a stack of gradient from the surface going up vertically, but they need a horizontal gradient going in and out, to and fro. And the supposed horizontal gradient should be causing light to bend with the curvature of the Earth in a continuous fashion in a continuously densely growing medium. The index should be growing in density, in optical density, from the point of observation to the observer, if that's the case. But that's not happening. We've got the weather buoy data, like I'm presenting, showing that that can't be happening. And besides, that's not a phenomenon that's even observed to happen in the natural realm. So what's theoretical here is not the conjecture of flat Earth. No, it's the conjecture of the globe. And it's all the stuffing of ad hoc, post hoc rationalization mechanisms to make it work. You globies are actually flattening the fucking Earth with math to reaffirm your globe. That's what's hilarious. Look no further than 7/6R, which is the formula for terrestrial refraction. You're flattening Earth by making it bigger by 16.7% in order to explain why Earth looks so flat. You're mathematically flattening the fuck out of the globe. Without any atmospheric mechanism being proposed as the cause and modeling it as the cause. Because you don't have that observation. Isn't that something? They do this with celestial navigation claims too, by the way. They take a flat observation and they use math to create a globe out of it. And then they flatten it back out with all of their corrections. It's the most fucked up thing. This is 2025. And yet somehow we're the crazy ones for being honest about this and pointing it out in the process, pointing it out in the mathematics, showing the world and exposing this as one big gigantic delusion. We're the crazy ones for questioning this delusion, huh? No, you flat earthers, you're the ones that are delusional. Everybody knows it's a globe. Oh, really? Well, where do I see it? Where do I experience it? Where does anybody verifiably experience, see it, and measure it to be such? Can't do it. And they say, well, what about satellites? Oh, okay, great. Why don't you educate the room on satellites, Globey? Go ahead, the floor is yours. Well, we got Google Maps. Google Earth. Oh, did you know that Google Earth was actually created from aerial imagery, from airplanes, from like the Talent Keyhole program or something, or Keyhole, it was called? The Keyhole program was all these aerial flights over the Earth, where they captured flat swaths of the Earth below, and they stitched them together and then sold it off to consumers, to commercial engineers who are building software packages out of it. If you got data to present to the contrary, then go for it. But even so, just because you have a supposed satellite taking imagery from high altitude doesn't mean Earth is a globe either. What you're going to need for satellite claims really is the flight of the satellite itself and any verifiable telemetry to come out of that. Show me the satellite rotating and doing somersaults over the Earth as it makes every orbital pass. That's the real ball kicker. Because there's not a single piece of telemetry data that anybody can get from any source and provide and present that anyone can verify showing that the satellite is doing a rotation. Same with airplanes. Airplanes in their telemetry data does not present any rotation. Well, I can back that up by pointing you to the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board's database. They've got a database of aircraft incidents going back to the 1960s and flight recorder data that they grabbed from all the incidents, showing attitude changes. I mean, every little gnat's ass that farts on that airplane is being recorded by the flight data recorder. And you know what's not present? Any rotational vector around the globe. Nobody's got any of that either. Not for airplanes, not for satellites. How about boats? Do you have anything for boats? Does your inertial navigation system pick up a rotation of the boat? No, you might claim that it picks up some north-seeking behavior. Oh, really? How does that work? Let me consult the Northrop Grumman manual on gyrocompass, marine gyrocompass. Let's see. It says, do not rely on north-seeking behavior to calibrate. Instead, slave it to a GPS device or a magnetic compass for the ship, or manually enter your coordinates here. Oh, okay. So we don't rely on any claimed vector of rotation, do we? No, because there's no Earth-based Coriolis. So, Globies, you have absolutely no legs to stand on. Audience sees it, hears it from us every fucking day. We're just asking for evidence. Pretend this is like an evidentiary hearing in a court, right? Bring your globe evidence. Let us see it. We are flat earthers because we've been looking for globe evidence and we can't find it. We need your fucking help. There are different kinds of flat earthers, right? Well, the ones in our community are actually looking for globe evidence. And it frustrates us to no end because it's not fucking there. Other flat earth communities, I mean, they're on about their, I don't know what, dielectric inertial plane horse shit. Moon maps and lands beyond the ice wall horse shit. No, none of that matters. It's all flat earth science fiction as far as I'm concerned. Show us where the globe evidence is, folks. Let's dissect it. Let's do it together live, as we've been doing as a community for 10 years on multiple streams, YouTube, Rumble, you name it. And let's figure this shit out. It does suck if you're approaching this in an honest manner like this and you get shitheads like what we just dealt with about a half an hour ago coming in, over talking and muting people and not engaging with our responses. It's a bad look for the globe. Send us your champion. I don't think that was it. Are there any left? I mean, to be honest, when as a community, we've been doing this for so long, for 10 years, I kind of think we burnt through some of the most valuable globe champions. Now we're kind of stuck with the retarded trust fund kids of those globe champions. And it shows. I'm pretty sure the rest of you can agree, but we haven't really had a good challenge in years. People are wondering too why it seems the course of discussion and debate on this topic has seemingly taken a few steps backwards over the years. I'm not the only one who's noticed this. I think Quantum Eraser said the same thing. I think Nathan Oakley agreed too. That there's just something qualitatively reversing. And I think it's because we're just dealing with the dregs of the globe defenders. We've already gone through the best that they have to offer. I mean, now we're stuck having to give fucking triangle tests to globies that come in because they don't know what a goddamn triangle is. That's how retarded it is. Globies can't be honest about a fucking triangle because they know the consequences of what our argumentation leads to. And they know what the consequences are because they've had these same discussions with us day in and day out. We're dealing with the same band of Muppets every day, it seems. Just keep coming in, NPC resetting. We give them a triangle test, they fail. They log out, and they come back in the next day and they do the same thing, wash, rinse, repeat. No wonder it's frustrating. And then they sneak in under alts, like the last guy. I think it was Dogs or Gods. Someone else said it was Jekyll. It definitely wasn't him. I can hear why, though, but they'll make sock accounts. They will make sock. They are that freaking psychologically damaged that they need to make sock accounts to come in to try and avoid detection in order to have the same discussion that they had with us the previous day. Yeah, it's getting a bit repetitive, right? You need a new name. Hope to spice it up a little. Hope to spice it up in a bedroom. Put on a mask, babe. Okay. Come on here.
They're addicted to the debate.
Sorry, what's that, Fry?
They're addicted. Something about the topic keeps bringing them back.
Yeah.
I guess myself included.
There's a psychological theory for some of this that they are flat earthers too, and so might you be, right? And what's happening is instead of the way to cope with it is to come in and keep checking to make sure that we're right. The way to cope with it is to make sure that you remove all possible doubts in your mind that the earth is flat. So you need to come in and have that validated as often as possible. The more you validate it, the more assured your mind is and the more it can relax. You need the constant validation because it helps you relax. It helps you know that you're not crazy too. That there are other people that are thinking the same as you and are questioning this the same way as you. And yes, it does go against mainstream society. It does kind of put you in the doghouse. People find out you're a flat earther, they don't want anything to deal with you. They think that's the most retarded thing that, cavemen figured out that Earth was a globe. Why can't you stupid flat earthers figure out it's a globe? The social cost is really high. And so the way people deal with that social cost, some of them, they become anti-flat earthers, which are just a flat earther who needs constant validation that they're not crazy. They need to talk to us and they need to keep ruling out everything so that they can go sleep at night that yes, the earth is flat. What do you think of that? Does that kind of match you, Fry? Does that fit your description, honestly?
Well, I sort of spiraled out of, like, I think you mentioned something. I started thinking about something else. So kind of lost you at the end there, but yes, good points.
Well, the anti-flat earther is a flat earther who just needs constant validation that Earth is flat. And that's why they come in and re-engage us day after day on the same topic. They can't accept that Earth is actually flat because society can't be wrong. So they need to come in and check with us to make sure that it does logically make sense, that the evidence does support flat Earth in spite of what people's opinions and interpretations are. They have to keep doing this in order to assuage their brain because their brain is stuck. It's stuck on society can't be wrong. We got all this technology surrounding us. How could they be wrong about something so fundamental as this? Yeah, it's harder to believe that the world is fucking delusional over this than it is to accept the reality that's before you and presented to you in all of its facts, in all of its glory, that Earth is flat and measured flat, used flat, experienced flat, and there's no other way. It's harder to accept that society's deluded. I get it. People are getting kicked out of churches, getting kicked out of social clubs, getting excommunicated from their families sometimes, or even divorced. It's sad. People are getting fired from jobs because they're talking about this. It triggers people so much. And I think that is worthy itself of exploration. Why is this topic so toxic? Why is it such a third rail? I'm not talking about the people, but the topic. How do you know that you've been psychologically conditioned? Is it potentially having an emotional response as your first response to a new idea and not a rational response? You know, when Pavlov rang the bells for dogs, he was able to make the dogs salivate on command with the bell. That's a conditioned response. The dogs didn't think through it. They reacted emotionally. How do you know that you're having a Pavlovian response?
Yeah, I genuinely think people make decisions based on emotion rather than logic. Like logic, dictates a lot of the decisions, but
Is that,
it's
yeah, so the question is, Fry, is that reflective of a technologically advanced civilization or not?
I mean,
Right?
not
Are we rationally
ideal.
empirical? Are we scientific materialists or not?
Yeah, but yeah, see, this is what I've sort of noticed that the Glovers that come in here have a higher barrier to even like sort of coming to Flat Earth than I would say a lot of you guys, because I think a lot of Glovers who come in here also probably believe in the moon landing, for example.
Yeah.
And when you have that sort of a worldview, coming from that to Flat Earth is like a huge jump. Whereas, like, if you already like sort of know, like, NASA's bullshit and like, moon landing was fake, like it's not that big of a leap. I mean, it is still a
Yeah,
bit
that's,
huge
that's
leap,
a good
of course,
point.
but yeah.
The moon landing had to fall first for me to even look at flat Earth seriously.
Exactly, man. That's so like so. I guess you guys should like start with moon landing probably.
I know.
It's like
That's why so many people do the NASA thing.
yeah, because like what you're doing. You took a kid from kindergarten and you're trying to make them understand calculus. They just don't have the foundation for it. I mean, that's how I see it.
Yeah, fine.
Well, if you ever
When
look
I
into the
first-
moon landing, that's child's play.
It's
To
called the
debunk the moon
staircase
landing.
of disbelief.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm aware of the
Yeah,
concept.
fine. Yeah, fine. When I first saw
Yeah, baby steps, right? Got to take those baby steps. I mean, it might be helpful in these conversations to discuss some of the hangups. Society aside, the social cost aside, is it going to be the moon landings? Is it going to be satellites? Like, what is it? But once you see how easy it is to show that Earth is flat, then as a consequence, the rest of these things have to fall. And that's a common approach that we take here mostly that you've heard is if we can present our best
Hello,
case,
guys. Can
our
I
best
have a
foot forward
question
that the Earth
about
is
that?
flat.
Real
Yeah.
quick. So if the Earth is flat, how does the sun goes under the how does it goes under the flatness of the Earth? Like does the Earth have an edge and the sun goes behind it?
No, not that I can tell. I think the sun's
Mhm.
always above the Earth.
But if the sun always above, then how can it illuminate things from below? Like when during the sunset, things cast shadows upwards.
Well, one of the phenomena that's present is earth shine. The Earth's surface is extremely reflective. The fact that you can see the ground means you're seeing reflected light.
No,
You know,
I'm
and-
pretty sure it's sunlight that casts shadows upwards because during that time you cannot see shadows going downwards, only upwards. So it's like the surface is dark because there is no direct sunlight, but the clouds can cast shadows on each other upward.
The surface may be dark directly under the clouds, but the light that you're seeing that's reflected off the clouds may be closer to where the sun is, because it's reflecting at an angle off the surface and hitting the clouds, and then you're standing under the clouds where it's dark.
I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, I mean,
you can clearly see the sun at the horizon, and you can clearly see things casting shadows upwards. I don't think that's reflection from the ground, especially like the intensity. Like the ground cannot reflect that intense light. I think that's just.
What do you think? What do you think the cause of the moon turning red during a lunar eclipse is, if it's not Earthshine?
It's
it's Earthshine.
No.
Yeah, that's what they claim.
What do you mean Earthshine? What is Earthshine?
Okay, once again, the ground is reflective. The fact that you can see the ground at all is proof.
Yeah, but the moon isn't red because it reflects. The moon isn't red because it reflects. The moon is red because it has to pass through more atmosphere. It's not because of the ground.
No, I said during an eclipse.
During an eclipse?
It turns red.
You cannot see the moon during an eclipse.
Yeah, it turns red. It turns brown, bright red. And they say it's Earthshine. They say it's light that's wrapping around the globe and reflecting off Earth's surface in the lower wavelengths.
Yeah, and I don't get what does that have to do with my example?
Well, Earthshine is real, right? I mean, are you going to accept that in your own
paradigm? Might be real, but it's not strong enough. It's not, like, as you said, Earthshine is red, dark brown. How does that produce, like, sun-like, bright light?
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Like, you can
what I'm picturing in my mind are like red clouds, right? That appear to be sunlit from underneath, which may or may not be the case, but I'll grant it for the sake of discussion.
You can clearly see the shadows being illuminated. And for example, if an airplane flies below the clouds, you can clearly see the shadow casting upward. And it's not Earthshine, it's like strong sunlight volume of light. Like, you can clearly see it's not reflected light. Like, it's too strong for that.
I've never seen that.
I can send you a picture if you want to see that.
Right. Well, do you have more than just you have data on cloud deck height? Do you have data to go with the picture or no?
I don't have data, but I've seen that same thing happen like several times. I think if the weather conditions are right, you can see it for yourself. Like, it's not something that's hard to experience.
So you don't really have any evidence for this. It sounds like you have a belief.
I mean, I do have evidence. You can go out and take pictures for yourself. Like, it's something that you can do for yourself. I can do.
No, that's what you need to do to show us, dude. I don't think what you're saying is right.
What do you mean?
I've never seen what you're describing, and I don't have any data to use it as an explanation.
But the problem is, if I send you an image, you will see that image is fake, right?
No. That's why I'm asking for data to go with it, so you can substantiate your claimed image.
What data do you need?
Like the height of the cloud deck, the height of the airplane, the location, the weather conditions. I mean, pictures alone
you really need that data,
enough, right? Pictures of Bigfoot cause people to believe in Bigfoot.
But isn't it something that, like, okay, so let's say I've seen it with my own eyes, and, like, for a moment, let's just say that it's like, I'm not lying to you. How would you explain that happening then?
I would say you're misinterpreting what's going on. That the cloud deck could be at a lower altitude than the plane. Or that the sun's phenomenon could be that the angle to the sun could be lower in your perspective field of view, because everybody sees the sun in their own way. If you look at a reflection of the sun off the water, nobody else sees it but you in that spot.
Wait a minute, I will send you the image. It's not taken by me.
Do you have any data to go with it? I mean, are we back to this again? I just provided a couple explanations.
Yeah,
Are
but
you
those are
satisfied
like
with those explanations or
the
not?
explanation. Okay, so wait. You haven't provided any explanations. You just went on
Yes.
rambling. Can we just start
Let
with a
me-
single explanation? Just a single
All
one.
right, single explanation is everybody sees the sun in their own way. One
Substantiate that.
example of this, to substantiate this is if you see reflection of the sun setting on the water, you see the sun's reflection from the sun all the way to your feet. Nobody else sees that path of reflection but you in
Yeah,
that
but that's
spot.
not the sun. That's the reflection
You-
of the sun. Like you can do the
see
same with a
reflection
flashlight.
of sunlight, just like
You can
you're
do the
seeing
same with a
the
flashlight. You
reflection
don't
of
need the sun
sunlight
for
off
this.
the clouds.
Yeah, but okay.
Like
So
you're seeing a
before we go any
reflection of
further,
sunlight off
okay,
the
before we go any further, you just said some bullshit. You can do the same thing with
Okay.
a flashlight. You don't need the sun for that. Like it's not a specific property of the sun. It's any light source.
right. But any light source, exactly. So the sun is potentially no different, is it?
Yes, but then
How does that
okay,
help your
flashlight
cause?
is wait. The flashlight is not. The flashlight doesn't have an apparent location. It has a specific location. Like everybody sees the flashlight at the same place, but the light coming off from it can reflect in different ways. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you triangulate where the sun is?
Wait, what?
Can you triangulate? Because you said the flashlight's in a specific place. Granted. Okay. Is the sun in a specific
No,
place?
we are not talking about triangulating the sun. We are just talking about that your example was bullshit.
Well, if we're going to say that the flashlight is in a specific place as analogous to the sun, and one way we can determine that's through observation, I'm assuming triangulation is the preferred method of this through parallax or other means. And I'm just
Yeah, but
asking
that's
if
not
that
what
is
I'm
the case,
talking
can we use
about.
triangulation to
That's not
determine
what
where the
I'm
sun is?
talking about.
You're
You
asking
said
me
that
where
the-
the sun fucking is.
No, I'm not asking you
Yeah,
that.
on flat Earth, you said, does it go underneath the surface or is there an edge? And I said, no, I think it's above the Earth. I think
Oh, sorry.
think it's above the
I thought. Sorry.
this is all
my
about
bad.
where the sun is located, dude.
My bad. I thought we are talking about your example now. I want to get through that first. Then we can go back to your previous topic. But first, I want to discuss that your example was bullshit because you can achieve the same thing with a normal light source that's not apparent. So it doesn't tell
What's
anything
wrong with
about
that?
the sun.
What's wrong
Because
with
you cannot
achieving it
tell-
with it? I know you can't.
Because you cannot tell
That
anything
supports
about the
my
sun.
argument.
No. Like you
Because we
said
can
that the sun is
demonstrate it in real
special.
world with a fucking flashlight. I agree.
Yeah, but the flashlight doesn't have an apparent location. Like everybody
Yeah, it does.
sees the flashlight at the same place.
Oh,
right?
how do you know that? How do you know that's true for the sun then?
Because okay, so my problem is that the example you gave me is just it doesn't make the sun special because you can replace the sun with another light source that is not apparent. It's not an apparent light source, it's a true light source. I don't know what you call it. It's a reflector, I don't know, something. You place it above the lake and everybody will see the light like at their feet. And it's not an apparent light source, it's a concrete light source that everybody sees the light source at the same location. But it produces the same phenomenon that you thought about the sun. So therefore, the sun casting the reflection to your feet proves nothing about the apparent location or anything you thought about.
All right, sounds like my argument. That sounds like my argument against you.
Yeah, but it's bullshit.
All right, so
Like,
why
it tells us
why
nothing
did what
about the
you
sun.
why is what you just said bullshit?
Wait, what?
I'm agreeing with you and saying that supports my argument.
But it tells us nothing about the sun. Like you put any light
No
source
shit.
there.
No shit.
But then why did you bring it up if it tells us no information at all?
I'm not claiming that you can know where the sun exactly is. I said I don't think.
No. You claimed
goes below
you
us.
claimed that the sun has an apparent.
You asked me where it is.
No. Your claim was the sun has an apparent location
Yeah, that's true. So do flashlights.
because if you stand at a lake, you will see the reflection at your feet. Everybody will see the reflection at their feet.
Everybody sees a different reflection. That's right.
Yes, but the same is true for any light source that doesn't have an apparent location. They have a concrete location. So the fact that the sun produces this effect tells us nothing about the sun.
Well, we can actually create an apparent location that's different. If you take a flashlight and put it behind a screen, you're going
Yes.
to see going to see
I get what
where
you
the
mean.
flashlight is going through
But
the screen in a different location than somebody else is seeing where the flashlight is lit from behind the screen.
I get that. I know what.
Okay, well,
I
that's
kind
an
of
apparent
understand
location.
what you mean now. Okay. But
Okay, so we don't know what the medium is like in between us and the sun. We can't test for it.
we kind of can, but I
No,
will
we
let that
can't.
through.
We can't.
No, we can't.
Nope.
We cannot go like. Okay.
We can't
never
go to
mind.
outer space.
Okay, so when we are doing astral spectroscopy, why does the like light ranges match up with the elements that we know here on Earth, but shifted towards like
I don't know. What does this have to do with the apparent location of the sun?
it's because
You're
we
talking
can
about
kind of
composition now.
calculate back
Did this conversation not work out well for you? So now you have to
no
move on to another topic?
It's one example how we can refer or defer the composition of our and thickness of our atmosphere. It's like one example. I have 1,000 more, but it's one example.
How do you know that this is a correct way to apply spectroscopy? Don't you need a reference sample?
Yeah, the reference sample we have here in Earth, the elements.
No, the reference sample of the object in question.
Yeah, we have them here on Earth.
You got a piece of the sun and brought it back to Earth?
No, the elements that are in the sun, like helium and hydrogen, we have them here on Earth, and we can test them.
I know we
And
do,
we see the same patterns. We see the exact same patterns, but shifted.
Okay, so granted. Okay, I can argue against this all day, but I'm going to grant this to you and say, what does that tell us about the sun and its location?
It tells us about the atmosphere, the thickness, and the composition.
You know
How
that
do you
there's
know?
different
So
elements.
how do
which
you think the
burn
sun is
at different
93 million miles away, right?
temperatures.
How do you know what's between us and 93 million miles?
I just told you.
No, you're just telling us that there's some atmospheric stuff in between. The spectroscopy
Yeah, we can
pick that up?
calculate. No. What I'm saying is we can calculate how light is affected while it's traveling towards us. And we can like calculate things from that. Like what could cause this kind of light difference? We can calculate. But it's just one. The example I gave you with spectroscopy is just one example. There are multiple examples how we can do the same
All
thing.
right, fine. We'll stick with that then. Let's stay on spectroscopy.
Okay.
How do you know that you're not picking up elements that are in the atmosphere?
Sorry?
How do you know that you're not picking up elements that are in that location of the atmosphere?
Very good question. Because the atmosphere is not radiating light mostly.
No, but it's emitting. It is emitting light. They use spectroscopy to figure out that there's a sodium layer.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you know that you're not looking at other elements, metallic elements, that are also within the air and are bounded by medium?
Right.
Because
At different temperatures.
we are not just doing
because
spectroscopy.
you can get similar results from different elements under different conditions to other elements in also differing conditions. You can get very, very similar results. They claim that they have technology now to even like reduce the margin of error and stuff to more degrees so that they can be pretty certain about what elements that it is that they're viewing. But I mean, I'm not so sure. I haven't looked into that. But there are elements under different conditions which can give the same results. So how do you differentiate between
the problem with spectroscopy that there is you cannot really do it with singular elements. Like the way we understand it is the pattern that the elements create. So you cannot really isolate a single element. It's like a range that you can, if that makes sense.
Right, so it encompasses other possibilities, right?
No.
So
It doesn't encompass it. It's like a very specific pattern.
No, it does. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That there's other materials under different conditions which can get very, very similar results.
But technically, yes, but actually, the real information is the relevance between the elements. So what you are saying is not actually right.
It is right, because there's one element
No.
under one condition can
But
give
again,
emission
real information-
patterns which almost are the same as another different element under different conditions, but through absorption
let me repeat
patterns,
myself.
right?
The
So
real
how do you know what
information-
it is that you're getting?
I'm just telling you the real information. So what happens is, what you are talking about is when an element has a pattern and that pattern gets shifted and it looks like another element. But the key here is that we are not picking up single elements. We are picking up ranges of elements, and they are the pattern they give, the complex pattern that multiple elements give, cannot be like misunderstood because they are like so specific. And if we are talking about a single
I
element,
see. Okay.
like
Right.
we are talking about only carbon, it can produce like similar to other elements, but there are ranges of elements and they give a very complex pattern, so there is no confusion
Have
here.
all combinations been tested?
I guess no, because there are more combinations of elements. Like, how many elements do we have? Like a couple hundred. How many combinations are there? Like, it's like,
And
you
under
know,
how many different conditions could there be as well, which could affect what you're saying as well? Right, sorry,
Yeah, but it's kind of
Hamish.
like your
That's all I
argument
really
here
wanted to
is
say. So
your
I'll
argument
mute
here
up.
is kind of like
Have
your
you tested
argument
and
is-
calibrated your equipment at that distance?
So again, I just want to refer back to the earlier point. Your argument is kind of like if you like shuffle a hand of cards, like 52 cards, and you shuffle it well, there is like a high probability that you do a unique shuffle, just because everybody shuffles every day. Will never.
Put a pillow over that guy's head.
2 times 52, so it's about 2,500 different combinations it could be.
Did his voice just
Not
go
how.
away as soon as Nathan came in?
But I guess we can like circle back to the original point. So how does the sun cast shadows upwards if it's always at the same height?
That it does. Do you have evidence?
Yes.
All right, post it along with the data.
What do you mean data?
For the fifth time, how high the airplane is, where the sun is supposed to be, what day it was, weather conditions, cloud deck, and all that stuff.
I don't have that with me right now. But I've seen it with my own eyes multiple times. I can make a photograph for you. Like, I don't use photographs for you. But I don't have a photograph with like all these data that you want. But I clearly
So you don't have anything to present. Just say you don't have anything to present, and then stop pressing us
I have
for
images.
providing interpretations.
I have images for it, but I don't know the date or the exact location of them.
Right. So you have images and you have your own interpretation, and you're asking
No,
us
I
to
have my
basically
own
debunk your
eyewitness.
interpretation without having any data to use. I think that's very dishonest.
So you are saying this is something that's not happening at all?
I don't know that it is happening the way you interpret.
Like,
You need to support your claim, and you're not doing that, and you're demanding that we do
sorry
it.
about that.
Okay?
So let's say for a moment that it's happening. You don't have anything better to do either way. So let's say for a moment that it's happening. How do you explain it?
I already gave you that answer. I said the Earth's surface is reflective.
That's clearly bullshit. Like, there is no way that's reflected from the Earth's surface. Like,
I also said, depending on the phenomena, that the cloud deck could be below the plane and the sun could be higher
the
up.
plane is clearly below
I don't
the
know what's
cloud.
happening. You're asking me to imagine
Okay,
conditions
it's a
that
different
aren't even
example, and,
present.
I think I can give you better examples or better evidence for that with buildings or tall mountains. If you stood correctly up to them, you can clearly see they are casting shadows upward. How does that happen? Like if there are tall buildings next to each other in big cities, you can clearly see some smaller buildings casting shadows upwards on taller buildings. How does that happen?
Oh, it looks like the sun is low on the horizon in elevation.
Yeah, it's happening either during sunset or like dusk.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Yeah,
Like,
upward.
how does the sun cast shadows upward?
First off, I don't know that it is, but if I grant it, I don't see what the problem is.
You said that the sun has like a constant height. But if the sun is not getting lower, I don't see how it can cast shadows upward.
Well, it changes its apparent elevation, right?
I don't know. It's your claim.
Okay. Well, I can actually see that it changes its apparent elevation. Can you?
I can see the sun getting lower, yes.
Lower.
So you're saying that the sun is lower.
What do you mean lower?
Like, for a light source to cast shadows upwards, it has to be lower than the thing that's casting the shadow.
Okay. And if you say so.
The sun gets lower then?
What's your claim?
My claim is that in order the sun to cast a shadow upward, it has to get down.
You're saying the sun gets down, right?
It changes the angle, let's say.
Yeah, we can see that. We can measure its angle decreasing towards the towards the horizon, right? We can measure it with respect to a flat Earth and describe its angle. Okay. So what?
So how does the sun, if it has like a constant height, how does it get lower?
Are you now saying it has a constant height?
You said it earlier, or not you, someone else said it earlier, that it has a
I
constant.
didn't say that.
No, I
don't know what
didn't.
the sun is. Do you
What
know
did you
what
say then? When I said, you said it's like always above or something like that. So you are saying that the sun is going down. Like, then my question is, where does the sun goes down to? Like, is there an edge of the earth and the sun is going below that?
You think there's an edge, do you? Teacher?
No, I don't. It was your claim. Or one of yours.
When did I say that? I didn't say that. I've only just got
I
it.
don't know which one of you said it. Sorry.
No.
You mean it's a straw man you need to burn with a stereotype?
No. It's one of you. So you didn't say that the earth is having an edge.
Then
You
why
said
are
that-
you saying it? That's why I just asked you if you're saying it, because you're the only one saying it. Now you're telling me I'm saying it.
So, you must have missed the earlier parts of this argument. So I will repeat it. Sorry?
Yeah, I just got it here.
Yeah, let me restate
Yeah, I
what I
don't know
said. I said it appears to be always above us.
Okay, but it's clearly going
Somewhere
down.
on Earth, right? Somewhere on Earth, it's always above somebody.
Yes, I can agree with that.
Okay.
There's no globals
Then
in
if
here.
it is always above somebody, but we're at the same height, then how does the sun cast a shadow upwards?
I don't know. Who cares? What does it prove? Why are you discussing it?
Why are you
It's just a
discussing
simple question. I'm just interested in your explanation for that. Because my explanation is that the earth is round. What's yours?
You just described it with respect to a flat plane and its angle off a flat plane and up from a flat plane. How could you possibly believe Earth's round? You've just described it from a flat plane.
No, I did not. I don't know what you are on about, but I did not do that.
You have to get triggered straight through the end of my sentence. What's wrong with you, man? Listen to you. I've not been interrupting you. You just started interjecting into this discussion. It'd be preferable if my discussion points don't immediately get chanted through by you, who's used flat plane references. You described the angle of the sun. Can you stop talking through me? It's only, my God, the second time I've tried to say this without you chanting through me. What is your malfunction? That's rhetorical. I'll just say it again. You described the angle of the sun. You did. I'm not straw manning you. You did. I listened. You did it. You described the Earth's angle off a flat Earth. Angles.
I did not.
My God, it's the third time. Do I have to appeal to the moderators to shut you up, you stupid dick?
I think you have anger issues.
Shut up, you stupid buffoon. Do you not understand? This is the third fucking time I've tried to say this.
Go
It's
on.
not rhetorical, you stupid dick.
I think we have to get moderators in here
Shut
because
your
of the
fucking mouth
amount of
while I
swearing
say
going
this
on.
for the third time.
Can
Don't
we
you
get a
understand?
moderator in here,
I've
please?
listened to you, dumbass. Now I'm talking. That
Why
doesn't
so
mean when I
serious?
try and say something for the third time that I get you
I
talking
think you have
through.
serious mental problems, dude. You should see someone.
L-O-R. I don't need to hear your voice through the third attempt to say this. Okay?
Sorry, I had a call. Got a.
Shut up! Shut up!
Be right back.
Shut up! Yeah, now the server moderator team's had to shut you up, you stupid insubordinate prick. 3 attempts! You measured the angle off a flat Earth to the sun. How dare you say you believe it's based on a ball after utilising flat planes of reference for angles? Finally got to the end of my sentence without this zealot turd of a baller running away. Oh, I see. The minute I get here and start pointing out that they're utilising flat planes of reference for angles, they talk through me incessantly and then run like cowards. Yeah, run, bitch! Can't take the heat unless you're using flat Earth angles. Suggest that you believe in a ball. When I point that out to you, you think you'll win by talking through me? Non-stop, 3 attempts. And running like a coward. You're measuring a flat Earth when you describe up. Up is perpendicular to a plane. When you describe the angle of the sun, it's an angle off a plane.
Lower is with as well. It's a dealing with eye level. Lower and set eye level.
When that guy gets back, whatever his name is, the guy, the coward bitch, you give him a little message from me that is an utter coward, sat here patiently listening to him using flat Earth reference points and flat Earth baselines and flat Earth angles. Then when I finally interject, he doesn't want to hear it and runs like a coward because it won't be interjected by him non-stop. As I point out that, how could you possibly believe you're on a ball when you're measuring a flat Earth? And interjection after interjection, then he runs like a coward. Let him know, would you? Coward. Measuring a flat Earth. Let him know I told him. Nathan Oakley, 1980. Coward. Are you back, are you, coward? Humpty, you're measuring a flat Earth. You tried to interject over it 3 times, then ran like a coward. You're measuring
He's
a
on the
flat Earth
phone.
with angles and baselines. Sean, not talking to you. Taylor, the coward that ran, so he'd prefer not to listen to the flat Earth elevation angles, to the sun he described, not some ethereal straw man that didn't mention it, that didn't be named and didn't get quoted. He measured a flat Earth, that Taylor guy, and he ran. Rather than having to listen to it being pointed out to him that he's measuring a flat Earth, he ran. What a coward! You don't believe in a ball, Taylor. You can't believe in a ball. You're measuring a flat Earth for the angle to the sun you described. You, not some ethereal nonsense person that isn't here. Do you want to try again? You told me you were believing it was a ball explaining your shadows on the bottoms of clouds, presumably. And then I pointed out that your angle to the sun's off a flat Earth. And you ran like a coward. Oh, Taylor, you coward bitch! Seems like you run and then your dumbfounded silence is your response to you measuring a flat Earth. Angle to the sun. You're going to respond to me, you abject coward? Well, that shut that conversation down pretty sharp, didn't it? Didn't take long for me to be here to point out that everyone's measuring a flat Earth. This numpty that can't seem to respond can only run and talk through me pointing that out. He, that's Taylor, that dude that ran a minute ago and is back and can't seem to speak. He measured a flat Earth and suggested he's got a justifiable ball belief. Hasn't spoken since. Nothing but dumbfounded silence from a zealot. Do you not want to witter about your angles off a flat Earth not being off a flat Earth there, Taylor? Nothing but dumbfounded silence, it seems. Run or silence? What did you want, Sean?
I'm sitting there laughing.
What?
Okay, sorry guys, I'm back. What happened?
You ran like a coward bitch after I pointed out that you measured angles to the sun off a flat Earth.
No,
Therefore,
I didn't do
your
that.
belief-
And I had a
Is
phone
it just
call.
me or is he
Sorry.
immediately talking through me? Immediately, when asking for a summary of his cowardice when he ran away, the summary of what he ran away because he didn't succeed in chanting through it now the 4th time. You ran like a coward because you measured Earth flat with angles to the sun. You
No, I didn't
described
do
the
that.
angles. It's not. This is now the 5th time. Coward bitch. 5 times a charm, Taylor. You talking through it just means I get to count off how many times you're a coward because you can't bear to hear how you measure Earth flat, son. with
No, I
angles to the
didn't
sun.
do that. But I can
Sorry,
explain to you if you shut up for a
Is it you telling
moment,
me
but
6
otherwise
times
I'm...
through the top of it? Is it you telling me 6 times through the top of it that you didn't? Yeah, you did. Angles to the sun are angles. They're straight lines. They're not curved lines on curved grounds.
Agreed.
Base.
We agree on that one.
So you measured Earth flat then, Taylor?
No, I didn't.
And Earth's not going to cut it. It's an angle. Elevation
You
angles are
don't understand
plane.
how
Every
do we
time
measure
I address
angles
you talk
is
through the
not
top
my
of me,
issue.
It seems you've only got your mute button. It's not a reasonable discussion anymore with Taylor, because when I respond to him saying, I didn't measure Earth flat, he chants through the top of me or runs like a coward. I'm going to say it unimpeded to you, Taylor. It's an elevation angle, which I will define in a moment, hopefully without you chanting through me like a glare flyer, that needs to redefine what an angle measurement is. And in regards to where the sun is with respect to the baseline of Earth, it's going to be flat. It's an angle. You used that angle. You did. Not somebody else that doesn't exist that you can't quote. I'm telling you, you measure Earth flat with an elevation angle you described when describing an angle to the sun, Taylor. Earth's flat. Don't believe in a stupid sphere. That's idiotic.
Can I talk now?
Can you acknowledge your flat Earth elevation angle? If not, can you just not do it ever again, please? Not talk about angles to the sun ever again because they're flat Earth proofs. But don't be
Okay,
glurfing
so-
around me telling me you believe in a sphere and not acknowledging that you're measuring Earth flat with an elevation angle that's going to get defined in a second. Tell me what, you're in some days? Do you not understand what's happening? Don't use our angles off a flat plane, Taylor. Is that clear?
Can we measure angles between the stars?
Can you stutter? Yes, you can.
Can we measure angles between the stars without any reference points to the horizon?
Well, no, that's not how they navigate, mate. Sextants have got a horizon mirror.
I didn't
That's
set
not an
the
elevation
navigate
angle.
that way.
That's
That wasn't the question.
You're not detailing
question
an
is-
elevation angle, so who cares?
The
You're
question
being
is,
told
can
not
we?
to use our flat Earth elevation angles, and you haven't acknowledged your flat Earth elevation angle you described when you used an angle to the sun that you were discussing with the other gentleman. I pointed out that your belief in a bit ball is idiotic because you're using flat Earth angles. You've just said
Question-
no, I'm not. Now you're asking me something. Yes, you are measuring a flat Earth with elevation angles, which I'll now define. So we're all clear what an angle to the sun is.
I'm
This is from
trying
Sustainable by
to.
Design, and it's going to get chanted through, it seems, by the glurf who tried to stop this 5 times. The altitude
I'm tra-
angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable design. That's altitude angle definition. We'd be standing on a flat plane to measure this angle that you referred to.
Also,
Can
the
you
angle-
measure an angle between
You're gonna
the two
use the-
stars without any reference
You
to the
referred to the angle,
horizon?
not me. I didn't do anything. It was your angle. I thought I made that explicitly clear. But for the fact that you muted me by rumpusing me and talking through me when I pointed it out to you 5 times, you'd understand that I'm referring to your angle you talked about in discussion with the gentleman earlier. So why are you asking me about an angle I'm using when you're measuring Earth flat with this angle? You
Can
used that
you-
angle, not me. Your angle to the sun you talked about when you asked about shadows and shit. Yeah, you're measuring Earth flat when you talk about angles to the sun, mate. Not me. Don't know why you're asking me what I'm doing or why I'd be doing it. You're doing it. You're measuring Earth flat. That's why I'm telling you that your ball belief's idiotic. because you're measuring Earth flat when you describe your angles to the sun you asked about. I hope that's clear.
Can you measure an angle between two stars without any reference to the horizon?
Oh, can you? If not, stop talking about them.
Yes, you can, actually.
Also,
You can measure a flat Earth, can you, Taylor? Good for you. Yeah, we all measure Earth flat with elevation angles as defined by SUS design. And you need those flat Earth elevation angles to the sun when you describe the sun and its shadows. Meanwhile, the globe Earth doesn't give you anything to do with angles and suns and describing anything at all, ever. So welcome to Flat Earth. Stop believing in a ball, it's idiotic. Or if you want to believe in a ball, I'll make it clear for the third time, do not use Flat Earth angles. I'm telling you. Stop using our shit. Okay?
So
Good.
if you can measure angles between stars without any
I
reference
can.
point,
I'm a Flat Earther. Are you still a glurf? If you are, don't be using our shit. Stop using our angles.
like measuring angles between two stars has nothing to do with the
I
horizon.
can. Are you deaf? Are you a globe earther? If you are, stop using our shit. These angles aren't useful to you as a glurf. Stop using our angles. Okay?
I am not talking about altitude
in the
angles.
Cartesian coordinate system.
That's flat also.
Yes, he doesn't get it. He thinks that you can have angles without a coordinate system. That's not possible.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying stop using our angles if you're a glurf. It's
I'm
simple.
trying to
or
do
not?
that.
You're just going to rumpus me each time I ask you. Stop using our stuff if you're a glurf. That's simple.
So-
you don't have angles on a curved Earth. It's that simple.
You can measure.
Stop using our... Hello? Stop using our flat Earth angles. Stop doing it. If you're a glurf, it's easy to comprehend that you don't have these angles to acquire. They're only acquirable from a flat Earth. Stop using our shit, okay?
So again, you can measure angles without any Earth reference.
No, you can't. How'd you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
You doesn't need elevation angles.
But you just said you could get them. Where'd you get them off a curved baseline?
No. I
What
said
do you mean,
can
no?
measure.
You mean, no, you can't get them on a globe Earth? Yeah, I know. That's why I'm telling you to stop using our shit.
You can measure an angle without any reference to the
On a
horizon.
globe Earth, you can't. How'd you get an elevation angle from a curved
You
adjacent?
doesn't need elevation angles.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you don't, Glurf. That's right. You don't get this angle. Stop using ours from a flat Earth.
You can
Glurf
measure
doesn't
an
get this
angle between two stars without any reference to the horizon.
On a globe Earth, you don't. You don't get a curved baseline to give you an angle.
It has nothing to do with the shape
Stuttering.
of the
You
Earth.
don't get a curved baseline that's a globe Earth to give you an elevation angle. It's not possible. Stop using our flat Earth one. Stop chanting through me telling you off using our shit. Not reasonable that you use our shit. Stop using our flat Earth elevation angles when you don't have one on a globe Earth. Stop using ours. It's just that simple.
Measuring angles between stars
Cartesian coordinate system.
has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
It has absolutely everything to do with the shape of the Earth when you're measuring the Earth. You're measuring the Earth for this angle.
I'm not doing
You're
that.
measuring stars that we'll navigate for on Earth. Dick, we could save our life if lost at sea on Earth with these angles. Yet when this glurf scum is told to stop using them, they've suddenly got nothing to do with Earth because they're not globe Earth angles. No, dickhead. They've got absolutely everything to do with Earth, and they've saved thousands of lives on Earth when used with respect to a flat Earth. That's the baseline for the angle. They're just not anything to do with your globe Earth. Keep telling you don't seem to be comprehending. Stop using our, not your glurf angles, our flat Earth angles that save lives. They have nothing to do with your globe Earth. Everything to do with the reality of Earth's surface, which is flat.
So, you can measure an angle between two stars without any reference points to the Earth. Can we agree on that?
Or did you just flee? Like, you give up on this? Okay, then. That was a hellhole, if anything.
He's doing an intro right now to a show.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Morning, good morning. Chocolate. We're in politics. We've done a surprise raid on politics today. So be on your best behaviour. I don't know how long we'll stick around for.
Oh, you will continue shouting at me? Or something like that at plan?
Stop using our flat earth elevation angles when you don't get elevation angles off a curved adjacent. Any evidence that you can require an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
You can measure angles between stars without elevation angles.
But you can measure angles between stars without elevation angles. That is an elevation angle.
No,
saying I can measure elevation angles without it being an elevation angle because an elevation angle doesn't comport with the globe Earth. Yeah, we know that elevation angles do absolutely comport with the flat surface because they're elevation angles, as I defined earlier, as this guy chanted through me 5 times. They absolutely require the plane of reference that Earth is to be measured for the angle to save your life at sea when plotting out your position on a map that's flat.
Yeah, you said that like 5 times.
Angles.
I would be glad if you stop
me as I point out that they're not globe Earth angles, Taylor. You glurfing through me won't change that you require a flat Earth for an elevation angle, and I was telling you off for using it. If you're a globe Earth believer, don't use our flat Earth angles. I'm telling you off, yes, shouting at you. Don't use our stuff is what I said.
Can you repeat the definition for the elevation angle?
Sure. Solar elevation angle, in the case of your specific use of elevation angle, comes from SUS design. So the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. SUS design.
Yes, so you can measure the angles between stars without an elevation angle.
I can. I'm a flat earther. You can't. You're a glurf. And I'm telling you to stop doing it. Do you understand now?
You doesn't need an elevation angle.
You understand that a globe Earth doesn't have a horizontal plane for the observer to stand on? You understand that?
What I'm talking about has nothing to do with
It's a yes or no question. I'll say it again because he's glurfing and ignoring me. I'll ask again. As per the definition, do you understand that a globe Earth does not have a horizontal plane to stand on to measure this angle?
It has nothing to do what I'm talking about.
Oh, it's got nothing to do with it because your globe Earth doesn't have one. Yet, meanwhile, we do measure elevation angles. They are elevation angles. They're angles that save lives at sea. Globe Earth doesn't have them. You aren't going to be using them. And if you do, you'll get shouted at by me. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one shouting at you for using our stuff that you're not entitled to use, telling you off with absolute and total justified entitlement. Don't use my flat Earth elevation angles, mate. Got everything to do with saving lives at sea, but just nothing to do with your globe Earth. They won't give you them. So stop using them, Globe Believer. Okay.
So what I'm talking about has nothing to do with elevation angles, because you can measure the angles.
Really, when you describe the height of the sun.
Sorry, you are
so
talking
when you
over me.
described how high the sun was. When you described how high the sun was.
I'm trying to arrive at that, but you're making it hard.
Yeah, you did describe how high the sun was, and as per sustainable by design.
But I would like to do that without elevation
just here as a blur thing through me pointing out how wrong he is. Yeah, it seems that when I show how wrong you are, as per definition of an elevation angle being how high the sun appears in the frickin' sky, that is what you were talking about, wasn't it, Glurflyer?
No, I just bored of you repeating the same thing over and over again.
You weren't asking about how high the sun was with shadows. You weren't. You're just a liar then, because you were. You liar.
So again, you can measure the angles.
Sorry, you were. You liar. Weren't you, liar?
Again.
Yeah, you were talking about how high the sun was and shadows, weren't you, liar?
Yeah, and I want to arrive there.
Yeah, that would be an elevation angle then, how high the sun appears in the sky, mate. Yeah, it's just I can define what you're talking about when you glurf about our stuff and how high the sun appears. Yeah, that's how high the sun appears, and we can define that with an elevation angle now, can't we?
I want to arrive at the same conclusion without using elevation angles to show how dumb you are.
Well,
yes.
That won't be proving anything, will it?
Yes, it would.
Okay, prove a glurf with shadows from the sun. Go.
No, first I want to show you how you can use angles without any horizon or elevation angles.
Well, then they won't be referencing the ground and won't be useful for proving Earth is anything at all, then, will they? Because they're not referencing Earth anymore.
That's debatable.
They're useless. It's just glurf through the top of me. When I show how demonstrably stupid that premise is, you think glurfing through the top of my immediate recognition that I'm showing him to be stupid. So if they're not measuring with respect to Earth, they've got no use in this discussion, then.
Are they part of a Cartesian coordinate system?
It kind of sounds like you're just looking for something to say, because like you started off this gambit, as far as I heard, with you don't need an angle to measure elevation angle. It makes no sense.
I said you doesn't need an elevation angle to measure the angles between two stars. You don't need the horizon for that.
What angle? What's the name of the angle that you measure between two stars?
It's just an angle between two stars.
What's it useful for?
To mapping the sky.
Mapping the sky.
Coordinate
yes.
So when you were asked earlier if it was from respect to a coordinate system, you said no, you were lying or ignorant or stupid. Which one?
Maybe I misunderstood the question.
Oh, ignorant then. Okay,
yes,
I think we're done with you, Mr. Ignorant. Go in peace with your glurf belief, knowing that stop using our elevation angles off a flat plane with respect to Cartesian coordinate systems that are flat, because they'll need a flat Earth for those systems to function, and you'll need a flat Earth to measure elevation angles, which we absolutely are measuring when we measure stars with respect to the ground. That's they are. They're elevation angles. It's not like I'm not quite done and glurf time is coming because it's painful. Me, a flat earther, telling him off for using our stuff. That's flat earth elevation angles that he's not going to get to use. He could just glurf through the top of me telling him off when he uses them. He could. He's done it 8 times.
You can map the sky without any reference to the horizon.
You do understand, brother. You do
Sorry, you just cut me off.
Saying you don't need an elevation angle. That kind of proves our point. That you need a flat Earth for that, because otherwise, why would you not use it? And on top of that, it sounds like you don't know where your latitude system came from, so that's a problem.
What I'm saying is that you can map the sky without any reference to the shape of the Earth.
This flat sky debate. Are we having flat sky debate? What's the name of this room again? Sorry, maybe I'm in the wrong place. Oh, there we are. It doesn't say flat sky on this room's title, dickhead. It says flat Earth. Sorry, so did you want to detach your garbage that you can't use from the surface then? So you have no reason to be here then. You're not debating about Earth's surface anymore. You're only interested in mapping the frickin' sky with respect to your belief in a ball. But you won't be using any angles that measure with respect to Earth again. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I told you when I told you off last time. Stop using our stuff. If you're going to reference Earth, it'll be flat for angles. Glurf, you can just talk about the sky. Don't talk about the ground. You've got no right to. Just talk about the sky, la la land, sky vacuum. Yeah, you can do that. Good for you.
You were
We'll
the
talk about the ground. That's us, flat earthers. You can talk about the frickin' sky. Good for you.
Again, you were the one who
Cartesian
started
coordinate system
with
he's
the.
talking about having the angles within are still with respect to eye level as a horizontal plane and vertical 90
No, it's
degrees
not.
on.
So when you said
There
up,
is an angle.
when you said, he's saying no, it isn't. He's glurfing through the top of you. No, it is not, John. Through the top of you, correcting his nonsense that needed a flat earth, right? He's asking about shadows and how high things are. Up, right? Yeah, it's how John started our interjection into this discussion because of your use of the word up. What, perpendicular to a plane, 90 degrees with respect to a plane? Yeah, these are concepts that I'm telling you off for, sir. Saying, oi, glurf. That's glurf. You, stop using our flat earth stuff.
So now you agree or disagree that you
Why
can.
can't you have a decent conversation?
Yeah, why can't you have a decent conversation instead of chanting through the top of me pointing out how wrong you are? 8 times you've glurfed through the top of me, and you've got the absolute gall to moan because you've been cut off. Yet you're demonstrably idiotic, wrong, and asserting a bald belief based on your denial of the flat Earth elevation angles to the sun that you later denied you having any association with whatsoever. I had to bull your glurf lying ass back onto the facts about what you described about the sun because you wanted to detach yourself from Earth when talking about the sun now. I said, yeah, you can do that, glurf. That's globe Earth believer. Talk about the sun all you like. Talk about the sky and the stars. I'll talk about the ground and how it's measured. Flat. But while I'm doing that as a flat earther, I'm telling you not to. Stop using our stuff. Stop using angles that describe how high the sun is with respect to a flat plane. You don't get to use them anymore. I'm telling you. Make no mistake.
I would just like to get to the end of my statement. Cartesian coordinate system with the horizontal and vertical, that 90 it creates at whatever level, eye level, surface level you want to use, that angle that he was describing a moment ago is between the vertical and horizontal. It's still within a Cartesian coordinate system that you can only apply to reality if Earth's flat.
All the systems that we've mapped, charted, navigated, built the world with, flat. So why the hell would I accept any ridicule? Why would I accept anything the total authority over the numbskulls that use my measurements? I'm going to be telling you numpties off, Taylor. Stop using our stuff. And when you feel you've got the right to chant through me 8 times, yeah, you're going to get a strip tour off you. And what are you going to do? Tell me, oh, well, it's got nothing to do with the ground. Yeah, you're damn right it's not got anything to do with your ground on a glurf. It's got everything to do with the ground we measure and people navigate and map and chart and build on. And it's flat. Stop using our stuff. You'll all be hearing about it when you do. I'll be here to tell you. Stop using our flat earth perpendiculars. Stop using up. You don't have up on a globe. You've got out. If your description doesn't use that, don't use ours.
So do we agree or disagree now?
It?
He's not telling us if he comprehends it or not. He still thinks he's in authority because he's a bleeding glurf believer. He's not acknowledging a single sodding word we say. It's just glurfing through it repeatedly and then ignoring it when it does come through unimpeded. He's not acknowledging it. He hasn't once said, okay, I understand, Nathan. I won't use your flat earth angles anymore.
You said so many wrong things that I doesn't
I'll glurf 9 times a charm, though. 9 times, Taylor. What was that you said earlier? You're getting cut off. Wanker, you just talked through me. Your own standard says that was unreasonable. And there you are glurfing through me for the 9th time. Yeah, glurf. Do you think you can project that shit onto me when I'm telling you off? Don't use flat earth measurements. That clear? I'm told. Justifiably so. Why the hell would you get to use our measurements? They're ours. Not yours, they'll never work on a globe. Ever. They're angles. So be told, glurf. Don't use our stuff. Stop using flat earth angle measurements. Ever.
So can I say 2 things? So can I say 2 things without being interrupted?
only if you preface it with, if I was in hell.
If I was in Hull, I was not using a Cartesian coordinate system, by the way, and you can measure the
And how to establish
angles.
the angle?
How do you measure an angle?
You make the distance out between the stars, and then you create a map.
Sorry, distance in
a
miles.
circular
Linear
map
distance.
of the
Distance.
stars.
You said distance. Stop.
Yes.
Oh, stop using our stuff. Distance will be linear, won't it?
Yes.
Stop using our stuff.
Dude, are you dumb? Are
It's
you
a linear
retarded?
distance. Is that freaking curved in your mind? Is that bent around a bleeding earth when you say miles in a linear fashion? Stop using our
Dude, you are
stuff.
actually retarded. Like, straight lines exist, yeah. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Do you understand? Don't use miles.
Okay, sorry, I
Genuinely,
just,
you'll need a flat
I
earth
have
for it.
no
You're
more,
laughing at me, you
I ran out of
insubordinate
mental
prick.
capacity
No,
to
mate,
listen.
when you describe that distance, it will be linear. That won't be bent. It won't be curved. It won't be useful for you on a glurf. Stop using our flat, straight miles and kilometres. You understand? Stop using them. They're not yours. They won't glurf. They're ours. They're flat. That clear?
He's trying
Is
to
that
say an angular
clear?
distance.
You're not answering me, dumbass. You don't seem to be laughing anymore. Stop using our stuff. Why aren't you laughing at me? Like it's unreasonable for me to tell you not to use our flat distances. No, you won't be using them anymore because you'll get shouted at. Then you'll think, what the hell's going on? Are you serious? You'll ask if I'm retarded. And yet here I am shouting at you and calling you a dick and saying, no, dick, don't use our flat earth stuff. Distance, you say? No, you won't be using that. That's ours. That. You don't get to use that. That clear? Or are you retarded? Are you retarded? Do you understand? Stop using it. They're not yours. Glurf. They're flat. Clear? Notice he's not laughing anymore, audience. Yeah, Chuckles. Stop using our stuff.
Nathan?
Yeah.
Where is a picture of a flat Earth?
Please tell an angle is a distance between two
Didn't see a
points.
flat Earth yet.
Let him.
On leftist, what did you say?
I need a picture of the flat Earth, sir.
You need what? I need you to come and paint my house. Come and paint my house. I'm at my driveway. Why are you talking? I heard you. I heard you. I heard you. Why are you talking, leftist? I heard you. I need you to come and paint my freaking house and time at my driveway. Go. Hello? Why aren't you painting my house, leftist? What's your problem?
Puta madre.
Yeah, madre pudre, salabanchod. Banchod. Paint my house, Banchod. Yeah, why aren't you painting my house? Oh, you thought you wanted a picture of something. Yeah, you wanted to make demands, and yet here I am demanding you paint my house and time at my drive, and all you
Show
can do
me
is
a
swear
nice,
at me in
cute
Hindi.
picture of the flat Earth,
All you
sir.
can do is swear at me
With
in
your
Hindi, can you,
ass.
Banchod?
With your ass.
Yeah, all you can do is swear at me in Hindi, oh yeah.
Send me,
I asked you
send
to
me.
paint my house.
Brother, you don't need to scream, brother. You don't need to scream like that, brother.
Why am I being swore at in Hindi? What's going on? Yeah. Meanwhile, stop using our flat earth angles. Stop using our flat earth distances. Stop using our flat earth stuff. You want to believe you're a bleeding ball? Go to your church of ball and stop using our flat earth stuff.
Well,
Why
what
isn't
do
anybody
you mean by
acknowledging me?
our stuff? What do you mean
It's
by
our flat
our
earth
stuff?
angles. Yeah, Joel, it's our flat earth stuff that you keep using, you ball-believing numpties.
Like what? Can you give us an example?
Like elevation angles, describing how high the sun appears in the freaking sky, like I just described to that last guy. Seems like there's another glurf leftist idiot that's going to glurf through me in freaking Hindi. Well, I tell you that the flat earth elevation angles that were defined earlier, Joel. Yeah, I just
You're
went
just wrong, though, aren't you, my friend? You're just wrong.
Maybe if you start talking through me telling you what you're not going to be taking off me, I'll shout you down with justification, Joel. Yeah, stop using our flat Earth elevation.
We don't need to
send me a photo of the flat Earth.
True response is there's no one acknowledges
Jewish
me.
Nathan.
The end of that
Jewish
sentence.
Nathan.
Like the last Glurf, I didn't get to the end of me telling you about the angles you won't be using that are flat Earth only. You talk through the end of it.
Well, look, Nathan, we can keep this respectful discussion. We don't need to shout over each other.
No, we don't. We don't. Right, Joel, you're right. Stop using our flat Earth elevation angle measurements. That's describing how high the sun appears in the sky, like the last guy who did. He was a Glurf believer and told me how he believed it was a Glurf after using our flat Earth angle measurements. I told him don't do that. I'm asking you, Joel, if you understand that angle measurements with respect to a flat baseline and an angle up to the sun, for example, they're flat Earth only. You don't get to use them if you believe you're on a bleeding ball. Do you understand that?
Well, I mean, no, I don't, because no one who believes the Earth is a globe objects to the
Not a
fact
belief.
that
We're not talking about beliefs. Are you dumb? Are you deaf? Are you stupid? Measurements, elevation angle measurements aren't beliefs, dumbass. Do you want to sit down and shut up? You're not listening.
Well, you didn't even let me finish my
talking about your
sentence, my
dumbass
friend.
beliefs, okay, dumbass? Joel, we're not talking about your beliefs. We're talking about elevation angle measurements, dumbass. Don't tell me about beliefs in response.
Okay, my friend, you don't need to insult. You don't need to insult, okay? You need to
You
calm
didn't
down.
listen. You're dumb. You didn't
Well,
listen.
I did.
You talked about beliefs in response. That means you didn't listen, so you're dumb.
I didn't even get 3 words out, my friend.
Because you started talking about my beliefs in response to a question about measurements.
I didn't say anything about your belief.
Are you still talking? You're rude. You can't communicate. You're incapable of communication. Listening, you're not capable of, and you're still not because you're talking.
You didn't even let me respond.
You were to respond about my beliefs when I told you.
I didn't even mention your beliefs.
My flat Earth measurements. You still won't understand because you're talking through the top of me right now, as I tell you for the 4th time about measurements you, a Glurf, won't get to use. Not about my beliefs. That was how you responded. Like you hadn't listened.
I didn't even mention your beliefs.
You're doing it again. You're going to get called dumb for it because every time I talk about the measurements you won't get to use, you seem to want to respond through the middle
I didn't even.
Like
I
this,
didn't even mention your beliefs.
Like this, like you responding right in the middle of me talking. Or you'll respond
you finished, haven't you? Haven't you finished?
You can either do one or two things. Respond to something I haven't said, which is belief-based, or talk in the middle of me pointing out that you, a glober, won't be using measurements of a flat Earth, including but not limited to...
Well, I think I will be using those measurements.
You're glurfing through, Joel. You're glurfing through me, mate.
I'm not. Are you finished?
No, when I was talking and you started talking, I definitely wasn't finished.
Are you finished, sir?
Like now,
sir,
I'm answering your question about whether or not I'm finished.
Are you
and you're talking
finished?
to the top of me there, Joel. It seems like you're a prick, a wanker, a dumbass, who doesn't listen, can't comprehend what I say, and can only mute me in the middle of me talking to you. Yeah, now the server operators have had to step in because not a single sentence from me answering you. Am I done? No. You'll know when I'm done, when I give you my name. Right now, my name is Nathan Oakley, Joel. I'm the one telling you not to use flat Earth measurements, like elevation angle measurements. The ones you couldn't help yourself but glurf through incessantly, after asking which ones. Yeah, you asked which ones I'm not going to get to use. I started telling you, and your glurf scum nature came out, didn't it, Joel? And then you started telling me off for interrupting you. No, mate, your projection came out, didn't it? Not very Christian, very scummy. Still, here we are with me telling you my name. You'll know I'm done in a moment because I'll be finished and I'll stop talking. And the server moderators will take your dumb ass off mute because you couldn't shut up. Don't use our flat Earth elevation angle measurements, Joel. Don't answer me about beliefs, Joel, because it'll suggest you're not listening and get you called stupid. Hope that's clear, Joel, you stupid idiot. Listen up next time. Don't use flat Earth measurements. I'm done.
Okay, after that long rant, thank you very much for that, Nathan.
My pleasure.
Yeah, you seem to be a bit hyped up today, my friend.
You want to shut him up? He's going to ad hom me.
No, I'm not ad homing you. I'm not doing any of that. Would you like to mute yourself, my friend Nathan? Would you like to mute yourself, Nathan? Yes, I will address them once you shut your mouth. Okay, good boy. Okay. So these measurements that my friend Nathan has been talking about, he's been ranting on about. Just like to say, you're a very stupid little boy, Nathan. Okay.
That's an ad hom.
Idiot out.
That's an ad hom. Pathetic.
Well, yeah, I think you threw.
Yeah, well, ad hom boy, you don't use our measurements anymore, dickhead. Because I'll call you a dickhead. I'll call you a retard. I'll call you an ad hom fallacy using muppet. With justification, because you are. You telling me that I'm a little boy and thanking me, yet using my tactics against you, the only ones that have obviously sunk in when listening to me. Yeah, I've got a repertoire of those words. I recognise them when I hear them back. When I call people a stupid, insubordinate boy, it's because they behave like one. Not because they're a stuttering idiot who doesn't have any answer when I point out why I'm ranting at you. Because I'm sick and tired of globe-believing idiots who've got nothing but ad homs, that'd be you, using our measurements of a flat earth and feeling like they've got justification in telling me that they've got a glurf. Belief to talk about. They haven't. Not if they're using my measurements. Or if they want to believe in a globe, fine. Just don't use our measurements. It's simple.
Nathan, we need those measurements to believe in a globe.
Yeah, I know. But you're not going to get to use them anymore. You can believe in a globe without using our flat earth life-saving measurements that we built the ground on. We built the world on. The world was developed on flat earth. You don't get to use it if you want to believe in a globe. Or you'll have me haranguing you. Simple.
Well, Mr. Nathan, what if I want to have my cake and eat it, my friend? I'm going to continue using these measurements.
I'm answering you.
No problem. I'm going to continue using these measurements and make fun of idiots like you, who still, even people 5,000 years ago,
me getting to answer it,
had a bit of a brain, Nathan. Unfortunately, something you do not possess.
All right, we heard your question. Now I don't need your ad hom that went along with it. Yeah, what if we want to have our cake and eat it? What, believe in a ball and use flat earth measurements? You'll get told off by me with absolute justification. Yeah? No one's server muting me, dickhead. While I call you a dickhead. You don't get to use flat earth measurements that don't comport with your belief in the surface being curved. That's idiotic, you stupid boy. Yeah. Hello? Because you can't have a curved ground if you're going to measure it flat. Are you an idiot boy? I'm thinking yes, because you're asking if you can measure flat earth and believe it's curved. No, you can't do that. It's not possible. It violates something called the law of non-contradiction. You stupid, pathetic, ignorant boy. Have you never heard of the law of non-contradiction, boy? Hello? Boy, have you never heard of the law of non-contradiction? Stupid.
Yeah, Joel left, Nathan.
Of course he did, because he couldn't tolerate being demonstrated to be stupid. So like the last guy in the pre-show, he ran like a coward. Bye-bye, coward. Or me, a boy, without any justification when it comes to you being corrected. You'll run. Yeah, you'll run. I'll still be here calling you a stupid, ignorant boy. Correcting your dumbass about having your cake and eating it. No, you won't be having a flat earth measurement and a ball belief. You'll have me all over your stupid ass and you running into the distance.
It's funny how they don't deny the measurements are from a plane.
I got a question. Does the sky matter, or is it only the ground that we take the measurements from?
That's what you're measuring. If you're building something, you can just use the horizon. Level your plane with water.
It should be no tanks. He's got an issue with us saying the earth is measured flat, don't you?
No, I have no issues with that. I have no issues with the earth being measured flat. The only thing is, what about the 24-hour sun?
What about it?
The elevation angle of the sun stays above the horizontal plane of reference for 24 hours in Antarctica. Tell me what the problem is.
It doesn't work on Gleason's map, but...
Yeah, that's right, it doesn't. Next, what else? Is that it? Doesn't work on Gleason's. Were you married to the Gleason's map? Who cares?
I got the wrong guy.
No, I'm not-
sorry.
I'm not married to it, but I'm not married to it. But the question is, okay, so if that doesn't work, what map do we use if it's flat?
Any? They're all flat.
So the map the globe earthers use is flat.
All maps are flat.
Yeah, the globe Earth is a projection of flat Earth measurements. So yeah, it's all flat, man.
They take measurements of angles to the stars to project points onto systems like latitude and longitude. Those can get projected into something called the celestial sphere. That can then get projected onto a globe surface that gets created with those measurements of the points in the celestial sphere. Then you can project that onto a tube, put it down the middle and roll it back out flat. That's your Mercator projection in full process from start to finish, from flat Earth elevation angles to stars to globe projection, have a sign conversion and reification through the mapping process from points that come along from a globe onto a tube, cut out and rolled flat. Does that mean that we've got any problems? Yeah, hell of a lot of problems, because we've taken measurements and projected them onto a sphere and back onto a flat map, and it just sorts everything and buggers it all up. I haven't done that. That's not my fault. I had to learn quite a lot of nonsense to figure out how people had deceived the world into believing that flat maps were actually based on balls. Yeah, they're based on ball projections. And what are the ball projections based on? Flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the stars. Okay then.
What about the airplane? Because I was just on an airplane and it has a live GPS tracker on a ball that shows the plane moving as you're going.
Yes, it's flat. You think GPS is ball shaped? Au contraire.
It uses a Cartesian coordinate system. It uses a floating Cartesian coordinate system so that it can create that ball that you're looking at. Still planar in nature.
Well, I was wondering,
One more time.
if,
You're a little bit quiet.
hello?
Again.
Hi,
Okay,
can you
just
hear
a bit
me?
quiet. So you're just a bit quiet.
A bit quiet?
Yes, a little
Okay,
bit.
you can't turn me up on your volume at all?
No, you're at 100%, I'm afraid. Anyway, what was your question?
Okay. I was wondering, if the globe is made from flat Earth measurements, then I wondered about this EA map and how it's been falsified if it's based on flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, it is.
You hear me?
The AE map is a projection.
So that map's okay then, huh?
Yeah. The globe's based on projecting PZX triangles back from a created celestial sphere. That was created with flat Earth elevation angles to stars.
Well, yeah, I heard you many times talking about how the globe is measured with flat Earth angles and stuff. And then you told me that this map is no good anymore. And I thought it was measured by flat Earth. So how come it's different?
No, the AE map is not. It is
not
a projection
real.
of a projection of measurements. Sir.
You understand when we're talking about flat Earth, we're not talking about a map. We're
Everything
talking
comes
about
from
the
the
actual
flat
ground.
Earth measurement.
Yes, the origin of all of these maps are flat Earth elevation
flat
angle measurements to the stars.
Earth measurements you're talking about.
Yeah, flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the stars is what create these maps. Hey, Uka, are you going to be like the last guy where at the end of my statement, 5 times in a row, there we are, there's him talking from the top of me. I finished the statement, I haven't finished the question, I'm hearing his voice.
Yeah, we've got to get the name right.
Been server muted, you stupid dick. You're not a reasonable person to have a discussion with. We can barely fricking hear you. Yeah? Now, I've boosted you to 100%. Does it mean he's going to get slightly closer to his fricking mic? Of course not. Right? Where has he buggered off? Yes, he has. The moment he's not getting to talk straight through the middle of me, we'll what? Have silence from him like the last guy? The server team have stepped in to shut you up while I ask you to not talk through the top of my statements in response to the things that you put to us. You've had 2 people try and answer you. Yeah, your globe's made with flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Now, what I'd like, Ayuka, is that you say, I understand what you've just said to me, and perhaps parrot it back so we know you actually did hear what we said. Yes, the globe is made with flat Earth angle measurements of stars. Do you understand?
Okay, it's Hyoka, not Hioki, or what
Nobody
you
gives a
said.
shit what
But
your name is.
I heard you. You
You're a
said
wanker.
Yeah, I
You're a
heard you
wanker.
clearly.
I've just
I
put
heard
to you
I
something
heard
very
you.
specific about the
I'm
topic of the
talking
room.
now. You
And
know
what's
I,
he answering me about? He's answering me
you're
about how his
talking
bleeding
now. You're
name's
talking
pronounced.
over
Like
me.
anybody
Hey,
gives a toss. Nobody cares what your name
very
is.
disrespectful. You know.
Shut up.
Well, I care.
I don't. You're a
But I
nobody.
heard
Nobody gives a toss if we
you
pronounce your name
and
correct.
you
The
always
only thing
say,
anybody in this room cares about is
"Oh,
whether or not you
oh,
acknowledge the
okay,
flat Earth angles, the flat Earth
okay."
predisposition. Oh, he's having to be server muted because he can't shut up. While I'm talking, he's decided that he's going to talk. Tell me how disrespectful I am because I don't care what his name is. Get a name that's easy to pronounce then. You want everyone to say it. Get a decent name.
He's not serious. The guy's just trolling you.
Of course he is. And 17 feet away from your mic and ask if you can't be. Oh, can I not be heard? Can you not quite hear me? Yeah, we can't hear you very well because you're miles away from your mic being that wanker that everyone knows you are. And every time you ask them, you can get an answer about whether or not what globe comes from flat Earth angle measurements. Yeah, it does, but me explaining that to you will be interrupted with a rendition of what your name is. Like anybody cares. Not a glurf, though, because this will just distract from the fact that Earth's measured flat. His bleeding name and how it's pronounced is obviously everyone's concern here. And it's oh so rude. And he cares. Yet meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. You complete numpty that nobody cares about.
Yeah. The ballers can't attack the measurement. They need it. They're in a catch-22 as far as this goes.
So if the ball earth was introduced 500 years ago with the Roman Church, is it safe to say before that people believed in the flat earth?
Belief? What are you talking about belief for?
I'm sure everyone knew it was flat.
People say.
People just treated the Earth as it was, flat and stationary.
1,000 years ago, if I asked somebody what is the shape of the earth,
Say
It's
that
not just
again.
me.
What do you say?
Not just me.
He just told you they treated the earth as flat and stationary. You want to go drop a tape
Flat.
measure on it? Go ahead.
Flat is not a shape, but we do not observe the earth in its entirety. I don't think anyone ever has. It's not something we can do. We do know a general aspect of the geometry of the ground we're standing on. And that's flat.
Yeah. So for those who are a bit more familiar with the debate, like less new, less green, you won't be getting to say locally flat anymore. It's crap where we have to listen to you describing how Earth's measured flat, then apologise for why it isn't being measured globe-shaped. With words like, just locally being measured, it's only local. Yeah, you're not going to get to do that anymore. I'm going to rip you a new one if you do. Like I have done all day here today. Just rip idiots new ones when they decide that they're not going to... Oh, what? You serious? I can't use flat Earth angles? Are you serious? Seriously, are you retarded? No, I'm not retarded, I'm furious. How dare you use our flat Earth angle measurements and say you're on a ball and feel you've got the right to mock me because of your faith in that ball after measuring Earth flat? You want to call me an idiot? How dare you? You'll get every ounce of disdain I can muster. Totally justified. Stop measuring a flat earth and telling us how you believe it's a ball. It's ludicrous. Let alone the further mockery we have to endure for being flat earthers. What, because we acknowledge and understand the flat earth we all measure? Yeah, we all measure it. I don't see why I should be mocked for understanding and appreciating how Earth's friggin' measured. It's measured flat. Everybody's measuring it that way. Well, not anymore. If you're a glurf, you don't get to measure Earth flat anymore.
I'm gonna make you respect the plane of reference.
Yeah, so has. You want it? Get on your knees and beg for it. You want to use an elevation? Well, not until you beg me for it. So you're going to be begging flat earthers for their measurements if you want to use them. Yeah? Time you started having a bit of respect for the flat earth you absolutely, without question, require to survive on the plane of reference that we're all using and measuring and building on and navigating and mapping and charting. Oh, start respecting flat earthers. Because you're using our measurements without our consent. I'm going to stop consenting. Stop using them or you'll hear about it from me. There's Chuckles. Why isn't he laughing at me? About, what is it, 10 minutes ago, it was I can't believe my ears notion when I told him how dare you use my flat earth measurements. He thought it was justification for asking if I was retarded. Right? Where did he go? I'm not retarded, I'm furious. Stop using flat earth measurements if you're a bleeding globe believer. It's outrageous. You can believe in your ball, I've told you all along. Everyone's entitled to their stupid, idiotic globe belief. Just don't use flat earth measurements if you're going to believe that nonsense. Okay?
Yeah, the only problem with that is they'll stop using it and they'll still say it's a globe Earth.
Welcome to their belief.
How can they do that?
Being delusional.
Well, the how is easy because 99% of the people say it's a globe Earth because that's what they learn in school anyways.
Right, but if you can't use the measurements, you lose. Let me just go through the list of things you lose. You lose orbital mechanics. You lose the radius of Earth, the description of geometry, angles with respect to a Cartesian plane, up, down, north, south, east, west. The level of compass, man. You're going to lose. What have they got any claim to then?
Heights, elevations.
Plus, you lost the horizon a long time ago. Can't have
2020.
A horizon on the globe.
For ages, we've been mocked as flat earthers when the whole time people have been using flat earth angles, flat earth horizons, flat earth planes of reference, flat earth Cartesian systems, building on earth flat, sailing on earth flat, navigating earth flat. Like, it ends here. I've had enough. Right, fine. Believe you're on a bleeding ball. You don't get to assert that your belief has any reference to the actual surface of Earth anymore. Because it doesn't. Every single time you actually reference Earth to measure it, it will be flat.
Yeah, the only problem is the globers are flexing now because of the Antarctica thing.
Really?
Are you talking about where the elevation angle of the sun, which is only acquirable from
the 24-hour sun?
Yeah, but 24 hours of sun and all of the measurements they brought back were with respect to a flat plane. Described the angles of the sun off a flat plane, didn't they? They leveled their tool so that they could measure the weight of things perpendicular to a plane. All of their measurements, without exception, were flat Earth measurements. That's what I'm saying. The TFE marks the end. No. You don't get to use any flat Earth measurements at all anymore, ever. You're a globe believer. Believe you're on a globe. You just don't get to assert that that's the actual ground. It's your la-la land belief and nothing more. Like Scientology, it's the same religion. You are the same as Scientologists. You can believe your la-la land nonsense of curved Earths flying around the sun and aliens in sky vacuums. You and the Scientologists can all sod off, just stop referencing your belief to the ground itself. That's measured flat. And you don't have our permission to use those measurements anymore.
And in case you're confused, maybe if you're a little new, you're confused when he says you're using our measurements. Anytime one of you guys have said the Earth is too big to measure the curve, you're essentially saying that it's flat, because that's why you're saying it's too big to measure the curve. I understand that that's a reflex response because obviously there's no curve to measure, but that's what you're saying. We've heard that for years now. Okay? So that's why Nathan's saying we're done listening to that crap. Stop using our shit. Pretty simple, actually. Because we know if you're a global, one of you has said the Earth is too big to measure the curve.
What I don't understand is, okay, the only thing I'm confused about is if this was introduced 500 years ago by the church, first of all, why did the Globers say this was 2,500 years ago? Okay, let's start with that.
They're hijacking the celestial sphere, which was about 2,500 years old, according to their history. But the celestial sphere is a flat plane diagram showing the angle relationships of stars with respect to the Earth.
Been putting up with gaslighting for years and years and years. That's what it is. It's your next door neighbour coming into your garage, wheeling out your ride-on lawnmower and mowing his own lawn with it. And when you come out and go, what's going on? He turns around and calls you retarded, suggesting that he's mowing his lawn with your lawnmower. He asks that the police come round and have you committed for being an idiot for even thinking that he's using your lawnmower. That's what's happening. Are you retarded? You mean I can't use flat earth elevation angle measurements? Then say I'm on a ball. You complete retard. Yeah, don't use that stuff. Yeah? And if you do, it's tantamount to war from now on. Yeah? I'm going to rip you off that ride-on lawnmower and then mow over you with it. And you'll know about whether or not it's mine. You'll feel the blades on your face. Metaphorically speaking. Yeah, stop using our stuff. On John.
Oh, I was just going to say about the the globe Earth side of this. They can never deny the measurements are planar in nature because they have to use the angles. It's like coming to a gunfight and immediately throwing the gun to your opponent. That's what we've been doing the last 200 years, it seems like.
Yeah, exactly. Accepting their gaslighting while they use our stuff. We're not using your stuff. There's no angles here. These aren't the droids you're seeking. Like, yeah, they are. You're measuring Earth, it's flat. What else is there to it?
Okay, so in the flat Earth, you're supposed to have a dome, right?
You think we've got a dome?
Well, most flat earthers say that, right?
Nobody said that. The only person who said that is you. So I'm now saying you think there's a dome because you're the only one who said it.
Okay, so let me ask you, do you think there's a dome or not?
I haven't said anything about this at all. You've said it about 4 times. It's being you suggesting there's a dome because you're the only one who said it.
Yeah, I understand. I'm the one who said it. I'm asking you, though. Do you think there is or no?
I don't make any claims. I don't know what the sky is.
Maybe he's confusing a container with a dome. Are you confusing a container for the gas pressure?
Oh, we must be under containment. That's a different question that he didn't ask, though, John. We must be under containment of some kind, yeah.
Okay, so is the sun inside of it or outside of it?
I don't know what the sun is. We have a series of questions that we ask these because they're asserted to be understood and known within the heliocentric paradigm. The measurements that have been taken don't infer actual positions of the sun, for example. So you don't and I don't know what the sun is or how high it is. We don't know. That's the reality. Let's just break it down to what it really boils down to. Now, at this point, if you're a globe believer, you might start asserting certain distances based on flat Earth angle measurements, of course, then extrapolate them out to some perceived distance that you'll suggest it has. It's not real. It's based on assumptions. Venus and its size and distance being one of those assumptions. Heliocentrists. I don't make said assumptions, so I don't know, is the only conclusion I can draw. I don't know what the sun is or how high it is. I just can't give you those answers. As for the stars, they behave in a very bizarre way. If you raise in altitude, the angle measurement you get to the stars doesn't change. They don't behave like anything else. Again, that leaves with ambiguity. You don't know if it's close, far, you don't know. I don't, you don't, we don't.
And given some of the things we understand now about quantum mechanics, it may not be possible to know.
You know what it's not? No, it's not a vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 tour with men floating around in it. Or orbits, same thing. Orbital motion is based in a place that doesn't exist. Mathematically derived from flat Earth elevation angles, of course. Everything comes back to that. Everything always does, because Earth's measured flat. But besides from that, your orbital motion, it requires a flat plane of reference and can't be reified into physical existence unless you violate the original measurement of those angles and assume that the surface you've measured flat curves, which is silly. That's what Kepler and Huygens did.
So, okay, we don't know what the sun is, but do you think there's only one sun, or do you think there's multiple?
That's a good question. Don't know. There could be more than one. Don't know. Everything you ask me about the sun from here forward, probably get the answer, I don't know. If you want to make me look ignorant, you're going the right way about it.
No, I'm not a weasel. I'm just genuinely asking.
Yeah, and I don't know any answers, so I can't help you. So I feel ignorant because I want to help you. I want to give you an answer, right? I can't.
Oh,
I don't know what it is.
fair.
That leads to people setting up whole religions. It's like, what is the sun and how can we worship it?
Yeah, the thing is, we're those flat earthers that are not going to give you claims we can't substantiate for ourselves.
So based on your
well, a dome suggests some sort of a shape. We don't know what the shape of the container is because we've never seen it. So that's null and void. The only thing that we know is that we require containment, have the air pressure that we're breathing.
Okay, so based on your answer on the sun and the stars, I guess the moon is pretty much the same, right? We don't know.
Got it.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's beautiful. But
you
don't have
you
a
could
clue as
you
to what
could
it actually is.
you could take the position that because we don't claim to know what it is, the people that do have a claim about it are ipso facto right, which would be fallacious reasoning. You're going to do that?
Well, yeah, I don't believe in the moon landing, just for the record, but.
Yes, let the record show nobody landed on a light in the sky in a washing machine in a place that can't exist. Yes.
Next thing you'll be telling me that nobody went to Narnia and that Aslan didn't come back to life. Come on, dude.
Well, the moon does exist, so it's not that it doesn't exist. It's just not the way they're telling you it is. It's not like a land where you could just land in there.
maybe you misheard. I didn't say the moon doesn't exist. I said they didn't land a washing machine in a place that doesn't exist. Because the place they tell you the moon exists, this vacuum, that doesn't exist. If it did, we wouldn't be breathing.
Well, no, but are you saying that lions don't exist? Because I mentioned Aslan. See where I'm going with this?
Maybe he's just clarifying my statement. That's all right.
The guy before did say like lions really exist.
Obviously. So therefore Aslan, right?
I thought flat Earth had a momentum, but then this trip to the south kind of tossed it off. But so where do we go from here?
To the south. How did that mess it up?
The 24-hour sun?
It might have messed it up for people who had this tendency to reify maps into their reality. We don't do that. So it's a Tuesday for us. We don't care about what's going on in Antarctica, especially with the sun, the light in the sky, when literally all they've done is measure flat Earth. Even the planes go there, right? That's flat Earth measurement. Everything's flat Earth measurement.
and when you give the direction of south, that's with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, not a curve. So like even conceptualize the direction that this place is supposed to be, you need Earth to be flat.
Yeah, this is the point, isn't it? They need Earth to be flat, and I'm not willing to let them have it. No. Okay. If you need a flat Earth, accept Earth's flat. If you're going to measure it that way, accept it's that way. But you will mock us for accepting that Earth is that way while you're measuring it that way and telling us we're idiots and retards. And I'm sick of it. It's like, no, it's gaslighting. Don't tell me it's not flat while you're measuring it flat.
That seems pretty reasonable. Unless someone would like to argue that I don't even know how would you formulate that as an argument? I don't think you can.
No, that's why we get lots of stuttering and dumbfounded silences when I tell people off for using our stuff. We're going to toddle along soon. We've been in politics, by the way, so if one of my live stream moderators can stick a link to this live stream chat, which is called Politics Server, chat itself being 24/7 Flat Earth, you can join if you're one of my audience members. There's over 100 people watching, so check out the Politics Server if you like Flat Earth discussion. You won't necessarily get yelled at by me for using a Flat Earth. Go ahead, John.
Earth Awakenings, I thought.
No, we're not in Earth Awakenings. We're in politics. I went in there for a little bit, but they were talking about commercial value of solar panels. I'm like, I'll go somewhere else, I think. Politics was much better. You guys are ace. This was ace. Would you not agree? Politics was the better choice.
Absolutely. Yeah, I thought they were being way too reasonable for Earth Awakenings. That's okay.
Whatever
Sorry
reason,
for the insult.
politics seem to accept the fact that when you're being unreasonable, using your opponent's measurements and such, that's just cause to be told to shut up. It is. What you can't expect us to stand around while you mow your lawn with my lawnmower without asking and calling me a retard for suggesting that you've used it.
Now, Nathan, you got to be nice. You can't be calling people stupid, Nathan.
While they're using your lawnmower, don't be calling them idiots and shouting and yelling and threatening to call the police. Let them use the lawnmower. Wait till they're finished talking.
The Earth is a globe. Y'all are stupid as shit, bro. What the hell? We've seen this shit, bro. Like, what the hell?
No, share your pain.
Seen the fucking Earth before. It's a globe. Like,
Everything we said is true. And
hold on, G plus chill. Uni or whatever. Oh, he's ran away immediately. He just wanted to come to spew.
Yeah, just some pain relief.
That's what I said. Share your pain.
But he said the word "but" at the beginning of his statement, so he accepted everything we said is true.
Oh,
It
but
said but.
Earth's a globe. Well, notwithstanding all the flat Earth measurements we talked about for the last hour.
Shut the fuck up. Earth's a globe, retard. Fucking idiot. You blind bitch. Earth. It's a globe.
Is that the best way you can present your evidence?
Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
it's been measured to be a globe.
It's
The
been
Earth has
measured as a globe, pussy.
Brother.
You're retarded. They measure
Yeah, there's no. I only win. There's no need for that. Go ahead.
These guys are fucking retarded.
Wow.
2025, you take the Earth's fucking flag. Get your fucking life together, you fucking retards.
All right, is that your best evidence? Little twat?
Saying he's a
It's been
retard
measured.
isn't evidence.
It's been
but
measured as such.
I'll give you the evidence, right? The
present.
Earth is a globe. Yeah, the Earth is a globe because it's been measured that way.
Present.
Yeah. The Earth is a globe. The evidence says it's been measured.
You're
that way.
chanting. You're not presenting. You twat.
The evidence is it's been measured that way. Is that you want me to prove it's been
Present
measured that
evidence.
way?
Evidence, please.
Evidence for what? That it's been measured that way, or that it's a globe?
Measurement. What's the measurement that you made?
Yeah. So it's just going to be a brute fact that the Earth has been measured as a globe.
What's the measurement?
Yeah, it's a brute fact.
Oh, the measurement.
Okay, it's okay. G plus, just chill for a sec. Right, Guy.
Yeah, so premise 1, it's a brute fact. Premise 2, if the Earth is measured a globe, then therefore it is a globe. Conclusion is a globe.
Are you trying to sound intelligent when you offer your non-measurement?
No, I just gave you an argument. Can you address it? What the hell?
You're not going to win by talking through me pointing out how stupid that was. Saying it's
Sorry, go ahead.
brute force and saying it's a premise. That's not a measurement description. You're not detailing what the measurement actually is when you measure Earth as a sphere. So we're going to ask you a third time. And then if you don't give us a measurement, I'm going to call you all kinds of stupid for my 100 people listening live. Okay, Fumi?
Yeah, sure.
Third time. What's the actual measurement? What's being measured when you measure Earth
Yeah,
globe?
so what's being measured, which is your question, I'm going to answer. The Earth is being measured. What's the measurement? The measurement is that it's a globe. So the Earth has been measured as a globe, therefore it is a globe. If you want to prove the Earth has been measured a globe, it's a brute fact that the Earth has been measured a globe.
You're just going to keep saying that?
Okay, no worries.
You're
Just-
retarded.
Well, I answered both of it.
Thank you for your answer, Fumi. That's called circular reasoning. Yeah? Ever heard of circular reasoning? It's otherwise known as the fallacy of begging the question. It's all right. You can take him off mute while I educate him, give him a lesson in fallacy. Assuming your outcome.
Wait, you realize it's a formal fallacy. It's not a logical fallacy. I don't care about your formal fallacies. What the hell?
So do you want to be permanently removed from the discussion? Because what you've just done is offered
You didn't ask me a question. I just responded to what you said. What are you talking
me
about?
responding, so it seems like you're not going to be having a reasonable discussion with me, Fumi, because you're talking straight through me.
Okay,
Try
go
that.
ahead.
No worries. I asked you what was being measured, and you said Earth, and it is spherical. And I said, well, what was the measurement
Never
that
said
you made
that. It's a straw man.
of Earth being spherical? Was your reply? That is literally.
Never said that verbatim.
No, I'm going through it. You're off mute, chanting through me like a glurf bitch dumbass. Because you're stupid. You were probably dropped on your head as a child. Therefore,
Yeah,
when you were
glurf isn't a word, by the way.
as a retard, you think that your circular reasoning telling me that you've measured Earth as a sphere because you've measured Earth as a sphere isn't circular reasoning. That's the type of thing that people who are dropped on their head, retards, would say, Fumi. Now, I appreciate that you've come in and told us that we're swear word. We get that. In reality, Earth is measured flat, and no amount of interjection from you with your idiocy and circular reasoning will offer us a measurement. I do have an offering for a measurement of Earth as a flat plane, though. It's called an elevation angle.
Wait, can I respond? Why are you bringing up a new point?
Have you ever had a reasonable conversation where you don't talk through the person that's making you...
Oh, you've been speaking for like triple the times as me, and you won't let me respond. You're like steamrolling.
You'll be shut up if you don't answer me. Have you
Wait,
heard
you're
of
not
an
asking a
elevation
question. What the fuck are you talking about? Answering you. There's no question.
Dumbass. I'll start calling you dumbass. Have you heard of an elevation angle
What's the
measurement?
question you want me to answer? Go ahead.
Have you heard of an elevation angle measurement, you stupid idiot?
Wait, how is that relevant to what I said? You're not addressing the argument. Okay, so now I'm going to check the conversation. I gave an argument for why the Earth is a globe, and instead of addressing it, you're asking me a question about something completely irrelevant.
Shut this guy up.
Address the argument. What
Shut
the
him
hell?
up. Just yammering. I don't need your permission. I'll ask the server operators to shut you up if you
You
don't.
got my permission. Go ahead.
And now you're chanting "go ahead" through the top of me, which makes you an unreasonable prick, justified in being server muted if you are doing it continually. There you go, bitch. And then the operators of the server are muting you because you're a bitch.
Respond to the argument.
Nathan, there's no need for that, Hobbit.
You keep chanting through me, bitch. I'm going to
Come on,
define our
there's no
Earth's
need for name calling. Come on, guys. Let's be respectful.
That's what I'm going to do. Define our Earth's measured flat, while a load of white knights who've seen you've been muted for your unreasonable behaviour will try and attempt to stop me defining.
No, I'm just saying let's be respectful.
There's the white knight number one. We'll start picking these wankers off, Fumi. Maybe you'll tolerate it, maybe you'll run. We'll see. Last two ran. Earth's measured flat with an altitude angle, defined as altitude angle, describing how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design, elevation, or altitude angle. That's an angle measurement of Earth as a flat plane. Not circular reasoning like you offered, Fumi. No, it's not going to take part in a two-way discussion. Very disappointing.
Yeah, well, he's had a measurement of the Earth as a globe, and the globe was measured.
Yes.
What measurement are we talking about there, Bob? You know, like, not even detailed a measurement, let alone shown one.
He detailed the measurement.
chanting.
He detailed the measurement of the globe. That's how we know it's measured a globe. 'Cause he measured it as a globe.
Meanwhile, I
Yeah, where's
detailed
that measurement?
and defined an elevation angle measurement to him, with him on server mute. Will he acknowledge it when he comes off server mute because he couldn't shut up while I was defining an actual measurement? We'll see. No? Okay, well, I'll just do what he thought he was reasonable in doing. You're a stupid idiot, globe-believing numpty, my friend. Now I'm calling you retarded based on your behaviour here. Your demonstrable stupidity got you called retarded. Like, justifiably, because that's how you behaved. Like a retard, someone held back mentally. That's you, sir, the one who came in swearing at us. Yet, meanwhile, we defined how Earth was measured flat as a plane of reference to get elevation angles. That's an elevation angle measurement off a flat Earth, my standard of evidence, versus Dickhead's standard, which is, I glurf Earth glurf, 'cause glurf Earth, glurf. Okay. That's what we got from the retard, the one who came in and swore from us. Yeah. Then we defined how he was using circular reasoning. Yeah, that's called begging the question, the fallacy thereof. And he went, nuh-uh, I measured Earth for glurf, 'cause it's a glurf and that. Okay. Okay, dumbass. We're done with you, you stupid. We're flat earthers, we're righteous, we understand how Earth's measured. You're a stupid clown. You thought you had the right in coming here swearing at us? You didn't. You were the stupidest person in the room. Let it be known.
I'm guessing he's one of those people that first order measurements are physical and second order measurements are calculations because they don't know what measurement is. I'm guessing.
Right, attempt number 2. Let's do this. Another huge, massive thank you to the Politics Discord server for having us unexpectedly today, and my G Plus panel for making today's live show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Stay tuned if you are watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Good morning. Hello from Kentucky, USA. Anybody here?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I just want to jump in.
How are you, my man?
Doing good. How's it going?
I'm good.
Just want to jump in and comment. I was listening the last few minutes there. Basically, that gentleman was saying the Earth is a globe because the Earth is a globe. So that's their main argument now. Okay.
Pretty much, yeah. I can confirm that.
Okay. So that's the logical syllogism there. The Earth is a globe because the Earth is a globe. Gotcha.
He said it was a brute fact.
Very compelling globe argument, wouldn't you say, sir? Very convincing.
For every glober, there's a new version of cope we haven't seen before, it seems. Everyone has their own way of coping.
I guess there's a certain percentage of people that just have to consistently tell themselves that we're idiots and that the Earth is a globe because it just must be a globe somehow. They don't know how, but it's got to be a globe, right?
Even if it's measured flat, surveyed, practically used as flat, it's got to be globe somehow.
Somewhere, some smart scientists have figured out this whole globe thing. They're just not telling everybody else about it. They're not showing us any of the measurements, but somehow it's a globe, I promise you. Anyway, you guys continue. I probably got background noise. Any other heliocentric enthusiasts in here want to bring us some more compelling globe evidence? Feel free. Go ahead. That deafening silence you're listening to right now is globe believers proving their globe right now. They get the opportunity every day and they never do it. But anyway.
What's up, man? What's up, man?
Sorry about that. I didn't even know. Was I saying anything? Like I'm just like watching a movie in my earphones.
No, it's just some background noise, man. That's all.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's like dead silent here. Like there's nothing to. Oh, you know what? My fingers are probably rubbing the mic. That's why.
Yeah, just some feedback noise. Yep.
Yeah, my bad. That's weird. Like that like unmuted itself out of nowhere. That's weird. Oh, I know why. Because I got a phone call and I ignored it.
Yeah, iPhone.
Yeah, I fucking hate that.
Yeah, man. Self-doxing iPhones. It's a function. iDocs.
It does that every single time a call comes in. It unmutes itself. Like I hate it.
What's up, man? What's up, man?
What's up? I don't know who said that. Was it you, Leftist, or was it what's up? I guess so.
What's up, man? What's up? What's going on?
What's
What's
up?
going on the flat Earth today?
Are you a Glober?
I'm not a Glober. I'm a truth earther.
Oh, you're a truth earther.
Yeah. I believe the world is an egg.
You believe the world is an egg.
Egg.
Well, you started off correctly. At least you let us know what you believe.
No, I'm quite religious, bro. That's the point.
No, that's fine. It's okay. But it's just, I'm glad you understand it's a belief, not a fact. I think that, maybe in some cases it could be the same, but in this case it clearly isn't. Do you have any proof for your egg, Earth?
No, it's a belief. So I go by the Bible, and that's enough for me, yeah.
What scripture says it's an egg?
John 36.
John 36, what verse?
18.
Did you say 80 or 18?
80.
80. So 80?
No, 80. 80, bro.
80? 18.
Sorry. 80, bro. 80.
I can't hear you. I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Is it that
John 18, that's chapter 18, verse 36.
Yeah.
Or John 36, verse 18.
Yeah, 36, 18.
And how does that make an egg?
It is mentioned there, yeah.
John 18. Is it First John or is it just John? Or are you just making up scriptures now?
What is mentioned there? Read it out for us. Read it out.
John 18:36 says, Jesus answered, my kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest by the Jewish leaders, but now my kingdom is from another place. Is that an egg in there somewhere?
What? What is it? What is it saying? Jewish leaders? What?
Yeah. So you're. I don't think you like. I don't know. Maybe you're wrong.
What is it saying about Jewish leaders again, please?
It just talks about being arrested. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. It's saying they're aliens.
It talks about being arrested by the Jewish leaders. That's what it talks about.
Just making himself look stupid in this VCO.
Yeah,
to others as well, like really dumb.
Yeah, you're saying that they're not from
fucking clown.
They're from somewhere else, like aliens.
That was interesting though. He says egg and then just makes up a Bible verse and then laughs about the Bible dreams. But that's, I mean, yeah, you're right. He just makes an idiot of himself. I guess maybe he gets off on that. You know, I mean, there's some weird people. Like the ones that jump in here, then they yell out a word and they leave real quick. Like, dude, what kind of life is that, bro? What's up, Demont? Good morning.
What up?
That post-human eugenics dude that's like in the chat just skanking it up. Like I always wondered, like, do these guys not grasp like they're above the ground, and so technically, like in all directions, it's gonna look like you're above the ground, unless you're like in a bowl in a valley or something. I guess I don't know. You're in the mountains and you can't. I don't know, but like he has this photo that he's posting. Like, look at the dip of the horizon. Like, so in other words, if you were in that position, if you're way over there, you would be that high off the ground. Like these idiots don't fucking get it, dude. It's weird to me. What aren't they getting? These guys are stupid.
All you need is a floating stairway. Then you put it on the water, and you put it down to the boat. And you climb from the top of the water down to the boat. You use the altimeter and take it with you. If you don't change an elevation, we're on a globe. You have to walk down the stairway to the boat. See, the curve they can't find that's right there hiding the boat. How can't they find the curve hiding the boat if it's in front of the boat, hiding the boat physically? That physical curve of water that's right in front of the boat right there doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. You can't go smack it. You can't touch it. You can't get there. But it's there. But the boat's right there. But nobody can touch the earth curve because of what now? Nobody can measure it or draw it out because of what? But the guy on the boat's looking right at it. Isn't that weird? I am looking at a hump of water that's hiding half of me boat. How come the dudes don't see a hump of water in front of them anywhere? No tsunamis.
You know, I was just thinking about it. I wonder if anyone's ever recorded like a hurricane coming in, and they're like, "Look, I could only see the top of the hurricane because it's coming over the curve of the water as it gets closer to us." Oh wait, not a hurricane. What are those called?
Tornadoes.
No. Well, but when they're in the water.
Tsunamis.
No, not a tsunami because tsunami's like
whirlpool.
Oh, that's what are they called, dude? I'm like totally. It's too early right now.
Tidal wave. I don't know what you're asking about.
No, it's like a tornado, but from water to land. Like it comes
Typhoon?
in. Typhoon? Is that what it is? Oh,
Yeah.
no, I don't.
Yeah, it's a typhoon.
Too early right now. I can't think.
Anyway, a tornado doesn't dip down.
Right. Like you don't see like the top of a tornado. Like let's say like in Kansas, like someone isn't going like, "Oh my god, I can see the top of the tornado coming up over the curved earth." Like no, that never happened.
You wouldn't see the top. That's the part you wouldn't see.
No, but I mean like
directly under you. You see what I'm saying though? On a sphere,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like if you take a bugle and put the point of the bugle or the tip of the pyramid at the thing, you won't see the bottom once it's like that way a little bit. You'll never see the bottom of that pyramid again, ever. You'll never see the picture on it. You'll never see even a building that's rectangle and sticking out, like the tube. You'll never see inside the tube that's on a sphere out of your way. Like you can't look down in it. So on the earth, if you put some tubes out in front of you and you fly up in a helicopter and you can look down in the tubes, then there's no way in hell you could be on a globe.
Yeah, it's interesting, these guys. I'm tired, dude. I gotta go to sleep. It's 7:30. Don't hit mute. Talk to y'all later.
Catch you later, man.
Big floating stairway.
So the globe horizon is not physical, but it is physical, but it's not, but it is, but it's not, but it is, but it's not, but it is.
Can't touch it. Can't point it out. Can't draw it on the wall.
Can't measure a distance to it.
No, you can't even start it. You know, the first pin dot that would start the first portion of it. I'm not looking for the 8 inches like everybody else. That's stupid. I'm looking for where it starts and keeps going exponentially more than one pin dot. Because we can see micro.
They all want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to claim that the sun setting on the horizon is casting light upwards underneath the clouds. But the horizon isn't globe curvature, the last guy said. But he says that's proof of globe curvature.
When I heard that argument earlier, like way earlier, when Nathan, even before Nathan started his show, and that guy was in here saying that, the first thing I thought was every time. Here's the first thing I thought: every time we don't see that, like they debunk themselves with their own claim, because you don't always see that phenomenon, or optical, you don't always have that observation where every night or every morning, like, at sunrise and sunset, like you don't always see that happening. There are times when you won't see that. And it's like they can't make that claim because that's not something that happens every single time. If that was the case, it would happen every single time. If I took a flashlight and I just kept turning it around a basketball, every single time something would be lit up underneath at an angle. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he knew where the horizon curvature argument would take him, which is why he said it doesn't need to be globe curvature causing this, because he knew from, I guess, his discussions with us and others, that as soon as he would say that is the case, that we would ask him for evidence that the horizon is physical. It's physical curvature. And he knew he couldn't go there. So he had to say, no, it doesn't matter. Just ignore this. And then you explain it on flat Earth. And my evidence, by the way, is this MS Paint illustration of something we don't see in reality that is based off of my interpretation of what I think we do see in reality. And it's up to you to debunk it with an alternate explanation with what you think is actually happening in reality. There's nowhere to go with that conversation. It was so fucking frustrating. And then he challenges me to a debate in text and runs before I can say yes, after I'm trying to set constraints on what the debate should be about. Like, this is 2025, folks. These are their champions. We went through all the good ones. We're stuck with these fucking retarded trust fund kids of the Globers we used to deal with.
Yeah, they've gotten pretty lame lately. Like the ones that come to bottom of the barrel type guy.
Bob fills out his science application. Bob's job is to get on Discord. He's like, you don't want me to do science, Tony? He's like, no, you gotta fucking get on Discord and just talk for science. Talk for globes. Do talking for a ball.
Is his name Professor Tony?
It's just any of them you want to pick. They talk for balls. Like
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, instead of ball physics being itself, they talk for it.
No, because you just reminded me something. Yesterday, I was talking to Quantum, or maybe it was the day before. I don't know. I'm lost in my days right now. And I think it was yesterday, and we were talking about like PhDs, guys with PhDs. And I said Professor Phil, but I think his name is Tony, Professor Tony.
PhD Tony, yes.
Yeah, PhD Tony. That's the guy I was talking about because when John said no, he doesn't have a PhD, it's fake or whatever, I was like, no, wait, I know for a fact Tony has a PhD, but I stayed quiet because I was like, oh, maybe I said the wrong person, and you just reminded me. Yeah, his name's Tony. PhD Tony, that's his name. Fuck, I said Phil. What an idiot.
Quantum array, so we're going to start a conversation. I won't mute you if you don't let me.
Yeah, that guy.
Speak.
Yeah, he has a PhD, and he got wrecked with his PhD. That was funny, dude. I forgot who was it. It wasn't Dan.
I wrecked him 100 million times.
But I don't. Somebody wrecked him using his own fucking his own tactic. But I mean, at least I do give it up to Tony that at least he was humble enough to to admit that he didn't know that whatever question was being asked, he was humble enough to he admitted yeah I don't know that. But it's like, dude, you come in here acting big and bad because you have a PhD. But Quantum said it best. He's like, these guys with PhDs, they're super focused on one thing, so they don't know the whole array of everything that's being discussed. But they are usually they know when to shut up. They're not like these Globers that fucking think they know everything and then they just fucking run off the mouth and they're saying shit they don't even fucking know about. At least PhDs, they're like, oh yeah, we actually don't know that. They'll admit it. That's why I enjoy conversation with dudes like that. I think that's also why I respect Matthew Learns a lot, because he will admit it. Yeah, you're right. That's just a claim. It is a belief. And we can't prove it.
Yeah, that's what yeah, but he still says we're on a globe. So
I know.
My contention with him is, how come he doesn't understand elevation yet?
Well, he's very honest about it. He's like, I believe it is. He goes, I truly believe it is. And it's almost like telling someone that believes in Buddha, and then they go and give him money every time they visit a statue. They truly believe in that. You can't, that's just a belief. You can't shake that. And some of these guys are not willing to admit that. They'll stick to, oh no, we know it is. We have a fact. And then they go off into fucking la la land. But at least some of these guys are honest with us and themselves. And they're like, no, I just believe it. Matthew Learns is not honest. He just puts on an act. I don't know. I think that might be something that can be debatable, because there's been plenty of times where he's even like argued against Globers with us because he's calling out the Globers like, no, like that's not even what we believe, and that's not even how it works. Like he's done that multiple times. But I get what you're saying though. He's still like, as people would say, like he's still a snake in the weeds because he believes it to be a globe and pushes it. I get that. Yeah, no, I've talked to him about that before too, like comparing scriptures. But again, he admits he believes these things. He doesn't know for a fact. So it's interesting. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Just like McToon, he does that too. He's an idiot. That dude's. I think honestly, that dude's like borderline like demonic, dude. Like I get that he has like he creates content, puts it on YouTube, and he appeals to his audience. But if he's truly like a man of faith and everything, whatever, like that he tries to portray himself to be, like when he reads his super chats and like people with like all these satanic like just anti god of anything in that sense. They have a god. Their god is like Satan type shit. Like then he entertains them. He's laughing. He's like, thank you. Like he's literally entertaining them, like welcoming that. And I don't know. He has an introduction with like during Christmas time, he had like this like heavy metal like Christmas introduction. I'm like, dude, like that's almost like, I don't know. If from a
dude, the dude posts videos of like furries and shit dancing on his channel. Right. The guy's creepy. There's no way that guy's a Christian. That guy's like super sus. Seems like some satanic atheist type character, right?
Yeah, and he's acting like he goes to church, he has a wife, he's happy, and he lives like this, regular,
who is
Midwest American life. We're talking about dumbass McToon. Talking about Michael.
He said he pretends he has a wife.
Some man hands come in the picture. He's like, "That's my beautiful wife."
Yeah, he's got an Einstein wife.
No, actually, I've seen her in his videos before. She looks like a normal fucking Midwest like wife, I guess. I would expect it, But
I made you pork chops. They're ready.
That's cool. Yeah, but his claim of like trying to be like all good and Christian, like, dude, that dude you're right, dude. He is like sus. I don't know, man. Did you see that one video that I think Robot Paul should put it together, where like his face changes when he's getting so angry at Witsit? Like he's like you could see like he's just like demonic, dude. That guy's demonic. He acts like he's all good and wholesome, but that dude's just like a total douchebag.
Yeah, Satanists hide behind Christianity.
What was that?
The Satanists like to hide behind, a veil of Christianity.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's playing both fields. It's always funny to watch him call other people grifters when that dude makes so much money and he grifts the fuck out of his channel, or like he uses it to grift so much.
You see Danny Faulkner in that interview, and he had the all-seeing eye behind him on his bookshelf.
No, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I mean, very dodgy. Joel Osteen, you know.
Oh well, you know what? I'll be honest. I'm not good with names, but I'm sure if I saw a photo of the person, I'll be like, oh yeah, I know that. I know what you're talking about. But it sounds like you're talking about like mega church pastors. I wonder. I don't know if you heard that story, but since it's dead air, I'll say it real quick. There was a while ago, whether it's like a month ago or whatever, they were saying like I saw this thing, and it might have even been an old story, but it was about like they found all this money in the walls of his church that he had made a claim for, that it was stolen, and they found it like he was just hiding it. And I was thinking, dude, how can people still follow that guy? Like that dude's clearly preaching one thing but doing another. He's like $500,000 hiding in his walls. He claimed it so he didn't have to pay taxes on it. Claimed it lost or stolen.
Lost.
I meant stolen.
So how do you lose money in somebody's walls?
Well, that was the point. Like they found it in the wall. So like, wait, what? Like, years ago, didn't you file a claim that this money was stolen and they found it in the walls? Yeah, I'll try to find the article and post it. I saw it like a month ago.
Oh, so he made an insurance claimant on it of some type?
Yeah, something like that. I forgot.
Taxed or something.
Yeah, it's $600,000 in cash. Here is from NBC News. Watch, I'll post I'll share it. Oops. Damn it. I wasn't supposed to say that. Okay. Like this dude was like, I don't know, man.
You know, like at the poker table when they take the little thing and they push the money in the slot? He had a slot in one of his walls. He's just pushing the donations in.
Oh, wow.
I'm just feeling funny. Martha, I can't push this fucking money in the slot fast enough.
Yeah, so if you read it, it says police said that recovered checks appear to be connected to a March 2014 theft of $600,000 in cash and checks from a church safe. So this dude found the money in the wall of Joel Osteen's church. But hold on, I don't know. Wait, hold on. Maybe he found it in the wall somewhere else. So let me double check that. Now that I think about it, like, wait, I could have read that wrong. Inside a wall at a celebrity No, he did find it in the wall at the church. That's crazy, bro. Like, dude, come on, bro. Like, who's gonna steal money from a church and then put it in their walls, bro? Like, what? Like, come on, dude. Obviously, that's like some inside job type shit. That's crazy. Did you hear Paula White was made pastor of the Fed Faith, FED, Faith Office, Fed. I never. What's the Fed Faith Office? Oh, you mean in the government? You mean like the federal? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't hear that actually. Wow. She's the former senior. Although what? She's really attractive. Unless that's like an old photo of her. Oh, it's just the angle, I guess, because I see a different one now. Yeah, she's like a feel good pastor, like a fortune, faith and fortune pastor. Yeah. Crazy.
Another quiet day at Flat Earth headquarters. I like what Says Who said. That this topic alone, even setting flat versus globe aside, this topic teaches you so much about the deceptive nature of people. What mental gymnastics they'll go through to defend beliefs. We try to make it about measurements and empirical reality in general. It ends up beyond our control sometimes, being about the people and their ill intent. Flat Earth is the ultimate shit test for so many people.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, the level of dishonesty some of these anti-flat earthers go to is astonishing. Sometimes I wonder whether they're actually lying to themselves as well. Or, I mean, it's getting ridiculous at this point. I mean, and then half of the people that come in here, or more, like 90% of the people that come in here that aren't flat earthers aren't any more honest.
Yeah.
I mean, that aren't anti-flat earthers. They're not any more honest. They're just kind of like, I don't know, I don't want to be too rude, but yeah, they're just like ridiculous. And it's very rare to get someone that comes in good faith and actually wants to have a discussion and listen to points, and it's scary how rare that is.
Yeah, was it you or Says Who? Somebody said recently that that they're afraid to even make people that we deal with are afraid to even make a globe claim to stand behind. Did they try to adopt a neutral stance almost?
Yep.
And they can't even do that.
Yeah, we see that approach pretty often, right? We're like, provide globe evidence. They'll say, "Oh, I didn't say it was a globe. I didn't prove it's a globe. I just want to ask questions about flat Earth." It's like, come on, man, own up to it.
Yeah. Oh, a sun setting on the horizon. I didn't intend for that to be construed as a curvature claim, even though I'm defending the globe.
Oh, man, they're all over the place. When it comes to horizons, they're so lost. They can't work out if it's apparent, if it's geometric. Like, what's the difference between the two? Like, which observations should they claim refraction with, and which ones should they completely ignore refraction with? It's all over the place. It's kind of funny.
A few hours ago, we had a guy claim that that the globe curvature horizon was at the water level of one of the oil rigs. Like, we haven't heard that 1,000 times. And then he also acknowledged that there was a horizon beyond the last rig that we could see, but we're supposed to ignore that and look at the water line, and that the water line below the oil rig is the actual curvature of the Earth instead. Even though you could see the surface. You could see the surface beyond it.
Yeah, that's crazy when they say that there's multiple horizons, right? Like, they say
you don't even put enough Fendt cheese on your sub, bro. Like, come on, man.
Do you think pineapple belongs on pizza?
No, I think Fendt cheese does. Fentuccine, nigga.
Oh, okay.
God.
Kids, don't ever drop out of school like this guy. You're not going to go anywhere. You're going to be stuck on Discord.
I bet that's a fucking I bet do. Do.
My wife was just laughing in the background.
Locked.
I couldn't
My
find
wife
out
said,
if.
"What's wrong with this guy?"
Hey, let me find out if. Let me find out if the Earth is flat.
Okay. Go outside.
Yeah. Why were y'all muting me? Why were y'all muting me, man?
Just go outside, man.
Why were y'all muting me? Why were y'all muting me?
Take a deep breath of fresh air when you go outside, and thank God for your containment.
Wow.
Thank God that you're confined
I
to this
can't
material
breathe.
existence.
I can't breathe, bro. Stop
All right,
muting
George
me,
Floyd, calm down, George.
man. You're stopping me from breathing, bro.
No, man, your
Stop
fentanyl's
serving
making
me
you
into
stop
me.
breathing.
Stop serving me into me. I can't breathe. Because I can't talk. I can't talk, bro. No, I'm being serious.
Your fentanyl.
Fentanyl fit?
cheese.
Are you saying that I'm getting into a fentanyl fit, bro?
Yeah, you're calling it fentanyl cheese earlier.
Yeah, it's that fentanyl cheese, nigga. I put that shit in.
Stops your breathing. Not good for you.
Alright, bro. Let me just get the fent lettuce, man. Alright, man. Is the Earth flat?
Of course.
Okay. So where was the evidence, man?
Where's the evidence for flat Earth? Gee,
Of course was the edit.
Why would you think Earth is not flat? Like,
Because I'm niggardly, bro.
And teach this guy about flat Earth, man. It's a globe, bro. Stay on Team Globe. They need you.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right. I'm going to head back in the office.
Okay. Yo, guys.
It's a globe, bro. Just don't worry about it. It's a globe.
Okay. The Earth is a globe. Okay. We've all emphasized that. We've all emphasized that. So, what is Fenty? Is Fenty spherical or is it flat?
It's everything's spherical, bro.
I don't know.
Yep. Have a good day. Thank you for coming by.
Fenty's not flat though, bro. Because you'd have to add it to the flat bread. You have to add it to
Your
the flat
mama
bread.
is flat.
No.
Okay, bro.
Think about it, bro.
Your mama
It
is
won't
flat.
expand the yeast. Hey, bro, you have a yeast infection, bro, and that's your problem, man.
Your
You're
mama
trying to get convection.
Is flat.
Mush Kane was just asking if you can come to the Black Heaven server. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, bro, you really need to do some fent.
That level of degeneracy and retardedness does not belong in this VC. Get up and get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out of here, boy. That degenerate behavior.
Yo, Crit, is that you in your profile picture?
Hey, what's up, guys? Morning.
Hello, lads. How are we doing?
Chilling, bro. Chilling. How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm just driving and working at the moment. I can only listen. I can't talk. Tonight, I'll finish about 10 p.m. I'll finish about 10 p.m. tonight. So when I finish work, I can talk. But at the moment, I'm working. I'm driving.
Yeah, for sure.
I can't really talk.
Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries.
I can only listen.
No worries, yeah.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna be sleeping by then too, but it's all good.
Nice to speak to you anyway.
Hey, nice to talk to you too, bro. You have a good one, man.
Maybe I can talk to you later on tonight.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'll speak to you later.
All right,
bro. Get a room, man.
Hey, you guys sound into it.
Hey, man. You know, he's just being friendly. It's all right. It's all right.
It's just joking, man. Relax. You couldn't tell I was joking. Who's Lats?
Yeah, no worries. Critical too. Oh, a new guy from is it FED? Yeah, from FED, Nathan's channel, I think.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I just started getting in Discords after a while. I was sick of debating people over text, so I wanted to do some voice chat instead.
Nets, we got to buy you a new microphone.
Oh, I know. I'm using my basic ass, Apple AirPods right now, so the quality's not that great. That's so funny. There's this dude, because I'm driving right now, and I was like looking to see if there's anybody walking on the crosswalk right now. And he's like, "Hey man, if you're gonna look, you gotta say hi." He thought I was looking at that chick's butt that just walked by. That's pretty funny. Anyway, I have a Glober friend that wants a question answered about whatever is containing our air pressure here on Earth. Like, does anybody know the dimensions of it, how high it is, what it's made of, anything?
No.
That would be a Glober thing. They're the ones who say it's got a dimension to it.
Yeah, you could ask the opposite. Ask him how you can contain air without a container. That would be a great question to ask.
Oh yeah, I mean they don't know. There's no evidence of gravity containing air, obviously. So it can't do that. Gravity can't pressurize air either. So
yeah, but they believe in that though. That's the problem.
You don't have to answer any questions like that. Just letting you know.
Oh yeah, I already told them that there's no way to prove what it's made of, how high it is.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter how big it is, whatever. It doesn't change the fact that gas pressure requires a container. That's it. Yeah. That's all you have to say. Yeah. You don't have to give him speculations of dimensions or whatever the case may be here. It's futile. Because if you give him that, then you're not much better than him by being a believer as well. Because how are you going to prove the dimensions?
You can't tell him it's a fixed volume. That'll piss him off.
No, yeah, I already know that. Yeah, air pressure requires containment and all that, but they just want more from it. There's nothing like for them in that. I'm just like, I mean, there's not. We can't test it. Or you can only speculate, and I don't like speculating because I can't prove my speculation. So,
yeah.
But yeah, they just wanted that question.
Yeah, if you can convince them that air pressure requires a container, then you've won.
No, it's not about convincing. It's facts.
Matthew, you think that air
You know
pressure
that.
does not require a container now, Matthew?
Right.
Convince him. Fuck.
So Matthew thinks that you can actually create air pressure in a vacuum with, that's it, a ball of air pressure in a vacuum, right,
Wait,
Matthew?
doesn't vacuum requires a container anyways?
Yeah,
on
but
Earth it does, yeah.
where
else
does
are you
it?
doing it?
If you're at some place where you're above the Earth's atmosphere, then you wouldn't need a container to have a vacuum.
No, how would that work though? It still needs a container for vacuum.
I don't think you do. No.
You don't?
Wait, can you show us a vacuum without containment?
Yeah, I would say that about 200 miles above your head, there's a vacuum with no container.
You haven't proven that.
I mean, it makes sense though. The higher you go, the less and less the air pressure gets. So it would approach zero at some point.
So is that because of gravity or because of temperature?
Temperature has something to do with it, but I think it's due to the weight of the air.
So you're saying air is pulled to the ground?
No, I'm saying air has weight. Everything has weight, and so the weight of the air. I mean, where air is really light, but the weight of the air is sufficient to cause pressure without a container.
So is it being pulled to the ground then?
I guess so. If you want to call weight that, I mean, weight is just the force that pulls something to the ground, right? Weight describes how much force there is. Like you're holding a bowling ball, it's 16 pounds. It has 16 pounds of weight.
So when you vacate air from a container, why is it that the container gets heavier?
I don't know.
It's almost like the air doesn't have weight.
So you're saying scuba tanks are heavier when they're empty than when they're full?
Yes.
Oh, that's news to me. I didn't know that.
If you want, there's been a demonstration done of this before, plenty of times, where they'll have like a little bit of a weight on a scale within a vacuum chamber, and then once they vacate the air, the weight will get heavier.
Well, yeah, because the scale is a little bit buoyant in the air, whereas if you take all the air out, then the scale is heavier, slightly heavier. Kind of like if you had a wooden scale underwater or something like that, maybe heavier wood that doesn't float.
Yeah, but in your paradigm, the air should be pulled downwards, like with a downward bias inwards towards Earth.
Yeah, that's why there's less pressure at the top of the ceiling in the room you're in versus the floor, even though there's no container in between the ceiling and the floor.
Correct. Yeah, but you can have that pressure to begin with without containment.
Yeah, you can. I mean, wind is pressure on a sail. That's how people have been sailing boats for thousands of years. Or you blow on your hand, you stick out your hand out the window when you're driving 60 miles an hour. Those are all examples of pressure with no container.
Well, that's because the Earth has containment already.
So you're going to assume that it has containment already to prove that it has containment already?
Well, no, I don't assume that there's containment. I know there's
Sounds like
containment
circular
because
reasoning. You could just reify it.
well, you can't have pressure without containment unless you can
Yes, you
demonstrate
can.
any gas. Can you demonstrate a gas law without containment?
Yeah, the atmosphere is a great example. But also you can, all kinds of things. If moving air causes pressure, the weight of air causes pressure. There's lots of different reasons. So you're right that that putting air in a container is a way to cause pressure, but it's not the only way.
All right, but can you have gas pressure next to a area that is a lot less lower pressure?
No, like right next to it, you're not going to notice much difference, but there is a slight downward bias due to the weight. That's why I was saying the pressure at the top of the ceiling, or at the ceiling in the room you're in, is slightly less than the pressure at the floor, even though there's no container in between that.
It has to do because of the depth.
No, it's because of the weight of the air in the room.
No, it has to do with depth, volume.
Depth? What are you talking about?
Yes. There's a depth, there's a volume there. So there's height.
Right. So that's what the air at the ceiling isn't being pushed down by the air that's in the room, but the air at the floor is. I mean, it's not much air, so it's barely measurable.
Without the depth, you wouldn't have that though.
Right. The depth, the deeper you go, the higher, the more weight there is on top of it. The air. I mean, air is really.
Yeah, but that
light.
doesn't mean there's more of it. It's just the same quantity. It's just.
Yeah, you're right. In the room, there's the same quantity of air everywhere, but it has a slight downward bias, which you can measure by the fact that
downward bias.
It doesn't?
No.
Well, then why is there less pressure at the top of the ceiling than at the bottom of the floor?
Because of depth.
Right here, I got you, bro. I can just answer your question super easy, right?
Oh, yeah,
So,
okay.
like, if we just take,
I mean, how's that not an easy answer? Depth.
Because it doesn't explain anything. I mean, it's like saying
volume,
blue because of
volume.
blue, or maybe yellow.
Because the volume, dude. What are you talking about? It's volume. There's
Saying
depth
words
into it. If there was no
isn't
depth,
an explanation.
there wouldn't be a gradient.
well,
I agree with that. Yeah.
We could just take this through the scientific method.
In other words, there's no more water. There's no more air on top that there is at the bottom. There is the same amount of air. There's just depth. Like if you put water in a container, that means that if you have depth in that container, you have a pressure gradient.
It's because of the water. Like when you go down in a swimming pool, all the water above you is what is pushing against you. That's why it's a higher pressure at the bottom of the swimming pool.
Right, but there's no more quantity of water, is there?
No, there's no more quantity. The question is how much water is above you. That's the question, and the answer is at the bottom of the swimming pool. There's a lot more water.
Right, but there's still the same amount of quantity per that square inch. So in other words, you're trying to say there's less water or air up there, but it has to be the same amount of air. 'Cause, I mean, it's the same with the water. There's the same amount of water. There's just more on top of it. Yes, 100% sure, which creates that gradient pressure.
Yeah, you're right. In the water, the gradient pressure is caused by the amount of water above you. So if you're right at the surface, there's not much pressure, but you go 12 feet down, all the water above you is causing the higher pressure.
Right, depth.
But water's not compressible, so
right.
yeah.
So that's depth. That's that.
Right, because of the weight of the water above you. The more depth you have, the more water you have above you.
Correct. It's not the amount of water.
Same with the air.
It's not the amount of water because you can have the same amount of water sideways, and it won't be as much pressure. Same thing happens with the air. So saying that there has to be a volume. Without that volume, without the actual containment of the for it to have depth, there wouldn't be no pressure. Now, if it's uncontained, the gas will go everywhere, especially into a vacuum, and no depth.
Well, I mean, you keep saying that you have to have volume to have pressure, but you don't. The only necessary antecedents for gas pressure are gas and pressure. That's why it's measured
No, it
in
needs
psi
to
pounds, which is force, and square inch, which is area. So you need
Yes,
force
you
and
said it
area.
correctly. You said it correctly, square inches, because you need that volume. You need that containment of the gas to be able to have a volume. Without a volume, in other words, if I have a container of water and I take away the container, what happens to the depth?
So square inches is not a volume. You
Okay,
don't have to have a volume.
okay, fine. But what happens to the depth?
As
If
the
I
depth increases, then you have more of the air above you, or more
Oh
of the
no!
water above
Did
you, or
you miss
whatever.
my question? I have a container full of water, and then I remove the container. What happens to the depth of the water?
Just splashes all over and goes
It
away.
goes away, right?
Right. Yeah.
So the same thing with a containment of gas. If I have no containment, I take the containment away. What happens to the gas?
It goes all over the place.
It disperses.
With the slight,
So
yeah, it
that
disperses,
way,
but a slight downward bias.
having that same analogy and logic, what will happen if we have no containment on Earth? It would just go away, wouldn't it?
It would spread in all directions, but it would have a slight downward bias, and if there's enough, it would fill up the
But
whole
why
atmosphere.
didn't it stay? But why didn't it stay when the containment when we had it there on Earth, in that one little spot in the gas in the container? Once I opened the containment, the air went everywhere. Why wouldn't it do the same thing in a contained environment without a container on Earth?
So when you open a container, everything disperses. I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. If the Earth was not contained, if it was open, all the air would just disperse into
Right.
every direction. So we have to have containment for there to be gas pressure on Earth. There has to be depth. If there isn't any depth, there
Well,
wouldn't
if you
be
go
any
outside,
pressure.
there's no container, but there's still pressure. So that's
Well, I mean, not that you can.
So the atmosphere is a black swan to the container argument. It's an example with no container.
Well, no. It's that you might not know the container's there, but it
You're
definitely
just going
has
to
to be
reify a container
containment.
It's not an
There has to
argument
be
because you can't
containment.
produce it at a
There
smaller
has to be
scale.
containment. There has to be containment for there to be gas pressure.
No,
That is
Otherwise,
not a black
you're just
swan.
reifying it. Yeah, it's a black swan. It's an example.
No, it's
you
not.
say all
No, it's
pressure
not.
all pressure requires a container. Those are white swans. I say, look, there's a
Yeah,
black
no,
swan.
You
There.
can't prove this on a smaller scale, dude. You can't reproduce
can.
this. Okay,
Just look at the pressure gradient.
it's not.
It's
It's not
obvious.
a reification.
Oh
It's not a
my God.
reification. It's not a reification when it's an antecedent.
There is no antecedent. So you're just saying,
Yes,
I
no,
think
there is an
there's.
antecedent.
No, it's not. The antecedent for gas pressure is gas and pressure. No container, just gas and
No,
pressure.
it's
That's why it's
gas
called gas
on.
pressure.
No, that's not the antecedent. Gas and pressure. How do you have
It
pressure
is.
without containment?
By
Without hitting
gas
water?
causing pressure. That's all you have to do. Gas
No, it
pressing
does
against
not.
an
Show
area.
me where it says gas causes pressure.
Matthew, what's the
on
definition of
itself.
gas pressure?
Gas causing a force on a area.
What's an area?
It's pressure.
No, what's gas pressure? Not pressure. The definition of pressure. What's gas pressure?
Even with his definition. When
Okay,
he
so
said
pressure
area,
is a
even when
force
he
on an
said
area. Gas pressure is a force on an area caused by gas.
I'm not asking you
Yeah,
a
no,
definition of the
hold
individual
on.
words.
Even if
Yeah,
he
I'm
said
telling you
area,
what
the
gas
area
pressure is.
an area totally debunks his whole claim that there is no containment.
If you open any physics book, what is the definition of gas pressure, dude?
I don't know. It's been a while since I've had physics.
Yeah, so maybe you shouldn't be talking about this.
Yeah, but I'm pretty smart and it's common sense. It's just pressure caused by gas. That's why it's called gas pressure. You want water pressure? You know what water pressure is? It's pressure caused by water. No?
Okay.
I mean, you have to have water to have water pressure, I guess. You have to have air to have, or gas in order to have gas pressure. Look, I gotta go, but
Yeah, I know. I know you want to negate the whole container thing, and you gotta go now. I know.
Run away.
Just before you go, we have the gas pressure definition in the side chat here. I'll just read it out quickly. Gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts on the container boundaries.
right. So if you have a container, then it's the boundaries are what it's exerting force on, but it's basically the force. So it's talking about gas pressure being a force, and it's due to the gas.
Show me how do you press force against the vacuum, dude? Tell me that.
Against vacuum,
It would be like infinite fucking boundaries, for fuck's sake.
I know,
Thinking
it's
that
ridiculous.
with that type of logic.
This guy's
That's
line
so
of thinking is
stupid.
bonkers.
No, I think I'm saying things are pretty reasonable. I mean, ships
No.
sail across the ocean
Not
due
at
to
all.
gas pressure.
Not at all.
No?
Not at all. You're reifying your belief.
Can you, Matthew? Can you create
Yes, you are.
right
You
above
stated that many
atmospheric
times.
pressure? Can you create a static system higher than atmospheric pressure without a container?
Yeah, you go down to the Dead Sea. It's slightly higher than atmospheric pressure, but I get what you're asking. If you want to make it higher than atmospheric pressure, then you have to contain it and squeeze the volume to be smaller.
Okay, and would you agree that you're begging the question when you're using the atmosphere, which is the thing in question, as your only evidence?
No, the question is, where does the pressure from the atmosphere, where does it derive from? And so I think you guys are the ones begging the question, saying it's due to a container that we've never seen or measured or know anything about. And so we're just going to reify that there's a container up there, even though gas doesn't require a container.
It does require it. Show me in a lab of you producing gas pressure with no container in a laboratory.
Blow on your hand. You can feel the pressure.
No, that's just manipulating the pressure that's already there, right? You're not creating gas pressure. You're not creating a static system.
There's no system, right? And also, decreasing the volume of containment is not the only way to increase gas pressure. I'm pretty
Right.
sure you know Puvner, right?
Yeah, you can heat it up. You can.
There's many
increase the
things you can
pressure.
do.
And you just empty out a container to put gas pressure in
But
there.
all of them require a container. And
All
I
those
think an
examples
isolated
do.
system.
I mean, sailing across the ocean doesn't require a container.
Yeah, your lungs definitely that denies your claim because you just have to use your lungs, which is a container that holds gases, and then have to exert it to be able to put pressure. Without your lungs, you wouldn't have that pressure.
What would happen to our lungs if we were right next to a vacuum, dude?
Yeah, it'd be bad news.
Yeah, I know it would be.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, see you, Matthew.
He bunks his own logic.
Did he say air itself creates boundaries of like?
No way he say that.
I mean, come on, man.
Did he say
I don't want to say the word stupid, but he's so stupid when he says that, and he knows that.
Did he say air creates its own boundaries?
Yeah. Basically, it's creating its own boundaries without a container. That's the container with the boundaries with the air itself. Air upon air, which is what exactly? That's so stupid, man. This guy's so anti-science. Like, where's the scientific experiment backing this up? Like, what kind of talk is this from a professor? On top of that, that's very shameful. And he's teaching fucking kids, students, this crap.
Well, he only teaches math, so you can go.
Oh, thank God. And that Flake Flurf is so annoying. Keeps coming back for the same
Is he a
shit.
troll? I think he's a troll, that guy.
Yeah, 100%. He's a troll. He's worse than a troll. Like he tries to derail conversations. He tries to get on people's nerves. It's like an advanced troll.
Who posted this gif saying God is Allah? Oh yeah, I forgot it's live streaming. I can turn it back to see who did that. Hey DJ, you there?
Yeah.
I was having a conversation with some guy with a verified rule yesterday, and he told me that before we started debating, he said Flat Earth is a cult designed to make people feel known in the world.
Yeah.
He said if you're a nobody and you want to feel like you're known somewhere, that's where you go.
Oh. Profound.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. He was just trying to I don't know, like embarrass me or something.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh
What's up?
shit! I think my mic was off for like. Never mind. Okay, it's all good. Never mind. Thank you.
It was Rayhan. Rayhan posted that.
If you want to be known, go to the Flat Earth Discord. Known by who? What? Other Flat Earth?
When did that one guy say he was a professor?
Matthew Learns?
I don't know. The other guy. I don't know. Somebody said the dude that left was a professor.
He is. And he's got like 1.5 million viewers on YouTube.
Who, Matthew Learns?
Yeah.
He's got 1 million subscribers?
He's got 15 million subscribers.
There you
No
go.
way, dude.
Yeah,
he does.
He has 140 million views on one of his videos, right? It's just where he's pulling a prank on his class. I think that's where most of his subscribers came from. I think YouTube just decided to push the crap out of that video, and that's where he gets the.
Who is it? Matthew Learns?
Yeah.
No,
I really wanted that guy to say that.
What's his YouTube called?
Right, you don't pay attention when you're in here, do you?
I did not know he has.
What's his
He's a
YouTube
famous
called?
YouTuber.
Just type in Professor Pranks his class. It'll come up at the top.
Really?
I think it's Matthew Weathers.
He knows how to
see here.
He knows how to manipulate videos. He knows how to manipulate video. He knows what it's all about. So if he says, "Oh, that can't be done with this," he's just lying to you. He gets paid to lie to people. He's a professional liar.
He's a liar.
Oh, that's Robert. Good Robert.
What happened to Robert, man?
Oh, I found it. Matthew Weathers.
You people are CGI, you're liars.
Wait, was he in here earlier?
Bro, he kept chanting the same shit over and over. You guys, CGI, you're liars. The fuck? That guy was broken. Holy shit.
I love that guy. He's like
Beyond.
There's no way this guy's actually a university professor. This is a university classroom, dude. There's no way he's a university professor.
Yes, why don't you think you can be a university professor?
Stop freaking out about it.
He teaches math and computer science at some Christian school.
Yeah, but he must know the scientific definition of gas pressure, though. Why does he run away from that?
He wasn't running away.
Yeah, he was.
He's a math professor. He might not be that good in physics.
You guys just should have got him to say that gravity can contain the air. That would have been good.
Anyway,
he stays away from that claim. He avoids that like the plague.
Yeah, he teaches computer science. He doesn't really do math anymore. I talked to him. And it's more for beginner stuff he teaches.
He comes in here, he has the same 10 talking points. He just repeats them every single time he comes here.
Wait, when is he going to be back again?
Who knows?
I want to get him to admit
He comes here all the time.
All the time.
He's got his own photography of the oil rigs. They're not the same dimensions as the Black Swan, but I mean, at least he put some effort and took his own photography.
Yeah, they pretty much are the same dimensions, except he went there on a day where there was pretty big waves. You can see the waves, but it's still Black Swans. I'll post the images in the side chat right now.
Yeah, one of them does have a big wave in it. You can see where.
Yeah, some footage I see from that location, right? There's like surfers there and stuff, so it's definitely big ocean swells there sometimes.
He makes videos about Bitcoin, dude.
I don't mind the guy. I think he's all right.
I'm sure he gets paid to make videos. When you have that many subscribers, all you have to do is somebody has to pay you to make a video. That's it.
I don't think he's making videos anymore. His last video was like 3 years ago.
I'm sure. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey DJ.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I have to turn my music up so I can hear you. So Robert messaged me this morning, and he sent me this link, and he said great upcoming events, and it says NASA sets coverage of Firefly's first robotic commercial moon landing.
Wow. Sounds like some exciting news.
Dude, I think Robert actually regularly just watches NASA news.
Yeah, man. He told me that he watches every day when he wakes up. He watches Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh my god, that's just sad.
Wakes up every day. NASA news right now. God.
Yeah, he has breakfast like watching Neil.
Oh my god. Like the guy. Oh.
Yeah, there's no way
like
he's
was
gonna
like
realize.
Yeah, I don't know. That guy was a bit weird.
Yeah.
Like high tier zealot. High tier, like for real. Like hard on. NASA like fanboy.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't fault him for that. I used to be like that too before I woke up to this shit. So
yeah, but the problem is when you show him the contradictive evidence and such, he said you are a liar. You made a CGI out of it. You are liars. That's all he had to say.
Did
Nothing
you guys show him the
constructive.
Black Swan too?
Yeah, same with Black Swan. Yeah, CGI.
He said it is impossible.
You're liars.
It's impossible on a globe, my brother. It's impossible. That's how I know it is fake.
Oh, okay.
So
he says
because it didn't match the globe, he said he said it's wrong.
He said this has to be fake, right? It has to be fake because this would be impossible on a globe.
So automatically, if it's impossible, you guys are liars. What the fuck? It's just evidence. He was asked to do his own type of evidence, record it, and present it to us.
Yeah, that's another one of his funny statements. He said that he has a P900, right? And that he goes out and does all the observations all the time. He's always doing them 99% of the time. First, he said 100% of the time. Every single time, the geometric horizon is exactly where it should be.
He didn't present one, though, did he? One of his...
Robert does not own a P900.
I wouldn't believe that, to be honest. Not the way he...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's banned from here, but if we see him again somewhere, I'm going to ask him some questions about it, as I have mine in my hand, asking him the questions.
If the guy had a P900, he should have... Yeah, I mean, if he claims to has a P900, he should have evidence recorded somewhere. Saved, stored. So it's not that hard to pull it up, share it, show us.
You have to have a card in it for the camera to work. So
maybe he had no card.
The camera ain't going to work for you if you don't have a card in it.
Yeah. Obviously not. But I mean, like maybe he had no card. He just went around with it, zoomed in just to see if he could see something, whatever, with his own eyes, without recording.
The camera won't work without the card. You'll get a giant message on your screen. You can't go zooming around with it.
All right. Anyways, but like I said, if he claimed to have one, it shouldn't be that hard to pull up the evidence. That's what I said initially. He's been here for months. He didn't present one of his fucking P900 observations. Not that I'm aware of, anyway.
All right. I have a question for you guys from my Glober friend.
Your Glober friend still back at it again?
No.
Oh, is it different?
They say, are there any hypotheses with regard to the firmament, or is it simply that there is a container existing somewhere out there that the Earth is within?
How are you going to create a hypothesis if you don't observe the container?
Well, yeah, and that
we don't see it, do we?
Lats, that question's for you, I think.
Oh, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, not a question, but I'm just saying, like, we don't observe the what did you say, firmament? The dome?
Yeah.
Yeah. What hypothesis? What are you observing?
No, I don't know. That was just from. I don't have any other follow-up statements or anything.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I mean, like, if so, you get the idea, like if he's gonna claim objective reality, make a claim about something that might exist or not. How, in the first hand, we're gonna conduct ourselves into proving that case? Yeah, we don't have any observation to begin with of it. We don't see any dome on top of us. In that sense,
we just know it's there. It's kind of like the air that fills your lungs.
Whatever it's made of, whatever the shape is, who knows? It doesn't matter. Really, doesn't really matter. You don't need to answer that in order to prove. Yeah, therefore you have gas pressure. That's not the case.
Yeah, just tell him we have a chunk of beef, but we never saw the cow. We can't locate the cow, so but we have the beef.
That's a good example, actually. I like that. We have the steaming steak in front of our faces. It's sizzling, super juicy, ready to eat.
Yep.
I like that.
Kind of like that, yeah. Use that type of analogy, I guess. Oh, yeah.
I'll see if I can get another question for you guys.
What doesn't he join the VC? He could hop in here. Or he doesn't have Discord.
No, they do. They're just shy.
They're shy? Stage fright?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, all right. Oh, well.
I'm so sorry if you guys can hear me chewing. Holy, so I'm gonna go back on mute.
Didn't quite hear anything in the background.
Yeah, I'm like eating breakfast and I'm like smacking my lips and I feel like it's
yeah.
distracting right now. Sorry.
No worries.
All right, I got one for you guys. What would you say to somebody? I was talking to somebody else, and they said that they refused to believe in a flat Earth, even though they were presented with flat Earth measurements. If there is no flat Earth map,
No globe Earth map either.
yeah, I told them that.
Oh, it's up to them to have to deny reality, and it's up to them. You can't force them to deal with reality.
Let's see if I can find another question for you guys. What do you guys say about?
Always piss off Facebook groupies because I was forced to be put back on there by family so they could send me baby pictures and shit. And now that I am on there, I get all kinds of feeds from Flat Earth because of one comment made somewhere down the line. Now I comment that shit on everything. There'll be something about who knows, air compressors or something like that, and I'll say, yeah, that's right, you can't have gas pressure without a container, and I'll put stuff like that in all kinds of stuff, and that's all I have to say, and that just triggers people in a nothing to do with flat or globe Earth. I'll get a conversation going without saying anything about flat Earth.
You know, is flat Earth big on Facebook? I heard that it was before, but I never actually checked to see if it actually was or not.
I'm not
it's everywhere.
I'm not in any groups. I'm a member of nothing. I just make comments on feed stuff that comes in my feed. There'll be something like a cooking one, and I'll be that. That's right. Air pressure is the reason why that happened. And remember, you can't have air pressure without a container. Anything like that just pisses people off.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, think about it. Like, not just Facebook or the internet. You have Flat Earth conventions. There's Flat Earth on Netflix. There's like everywhere you go, like little jokes here and there people throw in. Like that Cobra Kai I just saw yesterday had some Flat Earth joke in there. So this is completely overtaken pop culture. Like, and this happened only because the atheists of this, of 2016 tried to get a win, tried to get a quick win to stay relevant. If you look up, when did Flat Earth explode? 2016. Why? The Guardian did back-to-back hit pieces against Flat Earthers, called it a dangerous online cult. So then you invoke this thing called the Barbra Streisand effect, where people might not be paying attention to something, but as soon as you point to it, everyone's like, oh yeah, look at that.
Not gonna lie, I was pretty late to the party. I started like 2022, I think, 2023.
You're never too late.
Oh, that's true.
You're right on time.
Yep, right on time.
All right, let's see. I have a question from a Glober. They say, what about the lie?
What?
The lie would have to be...
The lie.
I'm like in the middle of eating it.
The lie.
It's like,
the lie
yeah.
about the lie would have to be too big.
Yeah.
We'll have them parse that out. What do they mean by lie? What do they mean by too big? Have them try to get to some sort of... If you try to hit a moving target, they'll just keep shifting the goalpost on you. So
ask them who's lying, first of all. Give it back to them. Make them tell you stuff like I do.
Yeah, tell them we want a name. We want a name, and then we'll go from there.
Well, they would just say NASA.
No, they won't.
It's not a name. That's not a name.
It's not a person.
The name. Then just say back to them. Just say who at NASA. We need a name.
Yeah, and remember, NASA's compartmentalized, so Joe Smith does not know what Dick Smith is doing at all.
Who's in cahoots with who?
They're going to have to come up with a name, right? And then they're going to have to prove that person's lying for us to prove, or for us to explain why they might be lying, right? So yeah, that's going to screw them up.
Just give them all back to them. You make them answer their own questions like I do.
That's good.
The main reason for that is they're not listening anyway. So try to get them to get into some kind of internal dialogue where they're putting their own question through their own worldview. And if they still can't answer it, there's no point, dude. You couldn't answer it either. They're offering a question that doesn't have an answer. And if you don't answer it, then they'll be like, oh, the Earth's not flat. But if they can't answer it, then they're not going to ever...
Sasu, you're hot micing some vehicle background noise. Thank you. Sorry. You may proceed, Crit. Sorry about that.
No, that's all I had.
Oh, okay. I was like, all right.
Well, I just wanted to add, if somebody says that the lie is too big, what they're essentially...
Oh, you got cut off.
It's like a Facebook meme where they put ... Be hanging out.
Probably true. So just say, well, I'm glad that you're conceding. Why are you now a conspiracy theorist thinking everybody's lying? That would be the right response.
Well, yeah, I always throw that in after they at least say, "Tell me who's lying," and then I'll say, "Are you a conspiracy theorist or something?" Because that's what they want you to be, and in reality, they are. They're the ones thinking people are lying. We already know people lie. It's not. We don't have to believe in it. We already know it. It's a fact because we know the Earth is flat. Somebody's lying, and we don't really give a shit who.
Yeah, that's normally how I answer. I'll just say the lie doesn't really matter. You just know that they are lying. So who cares? You can just move on after that. Kind of speculate endlessly on
Yeah,
why they lie,
speculation.
who's lying, and
yeah, it's futile.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah,
it doesn't matter now.
You'll never get your answer. So
You could email the government and ask them who's lying. I always tell them to do that, and they never take me up on it.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, even if they get smart with you and they're like, well, the Apollo astronauts would have to be lying, right? And you're like, well, yeah, sure, maybe about going to outer space, but Buzz Aldrin, is he lying when he says that we didn't actually go there? Right? You could be like, you can turn it around and be like, look, I'm telling you the truth.
Oh yeah, that's true. He did say that to like that little girl, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, why they didn't go back? And he's like, well, we didn't go there.
Yeah.
So we didn't go back.
And I want to know why.
The little girl that never went there.
It didn't happen.
Anymore. Yeah.
And I would love to know why.
Can anybody find that video for me? Because I am a scrub at finding videos. I remember watching it somewhere.
It's funny when the Globies are watching that, they say, "Oh, you're taking it out of context." What do you mean? He's literally saying word by word, right there.
They didn't cut or anything.
The fuck?
He just answers straight out of like.
He answered a question full out, and then they say he's out of context. Are you what? The fuck? He answers a question. Oh fuck! How's that out of context?
Yeah, but if anybody can find that video, please.
It's like they have to interpret it differently or something. I don't know. Just make up whatever. No, it can't be. It can't be true. It has to be something else he means.
It's posted for you.
Holy shit, dude! How did you find that so fast? What the fuck,
bro?
Because we have them stored already.
Dude, oh my! I suck at this. I need to be like you guys.
Because words verbatim were, we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
And then on Conan O'Brien, he says he watched animation.
And another one, like some college student asked him, what was the scariest part? Oh, it wasn't scary because it didn't happen.
He's literally saying it in your face, and they can't see it. It's so funny, man. Yeah, the amount of brainwash in the Globies. Can't even think for themselves anymore.
Yeah, this is mind blowing how fast you guys are. Holy shit! All right, another Globee question.
Just have him come in. Tell him to come in here. Send him the link. Let's get it in. Get it done.
He's too shy. He doesn't want to come in.
I mean,
I'm just like,
well, if he wants answers, tell him. How about this? We'll do a test. If you really want answers, then you'll want to come here to Flat Earthers Talk. If you really don't want answers, then why the fuck do you keep asking questions? Figure out where his malfunction is, where his worldview, his mentality has broken, that his wires are crossed, that his needs and wants have hard contradiction, hard-line contradictions. That would be the first step.
Reality is when they don't want to be around flat earthers is because they really don't want to. They don't want the truth. They have already got a little piece of it before, so they try to stay away, but yet still ask questions. I tell people all the time on Facebook, go into Discord, Here's two places. Go in either one of those and ask those people questions. And none of them ever show up here saying, I'm from Facebook.
Yeah. I'll see if I can get him in here. I doubt he's going to come, but we'll see.
We make sure you frame it the right way. Be like, your worldview is broken. You're contradictory. You want to ask questions, but you don't want answers.
I'll definitely let you guys know if he decides to come in.
Maybe he's afraid to get challenged or something.
Yeah, it could be.
I mean, you have to challenge the worldview. If you're already asking these kind of, these questions already, you ought to be challenged at some point.
Because like one of my family members was the one asking about the flat Earth map. So
yeah, well, all maps are flat, but there's no flat Earth map.
Yeah,
basically,
it's pretty funny. Yeah. I told him that. What else did he ask me? He said 24-hour sun. He said.
Oh, he watched that FT. What's it called? FTF. What the fuck is it called?
Oh yeah, I've been talking to this person for like over
FTE.
That's what called. Yeah. For like over a year, and they keep trying to get a gotcha on me.
Well, good luck for him if he's going to be in here doing that.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I'm too patient with him. So
yeah.
let me see. I'll see if I can find something to spark a nice little convo here. Does anybody want to debunk balls in the sky? Prove the shape of the floor you're standing on.
Debunk balls.
Did you say debunk balls?
It sounded like you said that.
Yeah, balls in the sky.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bodies in the sky.
Yeah, prove it. Prove it, and then I'll debunk it.
Don't you guys know that there's sky gas balls? Gas balls. There you go.
Gas
Oh,
balls.
there's no such thing as gas balls in a vacuum.
Darn, you got me.
Gas has no inherent shape, so it doesn't form into anything by itself.
Oh, what about the pictures and videos?
What's that supposed to mean? Picture of something means it's made of gas? I took a picture of my dog. Is my dog now gas?
Oh, shit.
This is a good example of the power of suggestion. So someone can tell you a narrative about something that you perceive, or you look at. And then you believe the narrative because you have no other reason to doubt it or a way to prove it incorrect. So people maintain that narrative in their mind, and then they ask you to challenge it, assuming that it's already true and already proven. NASA or whoever, or the astronomers, yada, 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 they tell us a story about the lights in the sky, and then all of a sudden that's established as fact, and apparently it's our job to prove that it's not true when they have yet to prove that it is. It's total horseshit. It's a reversal of the burden of proof.
Couldn't have said it better myself. That's beautifully put. Let's see. I'm trying to think of other common questions I can.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, what do you guys say to an upside down moon in the south?
So if you draw a 6 on the ceiling and stand at one end of your room, you'll see it as a 6. If you walk to the other side of your room and look at it, it'll be a 9. Doesn't mean anything.
Nice, nice. Let's see. Oh, lunar eclipses. Anybody?
It's affirming the consequent, but also there's the Selenelian eclipse that debunks the entire idea that the Earth is obstructing light being shown from the sun 93 million miles away, because both of those bodies are above the horizon, and the shadow on the moon, it's supposed to be the Earth, is coming from the top down. So that debunks that idea.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Hit us with another one. This is like pop quiz. This is fun.
Yeah, no, I'm just like looking up videos right now, seeing what they said. Let's see. I already went through pictures of Earth. Let's see. Oh, GPS. What about that one?
Well, first of all, space would have to be something that exists. And then also gravity would have to be something that exists, because the claim is that the satellites are falling around a sphere Earth. So they're begging the question of a sphere Earth. They're begging the question of a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. And they're also begging the question of gravity, right? So you've got 3 begging the question fallacies baked into an idea that something that already treats the Earth as flat, planar, and Cartesian is going to somehow prove the globe, which is the GPS system.
What about, it's in the name though, it says global. Duh.
Well, prior to that, it used to be called ground positioning. Before that, I think it was like cores. It was a core system. It's been around forever. It's essentially trilateration.
Yeah.
I think
all right, cool. I get to learn
general.
something.
It was like general positioning system, and then ground, and then global.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know that. Damn. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see. I think I'll find another question here. Oh, we can see other planets using telescopes.
Same begging the question fallacy, assuming that those lights in the sky are balls of gas, and what's required for that is gravity, which there doesn't exist. So, you know.
Nice, nice. Let's see.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that 95% of the illusion is based on begging the question and then affirming the consequent. They're very closely tied together.
Oh yeah,
we can take Foucault's pendulum. We can take Cavendish, things like that, right? So we assume that mass attracts mass. Well, number one, mass is not clearly defined. It's fairly ambiguous. And then we say, okay, if I observe something in this, man-made contraption, I'm going to say that the effect that I'm observing with this man-made contraption is what's actually the effect or the force that I pre-assume with gravity. So in Cavendish, because a couple of balls move and a torsion wire is twisted, I can now say, if gravity exists, two masses will attract, or two masses will move towards each other. Oh, two masses move towards each other, therefore gravity exists, or mass attracts mass. Completely fallacious.
I can't find anything else. You guys have any debunks for what the hell? What, black holes in space?
Really, dude? Space is already fake, and you want us to debunk something that's not there?
Yes.
Yeah, well, ask him which one is it? Is it contracting or expanding?
Oh shit.
So if the universe is ever expanding, how is it also contracting at the same time?
Like space is magical. You can do whatever you needed to do.
We need to send this person some of these tests, like the triangle test.
Oh, I'm just looking up videos right now on YouTube. Just looking up flat Earth debunk videos to see what they say.
Oh.
This guy must still be new to flat Earth. He's watching flat Earth debunk videos.
I've only been in it for like, what, 2 years? Well, like a year and a half-ish. I've had a bunch
Since
of...
you're watching debunk videos, it's because you still think you live on a ball, but you think it's also flat, so you're in cogdis still.
Oh no, I don't think it's flat. I know it's flat. I've done celestial navigation using the stars and elevation angles before. No elevation angles.
How do you have elevation angles on a globe?
Oh no, you can't. That's what I'm saying. I've used elevation angles to prove that the Earth is flat.
Oh, you're a flat earther.
Yeah. There was just like no conversation going in the Discord, so I was looking up flat Earth debunk videos to see what you guys want to say about them. I was just bored.
Well, what would you say to answer those?
Oh, answer which ones? Not
black
balls
holes.
In the sky? Oh, of course they don't exist. They can't exist. Because you'd have to prove that space exists and that gas pressure can exist next to a vacuum. Gas, of course, cannot exist next to a space of or an area of lower pressure without containment or barrier. The gas pressure or any gas law cannot be demonstrated without containment, shown by that volume variable. Volume does need to be contained, obviously, in order to have gas pressure. Damn, I cannot find any good videos.
It's because there's no such thing as debunking flat Earth.
Yes, I know, that's why it's so hard. I was looking for common questions to flat earthers. Yeah, I can't find anything. I was on here the other night. I was looking up NASA news. Did you guys see that they supposedly live streamed on Twitch?
Yeah.
I brought that up. Oh, did you watch it? Did you get
No,
a
I
chance to
didn't
watch it?
watch it. I
Oh.
just there's been other news. Because they canceled Artemis. They said Artemis is inherently too risky, too dangerous. But what they will do, they'll give you a Twitch stream.
Yeah, nobody saw that coming, of course. Nobody saw them pushing back another space mission.
Hello, Crit.
What?
What's going on?
Nothing. Did you get unbanned yet
What do you mean?
from your server?
No, bro. They banned me for 3 days, man. Because I stole a car next to a medic.
Hey, nothing you just said made sense. I'm not sure what that means. It's like cryptic.
Oh, it's the actions I performed on a video game that resulted in me getting banned.
Oh. Okay, because that didn't make any sense to me other than a video game, and I don't play games, so I did not even make the connection.
I don't think a lot of people here do play video games. I mean, Discord in general.
This is a video game. This is it. I'm playing it right now. Called Flat Earth.
Well, you mean Life?
I play.
Oh, I like ruining Glober's days and their weeks and their whole year and most of their life. I love doing that. It's my hobby. If I have to be a flat earther, so does everybody else.
Yeah, so nobody plays games. You guys aren't gonna play Monster Hunter when it comes out. Damn, I guess just me.
Hey, Crit, you still there?
Yeah.
Do you play games on computer, or do you have a good computer?
No.
Okay. I don't think you were here yesterday, Crit, but I think you missed Newt.
No, I heard him.
The guy's very he turns very rude over minor things.
You guys hurt his feelings. I was looking up this news article. It says when you travel south on the northern hemisphere, past the equator, you can't see the North Star anymore, proving globe. That's pretty funny. So the question isn't why do people believe in a flat Earth, but rather why do people believe in a conspiracy? And the answer is the same reason it always is: a lack of trust. Wow.
What's going on in here?
Nothing much. How are you, bro?
Pretty good, thank you.
Nice, nice.
Good morning from just below the 33rd parallel.
What?
Let's see, we got Crit in the house, Daz68, DJ, always good to see you guys. Dutch Oven Destroyer, that's an interesting name. And oh, I know you, Amish Battle Mech. Effie Batman, usual. Grizzly Gorilla Jedi, that's a different Jedi. That's a new Jedi. Lats, good to see you. LT, whoever you are. Orion, good to see you. Over Fences, I've heard you in the last few days. Radwin, Steph muted. Resolve, Steph muted. Says who is in the house? That's me, Sonny on the plane. T-Dub, T, Tin Outlaw 82, Ethergress, and this guy's name I can never pronounce. Yapendos. Good to see all of you here.
Hello, bro.
Hope you're having a good day.
Thanks, Sonny.
Damn.
What's up, Sonny? Good to see you, man.
Good introduction.
Right on, right on. I see you guys are holding it down.
There's been no Globers in here, so I don't know.
Good to see you, Sonny.
Yeah, thank you. There's a party going on over 24/7 in the VC check-in. They're talking politics though, so I guess that's okay. It's a secluded little area, so that's fine.
Oh, here we go. By claiming that Earth is flat, people are really expressing a deep distrust of scientists and science itself. So if you find yourself talking to a flat earther, skip the evidence and arguments and ask yourself how you can build trust. It's funny. What would happen if the Earth were actually flat? Let's see. What does it say?
Yeah, where are you reading this from? Is that from the side chat here?
Oh, no. I'm just looking up some articles online.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
They're funny.
What would happen if the Earth is actually flat? You would keep on living your life as you do now on the flat horizontal plane. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Nothing would change. As you live your life now, Everyone does.
Yeah.
And uses the Earth as flat, stationary, and contained. So that's what it is.
Yes, they're gonna eat like usual, go to work like usual, take a dump like usual. Everything happens exactly the same. Humans have known for thousands of years that the planet is round, yet the belief in the flat Earth refuses to die.
Wow. Yeah, that's craziness, man. I would like to hear, like, we're against science when they.
It's actually the opposite.
Yeah, they adhere to pseudoscience and like these little things that say that flat Earth is archaic and scientifically disproven. I would like to see that science of how they've disproved the nature of water. How did they do that? That's crazy. Or they're saying that the globe Earth is proven or the flat Earth is disproven. Well, let's see the scientific proof of a globe Earth, which is ridiculous because science doesn't have anything to do with shapes of objects, and they're claiming a shape of the Earth as a sphere. So that just takes measurement, like we've always been saying.
Yeah. Definitely. Let's see. Members of the Flat Earth Society and several celebrities, including Atlanta rapper B.O.B. and NBA player Kyle Irving, claim to hold such beliefs. Nice. Flat Earth Society. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird to see all the globe propaganda, like everywhere you go, like even at the senior center down the street, they have these little slogans, and this one, they have a slogan, I forget what it says, but they have a little globe Earth there.
Why at the senior center? Those people their time is almost up.
Yeah, speak for yourself. You speak for yourself. So I'm not almost up, but yeah, I mean, you do have a point. Like, I guess they just want to like keep pushing that narrative, no matter like who you are and where you're from. Like, it's just really weird. Like I go to meetings sometimes, and I hear people say, "That's like the greatest thing on the planet," and I softly say, "It's not a planet." Like mostly under my breath, like. But some of my friends have heard me talk about flat Earth, and like I have friends, like I don't have to agree with everybody. Like I know Globers that are great people. They're just believing the same thing that all the rest of us in here once believed, that the Earth was a globe. They don't know what we know in here. They haven't gone out with the mathematics that the globe Earth has given us, these metrics, and gone out and checked themselves. They just haven't done it. And a lot of them just refuse. They'll never do it. They're just okay with believing what they've been taught all these years. And when they hear information like I've presented to some people, they're like, "You're crazy." I'm like, "Okay, I'm crazy, but you don't have any measurement of Earth being a globe. I'm the one that's crazy." And then I bring up all these pilots and flight models, flat stationary Earth is assumed. And this one person said, "They're all crazy too." So like fighter pilots going 1,000 miles an hour, 10 feet above the ocean, not adjusting for curvature. What's the excuse for that? Why isn't that aircraft dipping its nose down 1,000 miles an hour? I mean, that's 100 miles every whatever, however many minutes. Like,
you want to hear the excuse?
Wait, so is a person supposed to just get lost in this? Like, most people do what you do daily. They don't think about up there, right? If you try to act like they do, that's actually a bold-faced lie, right? So then here people are not worrying about up there, living on flat land, just like you. So all of the hoopla is that, right?
Yeah.
Most people don't know about the calculus for astrophysics or any of that at all.
Yeah, that's true. And
not educated on it. Yeah.
Those things like astrophysics don't prove Earth is a globe anyway, so.
Most people have never taken a physics course in their life, even in K through 12. 50% of Americans never have taken that course, so they don't know the things you're claiming they do, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with you with that.
Did you realize that? What if 50% of people?
Well, you could take all the astrophysics and all the calculus and all that stuff. It won't help you with actually what the Earth is.
Dude, that's less than 10% of the population who has that kind of education. See? You see it now.
See what?
You know what? I can see that because a lot of people that I've
Who are
talked
you
to,
preaching
they
to?
don't know.
Would be the
They don't know
idea.
what gas pressure
I need to
is.
paint it for you. Hello?
Well, why do you always talk like that,
Answer you.
dude? Like you're very
'cause I can't.
You're very I forgot. I don't know the
No,
word.
I
that I'm
pose a
thinking of.
question
You're
that
very
I think
rude, man.
people dodge. No, I like to pose a question people dodge, obviously. Yeah, I'm a hated person for that, but can you answer?
Well, I don't know what you're asking. Would you ask it again?
Who's your audience? Because probably less than 5% of the population actually has an education about up their globe. Most people don't think about this. So who you preaching to?
I see what you're saying. So most people are uneducated about the globe, about what we're told the globe is. They're uneducated about that. But all the astrophysics, all the calculus isn't going to help you with what the Earth is.
But who are you talking to about that? Because they never were taught the calculus. See?
Well, they wouldn't need to. All they would need to use is common sense and pure.
They do.
Straight observations, their own observations.
They do.
So
They just live
it's
in
very
flatland.
simple.
Nobody's thinking about up there on a daily basis. There's more light pollution in America than I've ever seen in my life. You don't even see the stars, bro. So
I mean,
most people don't think about up there.
I can agree with you on that. So everybody's living on the flat plane of existence that we all are. It's just they don't think about it, just like you said. They don't think
most
about
of the year, that's where their mind is. Yep.
Yeah.
They don't debate it. They don't even, for more than 5 minutes a year, they probably consider.
Yeah, we just
So,
go on.
who's your audience?
Yeah, my audience is the people that are like believe with their whole mind, because that's what happened is our imagination was hijacked by the globe, and it's in people's imagination. But however,
mine wasn't. I got a master's degree.
Hold on just a second. So, however, even though their mind is thinking that Earth is a globe, everywhere they look, even on their TV screens, whenever they show like vast horizons over ocean, the horizon is always flat. So, I mean, it's just a paradox. Like, they show those big vistas, panoramic views of the ocean on a lot of movies and stuff. And it's amazing how good the photography is these days of real panoramas of the ocean, purely just flat horizons, like over the ocean.
Yeah. Okay. So get raised as a Christian, 20, whatever. Go to college, take some courses, yada yada yada. 2 bachelors, 2 masters. Graduate working as an engineer on systems, even systems that require coordinates up there for things flying around above, like simulations.
You don't do anything.
At no point was I thinking globe Earth. Right. I'm 40 years old. I don't even think about it that much. For instance, right. You don't even have like an audience with, like, I don't need a conversion. I don't think about it. See?
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Most people don't think about it. Most people are just making like whatever they're doing, making widgets for their company. They could be told this is going into a system that is.
I worked on systems that brought in $8 to $9 billion of revenue a year, in the architectural team. Yeah.
But the point is they could be making widgets that they're told they're going in a system that is going into air quotes space. They don't know the difference. Like, they're just like, let's say they're engineers like you, or they're in manufacturing doing engineering. Like,
I did work on jet turbine engines. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they're told
control systems.
They could be told that those widgets are going in anything. They're not going to be checking that shit. They don't know the difference.
Well, we did test them on site. You put them up on a stand, and you just like, ooh.
Yeah, they require air pressure.
Yeah, I mean the plane you get in. Yeah, and fly around. So here's the thing. You want to go up there. That's the simple thing. Up there. How high up there? You need to do calculus, like airplanes that you get on to be up higher. The higher you go, the higher the. Okay, so it's very simple. You agree that airplanes are flying around, whatever, right? And you get on them, trust yourself.
They're using aerodynamics. Yeah, we agree with that.
Air pressure.
Anything go higher than those? What do you actually agree goes higher than those?
Well, I don't have evidence. Yeah, I mean, there's evidence of them having those balloons, and who knows how high they possibly
I'm
go
saying
with equipment on them. They also They also have aircraft for like the last 30 years or something that are solar powered and can fly across the plane for a year or more without coming down for maintenance. So of course they have
commercial
aircraft.
Commercial airplanes, 30,000 to 42,000 feet above sea level. All right, we got a height everybody can somewhat agree to. Elon Musk, his rockets, NASA, people putting satellites up there that don't fall back down because nobody has records of them just
Nobody
crashing
puts
down to the
satellites-
earth.
Nobody puts things in orbit.
Oh, wait, so when they shoot thing up in the air and less than thing come down, where do you think the other stuff go?
Oh, rockets go up, they fly sideways, and then NASA's Navy fleet picks up the parts out of the ocean and they do it again.
Now, as far as we know, whatever goes,
hold on,
whatever
give me a
goes
second.
up.
There's payloads, dude. Like, do you think? Are you claiming they just fake the payload?
You have no idea what's
It's
on
a simple
those
question,
things.
bud.
You've never worked on anything like that.
Did I say I need to? I asked you a simple question, man. Don't play this childish game with me.
Whatever goes up has to come down, and it always does.
they
come
don't
down.
fill it with
Now-
anything.
Is there a payload in them?
Yeah, of course there is.
Very
They come
simple
down,
question.
they land in Brazilian jungles, and people find them with balloons with satellites on the balloons.
So you
we
do
know.
agree they put expensive stuff in it and just shoot it
Yeah,
up
they
in
do.
the air and let it fall?
They've done that. They've done that since the 40s or 50s with weather
All over the
balloons.
earth, dude, because they're launching them like crazy now. So like they're just all falling all over the place, right?
Yeah, they are. I mean, now if there's a place where things don't fall down, we don't know about that. I mean, we know
I'm
this
just trying to
place is
get what you think,
contained.
man.
It's a
Yeah.
contained environment, so whatever they're doing, they're not going beyond.
I'd say probably less so these days, just because I remember a couple of years ago hearing that like someone had made some technological breakthrough with balloons, and they made some kind of material that basically leaks either little or
what that has to
almost
do
no
with-
helium at all. Like
What?
if you
Okay.
can make a balloon that doesn't leak anything, it can
we'll get
stay up
back
there
to
for a
that.
long time.
Okay, but he thinks the satellite stuff just like falls down to random places on Earth.
I just
Okay.
posted a satellite launch for you.
Why do you want me to look at it? I'm asking questions.
I'm telling you how it's done. You asked, I gave you the answer. If you don't
That's
like
a
it, I'll
weather
boot
balloon,
you.
dude. Yeah, I used to live in Mountain View near Moffett Field. That's really rich. That's a weather balloon, buddy. Yeah.
A weather balloon.
Satellite.
Yeah, I used to live in Mountain View near Moffett Field. Listen very closely where they used to launch those. Google's X.
Having half of the device. What's the other half? Is it 100% weather balloon, or is there another 50% to it? That's something else. How would you describe the other 50% that's not weather balloon?
You
What
need
would you
something
use?
that big to collect temperature.
Yeah, actually, Planetus Veritas. What was that guy's name that QE used to hang out with a lot? But he did a breakdown of all these satellite, including ISS and all kinds of different things they're saying are up there. And these are supposed to be free flying satellites that are just like orbiting. And he found a balloon program with the very same name of all of those and all the same hardware on it, with the same name as the satellite program. So broken down years ago.
My next door neighbor has 3 rabbits. I don't give a shit where you live. I don't give a shit what you think you know. I'm not going to have you reversing the burden in here. So why don't you support the claims that you're making? Stop getting this agreement ladder bullshit going and just support one claim that you're making with some sort of evidence, please.
I don't know that he was even making a claim. Like, not sure where he was going with that.
Dude, I posted the thing that I said in side chat. Like, it's the Google link right there. I said that, and there's the link. So why did you mute me?
Yeah, and what? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares?
Wait, no, it's Raiden's GIF. That's why I care, to show him what the thing is that he's showing me. Like, so can you not mute me the next time when I do that?
I'll mute you whenever I want to.
You agree that
Obviously you will. Obviously you will, for no
they stay
reason,
up
but
there by
that's okay.
balloon zone.
Yeah, where's your
Excuse
post
me,
anyway?
I'm trying to give you a low-key hint, man. I used to live in Mountain View near Moffett Field. Like, okay.
Yeah, my next door neighbor has.
What's the height? What's the height? Yeah, what's the height of the
Fine.
stratosphere?
Where's your
balloons?
post? Tell us where your post is again, please. Oh, right there.
It's in
I
the
see
side
it.
chat, bud.
From Wired.com.
Okay. And that's evidence of what? That there's balloons
That's
in a
ratings.
gym? Who gives a
He's
shit?
the one who posted the GIF. I'm just
Great.
replying to
Who
ratings.
cares?
And you concern yourself? Why?
Who cares?
I'm talking to ratings, so he cares. He
Is
posted
this
the
supposed to
GIF.
be evidence
Why
for
are
the
you speaking to
globe?
me? Okay. No, it's not. It's Raiden's GIF. Are you? I said it like 10 times now.
Do you know how to read? It's not Raiden. Okay.
Do you know how to listen?
He doesn't know how to read.
Okay. What height do you want to claim this balloon goes at? Because that's all we're debating, right? So I don't. What are we doing?
No, no one's debating anything. You're making a claim about balloons. Yeah.
No, I'm trying to get
Are you
you
going to make
guys
a
to
claim? You're
commit
just
to
asking
a
dumbass
mass fight.
questions you don't even know the answer to
I'm asking
yourself.
questions.
Why are you
and
asking
they're
us?
not dumbass questions.
About what? What are you asking questions about?
What? About the topic.
What are you
idiot,
asking
that
questions
keep
about?
Intervening on.
See,
like,
there it is. See, instantly, now you're
Oh,
triggered.
yeah, there it goes.
Right?
Yeah.
See, now you've
I got
lost.
news for you,
You're a fucking
buddy.
jackass. I'm not triggered.
They are
You're
dumbass
stupid.
questions.
Shut the
They
fuck
are
up.
dumbass questions. They are. Hey, I'll give you a great one. Here's a smart question to ask us. Why don't you ask us, do you guys believe that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space? That would be a smart question to ask.
Yeah, I'm not, before you unmute him, I'm not sure what he was trying to pose by putting the Wired document or the Wired article about balloons in a freezer. I mean, I'm not sure what his point was with that. We all know they're using balloons for hanging hardware up there. We know this. And they're not all weather balloons. Like I said, Planetus Veritas has already done, he had a document where there's hundreds of these satellite programs with the actual project name and numbers, serial numbers for each one, and a list of what hardware is on those supposed satellites. And then he referenced it to a balloon service by NASA where they have all the same names, the same hardware numbers, the same list of hardware on each one of those on a balloon project. So the satellites, he cross-referenced it. All those satellites, like hundreds of them, have a balloon project attached to it with the same name. They should have been a little smarter and changed the fucking names. What's wrong with them? They thought no one would look.
Dude, I got no idea why he does that shit. He freaks out at me sometimes just for asking a question.
No one here made a claim, Newt, about how high things go. I think that's your claim, but you're avoiding your own claim, actually. So if you're a globe earther, provide us with any information that the Earth is a ball, first of all, and we'll start there. They're obviously not going up as high as what NASA says they are in the thermosphere. And also, where they're saying that the thermosphere where the satellites are, they're saying it's like 3,500 degrees. And titanium melts at like 3,100. That's the strongest material we know of, titanium. Well, there's some other ones, Inconel and others that I used to manufacture with for submarines. But, aluminum, I think it's melts at 1,400 degrees, something like that. So they're either lying about where they are or they're lying about the temperature that's up there. We're not sure which, but they have a contradiction.
Hello?
Hello?
Are you here alone?
Hello.
Yep, I'm all
Welcome to
by
the flattery.
myself. Nobody in this room, just me and you.
Yeah, that's how it seems like.
Well, you're not one of those that thinks we should all unmute at the same time and talk to you.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said.
What's going on?
I guess nothing. Everyone's muted.
That's what I asked. Do you think that we should all just unmute and start talking at the same time?
Yes. Bring the
Would make
chaos.
more
Really?
sense.
How are you going to make sense of that if we're all talking at the same time? That doesn't.
I mean, at least then there's something instead
Do you,
of just
do you,
silence.
do you, let me ask, do you go to channels in Discord where everyone has their mic open all at the same time?
No,
Oh,
because some of them are AFK.
so
this
we're
is-
not.
yeah, should be
So
doing
we're not
that.
so we're not unusual. It's the same as you always see on Discord. People have mic discipline, so they're not all.
I feel like
creating,
you're being defensive. Are you upset?
No. I'm just trying to make sense
No,
of.
you sound frustrated.
I'm just trying to logically, see where you're coming from. So.
Well, this is a conversation about a conversation, so let's just have the conversation instead. So, do you believe the Earth is a ball spinning in a vacuum of space? You believe you live on that?
I don't really care. It's very indifferent, but
I
guess it's
but
wrong.
I didn't ask you that.
There's no proof.
I didn't ask you if you care if it's a ball. I asked you if you believe it's a ball spinning in a vacuum of space.
Well, I don't really have a belief based on that, but I guess it's a ball because I've been taught so.
Well, does that sound logical to you? Like, I guess it's a ball because I was taught so. Like,
Is it
does that
logical?
I
I'm
mean,
here to ask you things.
I mean, just keep in mind, you were once taught that Santa Claus delivers presents, and certainly don't believe that now, do you?
I do. It makes me happy.
Or are you trolling now? Like, whatever.
No.
Anyway, I'll just pretend you didn't say that. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature?
I never thought about it, but every time I ask a flat earther, they never could explain it to me. Why it's flat, I mean.
What do you mean?
It's measured that way. So there you go. The flat earther just told you. Yeah, it's measured that way. So there you go. There's your explanation.
What do you mean it's measured that way?
Measured that.
Everybody that measures and uses it practically measures it as flat. The people who fly your planes, the people that build your buildings, the people that make your maps, they measure it flat. Does that satisfy you?
Right, but isn't it just so you understand the different sizes on the sphere?
What sphere? They measure it flat. There's no sphere to measure.
Right, but they flatten the map to scale it better.
No, they don't flatten the map to scale it better. They measure the Earth flat, and then they make projections out of those measurements.
I don't think this proves flat Earth, though, does it?
Oh, so you don't think so? All of a sudden it ends up being subjective, and all of a sudden now you come in here and say the flat earthers can't explain it. I just did, so you can't use that dumbass excuse anymore, can you?
Well, I don't feel like you explain it to me. I feel like you're just being arrogant and mean to me.
I just explained it to you. You can go check my facts.
Okay, so that's all you have?
Yeah, that's all you need, right? I just explained
Okay,
it to you.
well,
The
no,
Earth is
it's
measured
not.
flat by everybody
does it
that's
mean-
using it. Everybody's using it.
Well, am I
Flat.
saying Earth is flat? I think you didn't do it, because I don't think so yet. So.
Oh, see, now it's subjective. You didn't think so because you're living in denial now. You're making up your own scenario.
No, you're just making semantics and you're kind of mad. Where are you also aggressive?
That's not semantics. Yeah,
You're
words
all,
and their meanings. Yes, words have
passive-aggressive, like
meanings.
women.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
what's
That's
up
not
with
passive aggressive. You're the one that came in and said, I've talked to every flat earther and they never explained it to you. Well, I just did.
Well, I never
So
said
now
I
do you
talked to
comprehend?
every one of them, and that's why I'm here. And I
No,
think
you said
you're
every
making
flat
a
earther that I've
No,
talked
I never
to.
said that.
Yeah, you
I
did.
think you're making a very bad impression of yourself and your kind, because you're being so
Who cares? I mean, nobody cares what you think of us. I promise you, nobody
I
cares.
mean, I was here to actually.
I mean, nobody cares.
Okay. Are you happy with yourself?
Now, I am very happy because you've asked, every flat earther that you've asked never explained it to you. I just did. I'm pretty satisfied.
Let me see this chat.
Laura,
Yeah, you
this
said it was
Ask
flat. It's
Laura.
measured as
Wait,
flat. It's measured and used as flat, and all maps are
but
made using flat.
I just
You
gave
said
a
that's not good
counter.
enough. You said that's not good enough. You want he gave you
Well,
facts. You want something else. What do you
Wait,
want?
I
what is your
just
Wait, wait,
gave a
guys, I got the
counter
perfect question.
question to it, and it
Hold
was
on,
that.
Laura, I got the best question for you here. Listen to this question. What would prove wrong the globe for you, if anything at all? Or is it an immovable belief on your part?
No, nothing's immovable for me.
So then, what is feasible that you can do to test the Earth yourself to see if it's curving or
Well,
not?
I was here so somebody could prove it to me. Like I'm tree. Tell me what's good, you know? But I'm just getting screamed at and like
Nobody's
told that I'm
screaming at you. You're being dramatic and you're being a fragile
I mean, you're
snowflake.
being
So here's
dramatic and
not really.
emotional.
I mean, you're just kind of being, dude.
You're
You're
being passive
you're playing the
aggressive like an
victim
old
card. Don't play
woman.
the victim card. Don't play the passive aggressive victim card. You guys are yelling at me.
So wait. Let me try to understand. So are you guys like a cult that you aggress
See,
towards
now we go
everyone
to
that's
an
actually trying to
entirely
understand
different
you?
direction.
Because look at
That's
the
non
chat,
sequitur to this.
and
It's
you
non sequitur.
constantly speak over me.
Yeah,
I
you're
think it's
asking a
very
different question
childish.
now. This is, I mean, I think what you're doing is pretty childish. Asking people if this is a cult. How would you define a cult?
I mean, was that the first thing I was asking? No.
Or you want to go back to the original topic? Now you're asking about a cult. How do you define a cult?
I'm defining you as a cult because look at the chat.
Oh, okay, so this is again another subjective
Okay,
thing you've
whatever,
assessed.
bro. You're
Right.
This is
I mean, you're obviously bricked. You're
Laura,
passive
I gotta
aggressive.
point this out to you,
I
Laura.
was actually because I was curious. I was actually trying to learn something. Like, if you guys could teach me, but you
Yeah.
obviously can't.
I just
or
taught you
just act
something.
like old horse. So like,
I
what's
taught you
good,
something.
bro?
Laura, if you don't have any standard of evidence for proving wrong the globe, then that means
I mean,
it's an immovable.
I just told you that they are using the flat maps because they want to scale things better. Is that not a good argument?
See, you don't listen. I told you that they measure it to be flat, not just that they make flat maps. You didn't listen to that part. You came here to learn and you didn't listen.
I am listening, but you're not teaching me.
Okay, so they measure the earth flat. I just told you that.
How about we talk about, Laura, how about we talk about what the globe actually is that you believe in? The globe that you believe in is actually a concept. It doesn't exist in reality. It's only a concept. Where the globe exists is in the mathematics. We measured the earth flat and we mapped it into the stars in the celestial sphere above your head. And that's where the globe exists. You live inside the globe, not on the globe. The globe does not exist underneath your feet. That is a flat plane. It was measured flat to create the globe that you believe in.
Okay, wait. Before you speak more, can I ask a question? Do you agree with this says who guy and all the people in the side chat? Or are you speaking as an individual to me?
None of us, like, that's a whole separate conversation.
Well,
Whatever
I'm
anyone's
asking him
saying
if
there.
he's an individual or if he's just your cocksucker, so let me ask him this question.
We are all individuals in here.
I don't think so. Look at the chat. Look at the chat. There's an obvious bias and there's a cult-like seething going on in the chat.
Hey, wait! I want to. Before you say that silly word again, I want to point out something to you.
To talk to this bitch or not? Do I get the green light now?
You're the stalled on, man.
Wait, hold on. I just want to point out to this chick. You just used the word cult a few times after I asked you the question if the globe is an immovable belief on your part. The whole purpose of me asking you that question was to demonstrate to you that people who have immovable beliefs are cult members. None of us in here have immovable beliefs. I'm trying to ask you if you have an immovable belief. So just keep in mind, that's what makes a cult is a group of people that have immovable beliefs.
Check the side chat.
Yeah, so that'd be an inaccurate way to describe us.
By the way, and why are you insulting people in here? No one insulted you, so why are you insulting people?
Oh, nobody insulted me. Look at the side chat. They can't even speak for themselves.
The person in here.
The best definition for this is a cult. That's what I'm saying.
You want us to all talk at the
And I'm
same
not
time.
wrong.
Everybody talk at the same time so she feels better.
Yeah, go one by one. If you have something to say, say it. Don't write it.
So, are you saying that people believe the same things?
I do understand at the same time.
What would prove wrong the globe for you? Or is it an immovable cult belief on your part, Laura?
I mean, that obviously doesn't matter anymore because you guys don't give a fuck about that. Because the only thing you can point is that
You're
I'm
not
a
even
woman, that
in
I'm
conversation to
a
me.
because I'm asking questions. I mean, that's
So you're not going to answer my
Dude.
question? You're just going to give me some lip or something? Is that
Well,
it? You're not gonna answer my
I'm not
question?
treating you like an individual because you're obviously speaking through all of these people's voices who don't speak in the voice
What
chat.
are you?
Whereas
I'm
in the
talking for
segment right now.
myself. I'm speaking
Well,
for
I don't treat
myself.
you like an individual
I'm asking
because
you a question.
you're treating me the same as all of them.
Young lady,
Are
you're
you going to answer
evading
my
the
question
point
or are you just
here.
going to whine?
I think this girl's trolling, dude.
Yeah, she's totally fucking trolling.
Who's allowed
she's evading
to
the
ask
point.
That's actually funny because I was actually here to learn something, but now I know more about you guys.
you
So
weren't.
thank
Are you
you.
evading the point then?
Going
Why
by
are
the
you
tone of your
evading?
voice, I don't think you're here to learn shit.
I don't think
Laura,
that's the main issue
Laura,
right now. If you look into the side
Laura,
chat, you can see the actual issue.
Laura, if you were here to
What?
listen, you could learn something. I just explained to you how the globe exists. It doesn't exist in reality. It's only in the math. That's the only place that that your globe exists. It's not reality. It's not under your feet. Okay? Everything has been mapped with flat Earth elevation angles to the stars into the celestial sphere. There's your globe. It's just a concept that you see over your head like a protractor.
All right. And how do you want me to feel about it?
Well, that's just reality. I don't care how you feel about it. That's how they made the globe. It's just a concept. It's not real. Sorry. Welcome to flat Earth. They measured it flat to
How do
create
you
it.
think I'm gonna comprehend it after being called off and like insulted
Well,
millions
maybe
of
you
times
should
in the
take
site?
off
That's up to
that.
you. That's up to you. You've
There
had
you
it
go.
explained, and now you can absorb it. So if you don't want to absorb it, that's on you.
I sent her packing because she's being retarded.
Dude, I can't believe that. We were, like, everybody in here told her how the damn Earth was measured flat. She's like, so what?
Come on, bro. She was getting
your
really
mic is
offended.
kinda
We're supposed to
muffled.
protect her, man. What are you doing?
What the fuck, dude? That's the dumbest thing I've
The
ever
big
heard. What
bad
the hell
men
do you
were
mean, so
attacking
what?
her.
What do you mean, so what? It's freaking ridiculous. Who cares if it's measured flat, guys? Who cares? Doesn't mean anything, obviously. Well, that was fun.
To enter a chat and immediately try to trigger people, even by starting to talk about the fact that everybody's muted, right? Like she had a problem with that. Like she just wants to just stir a pot. Fuck that.
She's in the process of ripping off the globe band-aid, but as in her way of lashing out is try to make us feel some of the pain too.
Honestly, I'd rather go into a room where everybody's muted and there's not audio chaos everywhere and a bunch of kids in here.
Another way to respond to that is like, oh, are you suggesting that we just open our mics and just continuously talk even when we have nothing important to say and nothing interesting to say? Is that what your suggestion is? Oh, great suggestion.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I don't think she was trolling. I think she's just that retarded, literally.
I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. It's 50-50. 50-50.
By the way, did you notice the implicit appeal to the numbers? So if it's a really large group, then it can't be a cult. But if it's only a few people running around believing something, then it must be a cult. It's kooky.
Yeah.
So you see, it's all about the numbers. It's all about how the bigger a group you're in, the safer you are.
Yeah, that's why it's important to always, point out the difference between a cult belief and a non-cult belief, and then it's obvious who's part of the cult.
Remember, guys, a cult has very specific features to be a cult. So, for example, is a soccer team a cult? No, it's not. Is a band group a cult? No, it's not, because there are some features missing. Yes, there's a bunch of people all together doing something. Yeah, we're getting there. But there's a lot of more important stuff missing, like a cult leader who can never be wrong, a hierarchy of information where people at the top know more than the people at the bottom, that these must exist for that concept to be called the cult. You see, so a soccer team cannot be a cult, but a religion is, or I don't know, a globe belief is, and a bunch of other things are.
I think the second one you said might not be a requirement, because I think it's a cult belief for the concave earthers to believe what they believe, but I don't think there's any hierarchy or any hidden secrets amongst the concave earthers.
A cult belief is simply that which comes from a cult. So a cult leader has announced something. He can never be wrong, because every cult has to have a figure who can never be wrong, you see. So that cult leader says something, he can never be wrong, and then everyone has to follow that, you see. So that's what happens in science. That's what happens in religion.
Why does there need to be a leader? Can there be a cult without a leader?
No, that's not a cult. Doesn't have
You're wrong.
It doesn't be wrong in it.
You're
So it
wrong.
can't be a cult. But seriously, find me a cult where there's no cult leader.
I'm not saying there is one. I'm just saying there can't be one, and you're saying there can't be one. You're saying that without any justification.
But no, for example, imagine there's a cult without a cult leader. Then how is it going to get directions? Then how is the people everyone going to know what the truth is? How is everyone going to know what to do?
Concave Earth. I gave you an example already. Concave Earthers and the subject of concave Earth. There's an example for you.
There's just some people with some loosely held beliefs that are just wacky, but it's not a cult. They don't have anyone telling them a doctrine.
No, it's a cult belief on their part. It's an immovable belief on that part. That's what I just said makes the difference between a cult belief and a non-cult belief. If there's no way to prove it wrong to you,
I know that.
There's nothing anyone can show you that will dispel it from you. Then it's a cult belief.
For example, if I say it's an immovable belief that abortion is wrong, for example, imagine that's my stance. Is that a cult belief?
Hello, the concave Earth had.
No, that's an opinion. That's really more of an opinion than a belief.
That's their opinion. So the concave Earth, that's their opinion.
The concave Earth
Maybe
had a Lord.
Might function that way. I don't know.
Is my mic working?
You see, so a cult belief is one which emanates out of a cult. It's not just a belief you hold strongly, because there's a lot of true beliefs you hold strongly, I hope.
Hello.
Yeah, but if you have no standard to prove it wrong, then it's like that's just a separate thing. Like I have a standard. Like I'll give you an example. But I have a standard.
Dora,
I'm still talking, Gemsy. I'm still talking, Gemsy. Just be patient.
I was talking. I was talking.
Yeah. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt yours? Whatever, dude. Hog the mic, dude.
You're wrong about the not cult leader. The concave Earth was Lord Stephen Christ, the brother. Remember the title, Lord Stephen Christ? So you're wrong about your premise. There is a cult leader.
By the way, he wasn't their leader. He wasn't preaching a doctrine and coercing them to follow. No, there wasn't any of that going on. It's just a belief that some people decided to believe with him, but there's no cult structure. There's no doctrine.
Is that guy still around, or is that something from the past?
He brought the whole group together.
Right, but when you bring your group together,
in recent years or in the last century or what? What are you talking about?
There was like 3 years ago that he died or something. People say.
Dude, just because someone brings some people together, imagine some people play football together in a team.
But he said he was. Remember, he said he was Jesus reincarnated.
Yeah, some crazy people out there, dude. Yeah.
So he came and he brought the concave Earth, the truth. He was Jesus.
It's so funny. I think there's a lot of people out there. Like many years ago, I met a guy who was, as far as I could tell, was genuinely convinced that he was Jesus reincarnated and insisted everyone call him Jesus.
So
he was actually an alright guy.
Was he Mexican, by the way? Out of curiosity.
No, he was a white guy.
Okay.
And he saved. He went to Walmart and saved. Because they're saving.
If he was Mexican, I would have expected him to ask you that. But
in Mexico, it wouldn't be Jesus; it would be Jesus.
Yeah. Potato.
Grizzly, I think you have cult beliefs. If I remember a conversation we had in another room, like you believe there shouldn't be any police, right?
Right, that's not a cult belief. I'm not part of any cult, so I don't have any cult beliefs.
Well, apparently it's an immovable belief.
We don't need police. hold on, me believing strongly that we don't need police doesn't make me a cult member or a cult follower or a cult.
No. That's not what I meant. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that it falls under the category of a cult belief, an immovable belief.
Okay. Do you have immovable beliefs? For example, do you believe murder is wrong?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Right. So we're in the same boat then. You have immovable beliefs, so do I. Beautiful. We're in the same boat. Lovely.
Well, wait. I'm not even sure if I'm using the word belief properly. Then, if we're talking about murder, I mean, would it make more sense to say
from
know
killing,
it?
dude.
And
So
never mind.
There's no point going down that rabbit trail.
This is a game of semantics. Fuck this. It's just a stupid game of semantics.
Hold on. There's no point going down that rabbit trail because I'll just tell you that Lord Jesus Christ, that guy, I'll just tell you that he wasn't his belief. He is knowledge. You know, I'll just go, he'll just say the same. So you're still going to be in the same problem there. So the point is,
I guess I'll just put it this way. That there are some beliefs.
Are not, one second, just in and of themselves, tightly held beliefs are not the problem, bro. The problem is where you're getting them from.
I agree. The problem is people with stupid ass beliefs and holding close to them, like Glover.
That's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is
that's the fucking problem today. That's the problem of the world today. It is. It is the root of all fucking problems.
We're talking about is cults, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, the problem with the cults is not that you can believe something. If you don't believe it, right, that's the issue. It's like, in other words, there's an element of coercion, an element of elbowing you into, coaxing you into something, you see, for your own, disharmony in the long run. So that's what's harmful about it, isn't it? So you shouldn't be part of a cult. That's the whole point.
Okay, but society does that all the time. Is society a cult?
Yeah, no shit, bro. If you look at the word culture and the word cult, they have the same root word, look. Because cultures are very similar to cults. In other words, you've got to do X, Y, Z, and if not, you're ostracized. If you don't speak that this or eat this or dress like that, then immediately you're an alien. I don't like you.
Yeah. The heliocentric model is an ingrained part of our culture. It's a real problem.
Right, because because the globe is, let's say, a belief within the cult of scientism and modern science.
False belief. It's a problem because it's a false belief.
Yeah, but that's the cult. The cult is scientism, quote unquote, and the cult leader is the preeminent scientists who they'll never tell you who that is, but it's just a bunch of them. It's like a committee. Those guys, those scientists who they never give any names though. Like those peer review guys, those guys, they're the experts. They can never be wrong. What they say rolls down the hill, and then you have to accept. If you're not, you're ostracized. It's a cult. And me believing that there shouldn't be police, that's not a cult, brother. That's actually part of the way to get your freedom back.
It's just rolling the clock back about 100 or so years, 150 years. There wasn't that long ago that the word police wasn't even a word.
Well, I think you'd have to go, 100 or 50 years further back than that. There were definitely...
They had sheriffs. They had sheriff and law enforcement.
There were cops back then.
But there weren't police.
Yeah, but the concept of police is very ancient.
Yeah, it's very new. This is very, very new.
No.
Well, boys,
the concept of police is very ancient. The pharaohs had their police.
Guys, you're missing something very important. It's not about the concept of police or like sheriff or whatever. The concept is, the most important concept is scale. So in the olden times, they lived in small communities where people you knew did the policing, did the marshalling, did the, what the chief of police would do now. But now the scale is enlarged. We're all strangers living in huge cities. So now these concepts become invalid. But back then they were valid. See? So it's about scale. That's the key.
So wait, I think you just proved your own idea wrong then, because aren't you still on the stance? Don't you still take the stance that we shouldn't have police? And didn't you just prove that wrong by saying what you just said?
No, you should have it on a very small scale where your friends and family are policing you and you are policing them.
Yeah, but you just said we live in big cities and we're all alienated from each other.
Based on objective morality, which we all intuitively know. We've known it since we were children.
Yeah. So you just pointed out that police are now a necessity more so than they were in the past.
Police, I said, currently are in an invalid concept. I'll repeat what I said. police today are an invalid concept because of the scale of enforcement. If it's done on a small scale, done with friends and family and people you know, then you're going to accept it. You're going to like the police because it's going to be done differently, not like now. Don't you get it?
I think I halfway understand what you're saying, at least.
Well, then, I don't know. That's your problem, not mine. Fair enough.
These great videos of like city police pulling someone over. You've got a tail light out. No, I don't. Smash. Now you do. No accountability. No oversight.
Yeah, that's bent for other brother. That's like the worst.
Inside the city limits, they can do whatever the fuck they want. Unlimited power and authority over the other.
Wait, Crit, I gotta point out something about this. Crit. You're right to point out that that's a problem and it happens in places, but you're kind of forgetting a very important thing about this. It's local involvement and political. It's just like it's the same concept as of when you have a child and you're raising a child with a loved one of yours, and you send your child to public school, and the teacher teaches them a bunch of stupid, fucking horrific bullshit that you would never teach your children. And they teach it in school. No, hold on. What you got to do, the solution to this, hold on. The solution to this problem is you got to go to the school board meeting, and you got to be locally active, politically active in a certain sense to change that. And the same thing goes with cops. You got to be politically active, because these police, it's not like they answer just themselves. Like politicians above them have power over them. You got to make sure the politicians above them are accountable. Because if you don't put the effort, if the people you live around don't put the effort forward to make that happen, it's not going to happen.
You're just one ant, bro. You're one ant. You're never going to change the colony, no matter what campaigning you do, no matter what influence you have. Even if you have $100 billion, you won't be able to affect anything.
Then you go to a place where the ants are different. Then go to a place where the ants are different, where the ants are smarter.
Where's that?
By the way, I might do that myself this year. I live in Oregon. I'm surrounded by fucking retards here in Oregon. I'd like to move to another state where I'm surrounded by less stupid people.
You're just moving to another dumb ant colony.
It's just dumb, bro. You're not going to campaign your way to freedom, bro. That's ridiculous.
I wasn't saying that. I was talking about campaigning my way to police accountability.
Yeah, that's not going to
happen. Right, but that's not going to happen. Yeah. It's ridiculous to even expect it.
The way you hold accountable is like you vote them out. You will never be able to vote for a police chief.
Well, I mean, they have police body cams now, so I mean that's
you know what they do with that? Oh, it wasn't charged that day. Just take some grease from their forehead and rub it on the lens. It was.
There's also another problem with body cameras. There's also another problem I think even Crit is overlooking with the body cameras. So there are still unjust laws enacted here, and unconstitutional unjust laws, by the way. You know, like drug laws. You know, like take, for instance, every drug law in the United States is technically unconstitutional. It's also immoral, which is an important thing to point out. And so the reason I'm pointing this out is with these cameras, if a cop wanted to be more moral and more practical and let someone who he's caught with drugs go free as opposed to sending them to prison, it's hard for him to do that if he's got a camera, because then he'd have to be letting him go free on camera. You can't do that.
Dealing drugs shouldn't even be a crime in the first place.
Yeah, they flip them into a confidential informant, into a snitch. And by having it on body camera, then they really got you. Because you can't later on say, oh, no, like that never happened. Like, here's the body camera where the government turned you into a stool and got you to start ratting out your neighbors for nothing, over nothing.
Yeah, but maybe that's a good tangent. The idea, hold on, guys, a quick thing to say. The idea still stands, a logical idea still stands, that if you're going to have police with body cameras, it's better to have a full set of laws with no flaws amongst the laws that are actually truly just. We don't live here in the United States of America. We don't live in a world where the laws are just. That's a problem. That's a fucking problem.
Bro, it is unjust for a stranger to come and govern you, dude. That's unjust. And here you are saying, we have to find the just way of someone to be unjust to me.
Dude, you're basically talking about not anarchy and just fucking chaos.
All I'm talking about, hold on. Just roll the clock back about 100 years. That's it. That's all I'm talking about. I'm talking about just take the clock, roll it back, until so we don't have all these police.
You don't know what.
And then everyone's shooting each other for a fucking dispute.
No, we're going to be living in smaller communities and living peacefully in that case if we roll it back. People
Okay,
are
well that's
missing
not
the-
possible anymore.
It's going to be even more, right? Besides the United States and some places in Europe, 100, 150, 200 years ago, right? You had like the laws of the king, the law of the king. You were basically bound to your village, and if you had the audacity to step outside the lands of your village, you'd become like permissible for local soldiers to kill you because you went outside your village without permission from the king. You don't have the certificate from the king
You're
to
exaggerating.
go on the king's road. Surf, you're stepping out of bounds, Surf. You're not allowed to leave your land, Surf.
Dreamly, you're exaggerating massively. You weren't allowed to just kill them. You had to return the surf back to his owner. You weren't allowed to kill him without property damage.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
All right?
Back
can't
then,
damage
you can only
property
go
without-
so far because you're walking anyway.
Then your owner would probably lash you.
Maybe. He could. Well, it depends, isn't it? He owns you, technically. But the surf allows
Yeah,
it,
don't
remember?
roll the clock. Here, let me get this one, Grizzly. I'm not saying roll the clock back 400 years where the king owned you. You were part of the king's property. Okay, now go back forward. We got 1776. Now you own yourself. Okay, stay around that time frame. Don't go further into the future where suddenly now you're owned again. And everywhere you go, are you from around here, son? Let me see your papers. I see that you have a license plate that's out of state. You must be drug trafficking. Let me search your vehicle. You can't say no. You should be able to.
Why not just record yourself? Or record the
Why not
sex
just
talk?
disband unconstitutional policing?
Why
Roll
not?
the
Why
clock
not just
back.
accept? Why not just accept that the only valid form of government is self-government? Why not just accept it?
Yeah, but
Why
hey,
deny it?
how about this? Why does NASA have a police force? Why do you think that's the case?
There's no way they have a
Trying to
police
own
force.
people.
Yeah, they do. They
Own
have
your mind.
they have a huge
Police
force. No, police. They have police officers.
They
When
also
you
have
go
a Navy. They also have a Navy.
When you go to this is one of the topics that
How
came
do you
out.
think they get their fake rockets out of the ocean?
This is one of the topics that came up talking to a globalist that on his bucket list he wanted to like bring a joint to a space launch. I go, you've got about 3 to 4 gates with police officers before you even get to the spot where you would be able to whip that joint out. And even then, you'd have police officers in the area. There's no way you are ever going to smoke a joint anywhere near a rocket launch. And he said I was full of shit. There's no police force. So I started giving them links. Here's how you apply. Here's where they work. Here's what they do. Here's the cases of court they bring. Mostly drug interdictions. Catching people at the gate with drug sniffing dogs. Here's the number of federal cases they prosecute per year. Here's their SWAT team. Their SWAT team wins awards worldwide. Like back to back, like year after year. They're considered the best SWAT team in the world. So at this point, the issue is unconstitutional policing. So let's roll the clock back and see how that works. It's about forcing someone.
Can you tell me why exactly NASA has a police force and why they need one?
Yeah, it's a way to exert power, violence. They can force you to comply. You can't go there in protest, or you can't go there and say, show me the real footage, give me the data. They got a guy who just swing a baton and crack your head open and say you jaywalked.
Oh, they got authority over you, boy. They got authority over you.
They're that dirty?
Yeah, they're that dirty. The federal, like when you look at the only, I would say the only thing worse than local city police would be like federal police, like the FBI, the CIA, the NSA.
Wait, Chris, which police organization is clean? If NASA's one's dirty, agreed. Which one's clean?
They're all dirty. Yeah, they're all dirty. But I'm saying the cleaner ones our sheriff's office. That they
Fair enough. They got less turds in their pocket. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Because they basically get the people around them tell them what they want, and the people will campaign to deliver what type of services they want. City police, you cannot say no, and you can't ever go against it. When you walk into that city, you are consenting to being governed.
Here's my theory why. Here's my theory why NASA has a police force, right? This is just my speculation. Feel free to dismiss, right? But my theory is that they're setting up all these, like, for example, balloon launching stations, blah, blah, all this lying, all these screens. There's a lot of logistics that goes into that. For example, the Mars shit, they've got to go out in the middle of nowhere and film it. So what? So there's always the opportunity of some random stumbling past, catching them, filming it. So they need to have a big hammer, just in case, a big sledgehammer, just in case anything pops up, whether it's an egg or a marble or a metal ball. They want to have a sledgehammer to make sure to take it out. Then they've got the authority. All their agents are clean. They're top secret service, government security, national security. So, all that's covered. So they just camped it. They planted the organization there rather than planting it in the charitable zone, like a Greenpeace. Like, you can just do anything. They'll never do anything to you. You see, I think that's the reason. Insurance.
Dude, you need to slow down. Like, you're talking really fast and you have a thick accent. I'm trying to follow what you're saying.
You need to listen up,
I'm really
bro.
interested. I don't mean that in an insulting way. Like, I'm actually interested. I want to know what you're saying.
Intelligent people, bro. The intelligent people in the room understand everything I said. You need to listen up, okay? Listen faster. Get a pen. Yeah.
Getting a pen isn't going to help. He won't be able to write it down if he doesn't understand what you're saying.
True. So you need a translator and a pen.
Also, hold on. It's your microphone as well. Your microphone's a little scratchy.
Oh, technical issues. Blame the microphones now. Okay.
Well, yeah, dude, it sounds like you're talking through a regular phone line. Like, regular phone lines have really bad audio quality.
Oh, God. Oh, is meeting the standard we've all got used to for our entire lives. Oh, wow. Is that not good enough for you, sir? Wow. Okay. Let me just rummage around the bottom of my couch, sir. Maybe I can find a Blue Yeti microphone down there, and I'll install it right quick for you. Okay.
We live in a world where a dead body can be charged with resisting arrest because they didn't put their hands behind their back. So the police officer tases them until they comply.
Dude, I'm not convinced all cops are bad, so can you just quit it with that?
Crit, we live in a world where you can end up in jail for opening your mouth.
Yeah, who even invited you to the conversation?
Did you hear that they raid people's homes in Germany for posting memes now?
Yeah, that's you guys.
They do the same thing in England, too.
Not in the U.S., so we don't have to worry about it anymore.
In fact, the American Vice President Vance just a few days ago made a speech in Europe about that exact subject. Yeah.
Don't feel so safe, because you saw how quickly things can turn. There's a few years ago during COVID. Oh, we had our freedoms.
Oh, cold
words.
Nope.
You guys went along with it, that's all.
You? Who's you, motherfucker?
Yeah, use cold words for being hindsight 2020. But yeah, you saw what happened here in America. States that had one-party rule, like Texas, you had barbershops, like police officers raiding barbershops and grabbing up people who were cutting hair, even though they were supposed to be at stay-at-home orders. The same thing happened here.
But a lot of that was just psychological, bro, just to instill fear. Like, they didn't arrest like hundreds of thousands, just a couple of dozen, and put it on the news, especially, just to really scare people. It's just all about fear tactics with these guys, you see.
Yeah, I mean, here in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities area, it was fucked up. But up where I live, they said, like, no, we don't give a crap about any of that. They made public statements. They said, I don't know what's going on, but we're not enforcing any codes or regulations.
The best contrast that I could provide for you on this is that, think about it, right? Look on Discord, right? Look at the shit people say to each other on Discord. It's absolutely insane, right? How many people on Discord have been visited by the Popo? The people who live all over the world, in the UK, in America, in Europe, whatever. No Popo has ever visited anybody on Discord, and they put some of the most heinous shit you ever heard on Discord. No one's visiting their place. So a lot of it is scare tactics in the news.
Grizzly, you know what I usually say, and I didn't even get banned on the server, let alone get visited.
And if someone sends a tape, to the Popo with your voice on it, the Popo are going to be like, you're having a laugh, as if we've got time running around some random fuckwits online. Yeah, right. In reality, they ain't got time for that. So the stuff you see in the news is propaganda. It's just PR, scaring people, you see. Because if they were after the real culprits, they'll be on Discord arresting everybody. They'll be out here, but they're not. So, it is what it is.
The main issue is just executive overreach. That's what it boils down to. The same issue where they suddenly thought that they could explore space for the betterment of humanity. Who the fuck told you to do that? Like where? Where in these founding documents does it say you can do these things?
Yeah, it came from a Nazi, Werner von Braun, and a couple of his buddies.
You see, for example, if you ask that question to someone like, I don't know, someone famous or someone scientific or whatever, right? You ask them that question, they'll be like, well, you see, humanity is to develop, we're all going different directions. Some people want to study this and some people want to study that. So we're all just developing, and it's all advancing, They're all just going to start talking out of the collective, like the collective, like crowd of everyone is moving somewhere, right? And they're just going to say that's caused it. That's what's causing all that. Just the culture is moving, developing, evolving, They'll just say that. In reality, it's actually a few men behind whose names we don't know calling the shots, and it rolls down the hill. And then we call it like, oh, it went that way. Oh, the 90s were like this. Oh, the noughties were like that. Oh, that crash. Oh, like people think they're on this roller coaster ride. That's all organic and natural, and really, the whole thing's scripted and manipulated like WWE.
Yeah,
it's really crazy.
If you go back in the history of let's say JPL with Jack Parson, like followers of Aleister Crowley. Now I know that sounds like conspiratorial, but if you actually look at it, the connections between Aleister Crowley, Disney, Jack Parsons, and Werner von Braun, they're all in this little club. That's how NASA started, like through that, like sex magic out in the desert with freaking what's his name from Scientology? Forget his name for some reason, but anyway, yeah, through these rituals.
L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah, they're all buddies.
Bro, the people you're talking about, bro, you have to understand they belong to a part of society, like let's say like the aristocratic aspect of society. So all these people, like it's almost like there are two parallel worlds. There's a world for them where they've got their form of entertainment, what they like to do, their friends and family, but none of them know none of us, because they look at us, they see us as animals. They see us as those to be manipulated, like chess players manipulate chess pieces. That's how they see us. So when they hang out with each other. They don't hang out with us. And we can't hang out with them because we don't know their languages, don't know their culture, we don't know what they find attractive and interesting. It's different to what we find attractive and interesting, completely. Right?
Yeah, you got a point. They're in a different society, a different culture. Yeah, they've created this culture.
Exactly. And sometimes you'll see it cross over. Hold on. Sometimes you'll see it cross over. Like, for example, they'll write a famous book. So one of these masters, right? They'll write a book. And they'll read it amongst each other, but then they'll give it to the slaves. They'll give it to the animals to read. Exactly. And sometimes one of these people, and an example of that was, for example, George Orwell, for example, or the other guy, Aldous Huxley. They were all they were like drop kicks from the elitists. In other words, they weren't good enough to be elitists. They were just a bit too lazy, a bit too dumb, whatever. But then, so they decided to just live on the wealth and write books, and they told all these stories because all their friends and family were busy doing all this stuff. So this guy, George Orwell, writes a book. Like, yeah. Look at this. Like, imagine you had lived in this world where everyone's dystopic, blah, blah. Because he already knows this is happening. It's not going to be. It already is this way. It's not like it's going to be. It was this way for hundreds of years before he was born. He knows this.
Yeah.
All his friends and family.
I agree with the statement that nothing new under the sun. So this is the way things have been for literally probably a millennium or more. You know, like these people that have been in places of power have always been, and their bloodlines are the ones that are still in charge. Like they're the ones that create the guilds, like the music guild, the actors guild, like all these things.
Remember, the aristocratic aspect, bro. In order to reach the aristocratic aspect, it's not just by blood. Blood is obviously going to probably go that way, because think about it. If you have one mentality and you give birth to children, you're going to give them that mentality. They're going to give birth to children. They're going to give them that mentality. So it's more likely than not going to be blood driven. But there are exceptions. So sometimes someone outside of their blood, they'll be like, wait a minute, he's like-minded. This is what he's going to help us. He understands our worldview. So they're going to recruit or be friends with people who aren't their blood, or evict people who are their blood, because there are a higher concepts above blood, which they find important, like metaphysics, esoterics, you know, the pursuit of the metaphysical, all that kind of stuff. In other words, that is the highest. So if their blood relative does something against them, he gets cut out like a bad apple. You know, real cold.
Yeah, no doubt. And what you're saying is true. I think that there's some crossover, you know, between like their secret society and society in general. Like you said, they'll recruit certain people that have the same kind of philosophy. They'll bring them into the fold. You know.
It can be blood, because that's probably the way it's going to go, seeing as you're going to raise your children the same as you were raised. But if it doesn't go that way, there are higher principles that they appeal to. And when they choose their leader, they choose. They don't just get it handed down to them. They don't have a democratic vote. No, they look around and say, who's the most talented? And the most talented guy rules the roost until someone more talented shows up. And then he will rule the roost. And everyone will agree, because there'll be no denying it, because he will show you that talent. He will prove, deliver, demonstrate. Right? So that's how they pick their leaders. They don't rule, they lead.
Exactly. So if you're rich enough and you have enough clout in financial areas, and you're able to like send giant penises up into the sky like a ritual, then they'll be like, oh, you're part of our club. Now, they may have already been part of the club, obviously, to get up as high as they have been with like Blue Origin and all that space junk that they shoot up there. You know, so yeah, it's part of the same club. Like there may be some crossover into regular society, but it's
bro. If you want to catch a glimpse,
giant metal phallus. You should call that giant metal phallus.
If you want to catch a glimpse of some of these people, remember, not all of these people are in on it, so to speak. They know how the world works, but they're not getting their hands dirty, all of them necessarily. But if you want to catch a glimpse of some of these people, go to a polo event. You know, when they ride around on horses and they hit a ball, you know, with a stick as they ride around on a horse, try and get it through the goal. They love that sport. They love it. That's like one of their favorites. So if you see polo events, they'll be at those.
Polo.
You won't hear about them on mainstream TV. You won't hear about them. You won't see it on Sky Sports. You won't see it on CNN. They won't report on it. But these events, they'll thousands of them will flock to these events. All these millionaires, billionaires, all these cars will show up. Private planes will land nearby. They'll get driven to the event and flown out again. They love these events. They love polo.
Right. Yeah, and those are the same people that were going to jousting contests hundreds of years ago. So it's basically the same thing, the same kind of sport. It's just a less bloody one now.
Exactly. They have their culture. They have their own culture as well. You see, they have their own, like, oh, we like that. We like this entertainment. We like these physical kind of, like, let's say, kind of exemplifications of athleticism. But they don't like football and like rugby and baseball. No, they're like polo, theater, I don't know, some other stuff, right? Not like what we like, you see? It's a different parallel world. And if we entered that world, we'd be bored. If they entered our world, they're bored.
Yeah, it's very strange. This place on Earth is, sociologically speaking, it's very odd. Like what's going on? Who knows what's going on behind the scenes? You know, like there is the Wizard of Oz, and there is a curtain, and you know, we shan't pass through that veil to find out who's pulling the levers and pushing the buttons. Like a lot of those people in higher places, they don't know either. Like they're just following direction.
Like actually, I think this is a good time, Sonny. Don't forget what Mimius hasn't been hanging around here recently, but when he would every now and then remind us his theory on this idea. I think it's. I'm not even saying I 100% believe it myself, but it's an important thing to keep in mind. You might be right. He was describing it as a metaphor. The metaphor is that the whole world is a ship on the ocean, and that there is no bridge. There is no bridge on the ship, but there are a lot of people on the ship, and there are some people with a lot of money and control of the media that have built a room on the ship, and they're calling it the bridge, and they're pretending it's the bridge, and they're pretending they have control over the ship, and thinking sometimes that they have control over the ship, sometimes thinking not, but they actually don't have any control over the ship, and the ship is just going whatever direction that it goes.
Yeah.
Well, that can't be true, sir. Simply because 5 years ago, in the event that shall not be named, that got proven false. What you just said. So 6 years ago, I would have agreed with you, but now we both have to now see that can't be true. What you just said.
Yeah, but hold on, Grizzly, because I think the analogy still holds. Because so there's people that are up on this pseudo bridge that everybody believes everywhere else on every deck, like the engineering in the engine room, the boilers, like there's people that run the electronics on the ship. Like there may be some crossover where there's communication between this so-called bridge and the others that are in charge of, let's say,
bro,
the lifeboat.
wait 1 second, bro. The guy just said that no one controls the ship. Well, clearly someone does, because that ship goes exactly where it needs to go at exactly the right time. So it looks like it's being controlled by someone.
Yeah, I don't think they're controlling the direction. I think they're able to nudge the rudder this way a little bit and this way a little bit, and I think that's what you're talking about that happened 5 years ago.
It seems like they can hide history, bro.
They're able to.
Bro, hold on, you're a flat earther, right? You're a flat earther, right?
Yeah.
Right, so they've hidden the shape of the ground you're standing on from 9 billion people all at once. You telling me they can't control a ship? In whatever metaphor you want to use that in. Come on, get out of here, dude. Stop it. Stop.
No, it's an analogy to society as a whole. So it's just an analogy. I think if you take it too literally,
controlling the ship, bro. Someone is. They necessarily have to be.
Hold on. Wait. I gotta interject here. So you're valid to make that point, but you got to remember the subject of us being brainwashed in regards to the surface of the Earth being something that it's not, on a regular basis. That's one subject within itself, and I'm granted you're correct on that front.
Bro.
But there are a lot. Hold on. Listen. Are you following me? But there are a lot of other factors that these people at the top may not have as much control over as you think. Economic factors. And economics, buddy, listen, economics are everything, all right? And if they don't have control over all economic factors, then their grip is slipping.
I think you're grossly underestimating their control, because you live in a true dystopic world like 1984, the book. Literally in that fucking world. And you're telling me that they don't have as much control as I think. They have way more than you think, sir. Look at the reality. Look at the events in your own lifetime, man. Wake up, bro. Jeez Louise, man. Still in denial.
I think we're actually disagreeing less than you think. We're just using different words to describe the same situation.
You're just in denial.
We're just trying to use different words to describe the same situation, really.
I think you're in denial. That's what I think.
Well, okay. I think you're in denial about what you think about the police, though. That's fucking ridiculous.
No, that's just my opinion. I'm not in denial. That's just my opinion. Cool. That's my position. That's my position on government. That's what I think. That's not in denial. You're just denying the fact that these people run the world like a dystopic nightmare. That is the case, and you're denying it. So you are in denial.
No, I agree with that. That's my point. I agree with what that sentence that you just said. I agree with that sentence.
Beautiful. So you agree they control more than you thought. Beautiful. I was right.
Yeah.
Thanks for agreeing. Thanks for conceding. Thank you.
That's why it's an uphill battle, is the way I think of it. The fight against them, but it's not like it's a battle that you shouldn't fight anyway.
Yeah,
you gotta.
I don't think.
Remember this. Hold on.
I'm just going to speculate here, but I think the way you're fighting them is exactly the wrong way. You're actually helping them. That's my speculation.
Well, okay. I'll describe it in a few words. It's a peaceful, intellectual, constitutional revolution.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm right. You're just spreading their bullshit that they gave you, their soot that they gave you. You're spreading it around and calling it cleaning fluid.
Oh, if you're such an intellectual midget, you can't understand the relevance of it. Then that's on you.
Dude, you just said you speak in riddles when it comes to the clutch moment to make a good point. You start talking in riddles.
An intellectual midget is just a fancy term for idiot. I'm calling you an idiot.
Well, I don't know. I don't deserve to be called an idiot. What does you do?
You just said I'm wrong when I said something that's totally reasonable.
No, I said you're in denial with obvious facts, and then you changed your mind. Now we're in agreement. Now I don't understand. We should be cordial now. Should be high-fiving each other now after that concession. But instead, you're having a go at me, probably because you're upset that I pointed that out. It's okay. It's okay. You'll forget about this in a couple of days, don't worry.
So, yeah, whatever. Never mind.
Point is, bro, read the book 1984, bro. Read it, because that's the world you live in.
Yeah, there are parallels. I'm not going to deny that. I mean, we got our cell phones, and sometimes even the TVs have cameras on that are watching you. It's just kind of ridiculous. The TV's watching you.
By the way, did you guys know that you know the telemedicine thing, right? So soon you're going to have a doctor's appointment via your TV screen, right? So you're just going to you're going to have an appointment at 9 a.m, whatever. And then you're gonna have the screen's gonna turn on. He's gonna visit. He's gonna look at you and tell you to do things, and then give you advice and that will be a doctor's appointment. And then eventually, after that's normal. That's gonna get normalized. After that, you'll have to make the appointment, and if not, they'll send out someone to look for you because it could be a health risk to yourself or to others. So you don't need to have an intervention. So you'll literally be running home. Shit, I gotta make my appointment. Switch on my TV and have a video conference call. If not, you'll have a fine or prosecution your way because
When does your book come out?
Yeah, because remember, you've got to keep society healthy. And how do we keep society healthy? By having every individual be healthy through teleconferencing. So now we have got the global internet to help us. Okay, we're more efficient. See, beautiful. Hope you got your smart TV, guys. Got your cameras. Gonna have your health.
When does your book come out?
What? Me? Dude, what's the point of writing a book about all this? No one's going to read it, dude.
Oh, I thought you were just telling us stories because it was part of your book.
I don't know. A lot of people read 1984, dude.
Right, but the whole point is the 1984 is just like for example, only intellectual people even care about that book. Like people who are interested in the truth. When I say intellectual, people who are interested in the truth and certain aspects of life which aren't the average, right? The average Joe reads that book and just sees just a normal story, like a Spider-Man story. He doesn't see the depths of it. A normal man.
I read that book when I was never interested in the truth because I was forced to for a class.
I was smart enough to read Animal Farm instead because it was shorter.
Well, if you think about it, more people have read 1984 and don't know the reality than people have read it and do know the reality.
What is this conversation about? What is going on?
The fact that we live in a dystopia, sir.
Conspiracy.
And the fact that there are elites. And the fact that we live in a neo-feudalist reality.
Not sure why he won't stay on topic.
I thought that was the topic. Elitists.
Hey, Grizzly, is the Earth flat?
Yeah. It is.
Right on.
Oh, dude. You got a flat earther in here.
I thought he was a glober, honestly.
I did too.
How would you have thought that, sir? When I explicitly said the opposite.
Well, I'll be perfectly honest, man. It's because you're a little nutty.
Yeah, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I'm a little nutty because I don't like police and I want to govern myself, so I'm nutty, you see? All right. Dumbass.
It would be nice if we could self-govern, but there are some individuals that it just does not work for, dude. They need to be dealt with completely differently.
Right. Well, I just want to be so left alone. I want to self-govern. So those idiots, you can deal with them. I don't care. Not my business.
Well, personally, I'd like that too. Just have a place where I can grow my own food and, everyone else can fuck off.
Unfortunately, that's not possible nowadays. Property rights and such allow that.
Bill Gates buying all the farms, you're right.
Yeah.
GMO seeds.
Property rights have been misunderstood, sir. That's right. It's part of the reasons we're in this mess.
If you want food, so you're going to have to rent the Daddy Gates.
Yeah, and Daddy Gates is going to give you the Daddy Gates seeds to pollinate your field. And if you don't get the seeds, then you won't be able to grow otherwise.
How are they going to find out if you're doing that? Like, satellites, or they send someone around to make sure that people aren't
Drones,
growing
bro.
illegal vegetables?
Drones, my man.
Yeah, in other words, so they're always happy to give someone a job who's going to support their slavery system, right? So if they have to give 1,000 people a job, one guy to check the drone, another guy to check the address, another guy to check your name, another guy to interview you, another guy to process you, the more the merrier. Everyone's working towards slavery. Great, even more jobs.
It's satellites instead of high altitude photography. You know what I mean?
See, so when they say, "Oh, jobs created," they love creating jobs because every job helps. To entrench the system into more slavery, into more abuse. So by paying people, in other words, it's like a snake eating its tail. You know, like you're going to pay some guy to enslave some guy, and then he's going to pay some other guy to enslave you, and in the end, you're all going to be in the same shit.
This whole like I've never heard of this though. Like, is there an actual? Can any of you link to me like a specific article or a police report or anything like that? That is like, an American government, state government, or whatever federal government institution just, flew a drone over someone's property and was like, "Oh, you're growing vegetables
Not
here
a
illegally."
government, but I can give you a video of a man who shot a drone over his house because they were doing some So I think it was Amazon deliveries, and the guy shot the drone because he thought it was spying on him, and the police came and charged him.
Yeah, that's a whole separate thing. That is already illegal, and that's been illegal for a long fucking time. That's a separate thing. There's nothing to do with fucking vegetables.
Bro, if you know, dude, if you know the Earth is flat, what do you think? Like, why do you think the government continues telling you it's a globe? Why do you think that is?
I think there's a variety of reasons. If you want me to guess? I can only guess. You do know I can only guess, right?
You seem to,
which kind of makes your question kind of silly. You understand that, right? At least
no, because you make that sense to me. On one hand, you're saying, yeah, but the law does this and the law does right. In other words, you support the legitimacy of the law on one hand, but on the other hand, you understand you've been lied to royally from day one. So I don't understand. Like, it seems contradictory to me.
I'm advocating for changing the law. I don't know if you're following that part of the
right, but what you're going to change it into is going to be just as bad as this, by the sounds of it.
Well, no, you guys were just telling me it's illegal to grow vegetables in certain places in your own front yard. I'm telling you, if it is illegal, we should change that law. And if it is illegal, is anyone going to enforce it? Because keep in mind, there are a lot of laws out there that are not enforced, so if you break them, it doesn't matter.
Right, but the whole point is there are some laws where you can go to jail just by talking. So you talked, and then a few days later you're in jail.
Now you're going on to a different subject. We're just forgetting about the vegetables. I thought we were going to come to the conclusion with the vegetables. We didn't come to a conclusion with the fucking vegetables.
Of course. If you can go to jail for talking, sir, yeah, you can definitely go to jail for making something or growing something. Yeah, no doubt. If talking can get you into jail, then yeah, no shit. Pretty much everything else will get you into jail then, wouldn't it?
I don't know who was in here that said like, oh, blah, blah, you can't grow your own vegetables. My suggestion is to whoever said that to you, say it to them and try it yourself. Test them. Try just saying, oh, they say I can't grow a bunch of vegetables over this place. Do it anyway. If someone shows up and tells you to stop, then fucking stop maybe. But if no one shows up, then what the fuck are you even worried about?
The reality is they have no legitimacy to show up at all and tell you anything, so they have no right. But a lot of people think they do have a right because they want a big society.
The reason why I say this, I'll tell you why I say this. Is because
a big agency with lots of PC plods running around protecting everyone for their own good. Yay! Otherwise, there's gonna be chaos. Yay! Like a lot of people believe that. They just do.
All right, buddy. Yeah, great. But like the reason why I say this is because like I noticed that there's a lot of people driving without license plates in my own community. So at one point in time or another couple of points in time, I actually casually just walked up. I'm talking, buddy. Anyway, as I was saying, dude, put yourself on mute for a minute, buddy. Let someone else hold the mic. Can you do that?
Just chill, dude.
All right. Anyway, as I was saying, there's a lot of people driving around my community without license plates on, and I thought that's a hit and run hazard because it is a hit and run hazard. It's harder to identify someone, bring them to justice for they've committed hit and run, whether killing someone or damaging someone's vehicle or whatever. And So I casually walked up to some cops and asked them, like, hey, how come all these people are driving around without license plates and you guys aren't doing anything about it? And basically the response is we would do something about it. We'd be glad to do something about it, but we're just actually too busy going after bigger crimes. There's just bigger crimes that we have to go after. And we just don't have time for that. So the reason, I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Why the fuck is this asshole talking? I'm not done with my fucking story. Shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. All right, as I was saying, the reason why I'm telling this story is because the guy said that thing about vegetables and blah, blah, blah. It's illegally growing your own vegetables. What I'm saying is, if the cops where I live are too busy going after bigger crimes, that they don't really have the time to pull over people that drive without license plates on, then they probably don't have the time to go to your house and tell you can't fucking grow vegetables. Like, I'm pretty sure vegetables are not on their not on their minds, you know. That's what I'm saying.
The problem is the Karen.
I like the second that you stopped talking. The interruptions just completely stopped.
Yeah, there's no point talking to him. He's a dumbass, man. Yeah, believe what you want, bro. Whatever, dude.
Whoa, ad hominem.
So how do you talk to the police?
Yes, sir.
No, you don't. You don't
You
talk
don't.
to the police.
That's what I was gonna say. Like,
what police are you talking about? American police or British police? What?
Any police. The role of the police officer is to be an expert witness and to gather evidence that the government will use against you in the court of law. And why this is an important talking point for Flat Earth is we can use that level of interaction right back at you. Everything NASA says will only be used against them. Nothing they say will be used for them. The same treatment they give us, the same level of trust and respect they offer the citizen, I offer right back at them. Anything you say will only be used against you. There's nothing you can do or say that will advocate for your cause. You got to show the evidence and present the evidence in the appropriate venue at the appropriate time, which of course they won't do. They're shit scared. They are shit scared to leave any venue that they don't have full authority over. That's why Tyson straight up balked. I'll debate any flat earther right here, right now. How about Eric Dubay? Oh, well, you see, well, we don't really debate these topics because it's already known. Well, if you're that sure and you got that much truth and facts and logic on your side, why not open your mic on the Joe Rogan show? Well, you see, even though I'm on here all the time, I just can't be on here at the same time with somebody who disagrees with me. No problem.
He doesn't even know things. He just does stuff. He's cool. Oh, fine.
Alex.
Wait.
You're back feeding. I'm going to mute you because you obviously can't mute yourself. Oh, you've gone. Do Hope is unmuted again. Awesome.
About fucking time.
Obviously, it was 40 minutes, mate. I don't think a moderator unmuted you. I think your time was up. Have you learnt your lesson now? You can come out the naughty corner.
My lesson that not all cops are bad. Have I learned my lesson?
I don't know, mate. I wasn't here for whatever you fucking did to get muted.
Alright, well, don't be telling me I fucking learned a lesson that you have no idea about.
Alright, dude, you obviously don't understand British humour. I was kind of welcoming you back. I understand that mutes last for 40 minutes. Obviously, somebody muted you. You probably did something fucking wrong. I don't know what it is. Stop being a fucking baby, you pussy.
Yeah, keep in mind, it's not like the main subject of the room. Like, it's just kind of what we're talking about because there's no Glover to argue with for the most part. Are you a Glover?
No, I'm not a Glover.
Good. It's bad for your brain to get high on CGI.
Yeah. I am wondering where the North Pole is, though. If on a flat Earth.
Directly underneath
Get
the
this fuck out. Get this troll out of here.
Right, where do you think it is? How do you think the North Pole is defined?
I mean, I know if you have a compass, it points north, but can anybody tell me where the North Pole is on the flat Earth?
Okay, so that's magnetic. Hold tight. So that's magnetic north, and that moves, but that's not true north. How do we know what true north is? Oh, sounds like a learning curve for you.
Yep, I think you lost them.
You ever heard of that?
Just say I don't know. Teach me. Just say it.
I'm going to learn from a bunch of flat earthers. That's great.
But at the moment, you seem to be confused.
You just said you are a flat earther, though.
You seem to be confused with what north is.
He said he was not a Glover. I don't think he knows what a Glover is.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Okay, so there's several types of north. You're talking about magnetic north, which drifts, it moves around. You have to account for it. You also have to declinate, that's make a correction for true north. Are you asking where true north is?
Sure.
Cool. Have you ever heard of the North Star?
Right.
Yes, under that.
Okay, so has anybody been under the North Star?
Not me personally. I'm pretty sure some polar explorers have been there.
Right.
Or at least claim to have been there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming no flat earther has been true north then. So I guess. All right.
Furthest north I've been.
So where are all these?
I don't know every flat
masses?
earther in the world. Do you know every glober on the earth?
Do I know what?
Every glober on earth?
Do I know every glober on earth?
What about the police officers?
Because
who are
you're
flat
asking,
earthers?
do we know if any flat earther's been up there? I don't know every flat earther.
What about police officers who are flat earthers? What do you say about them?
I say that they use GPS in their cars. Bitch.
Oh, it's U.S. State Department. The guy he's come here to scream again. Hey, dude.
Global positioning software. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's it. The globe has been proven because of a fucking acronym.
Buddy, you have friends all around the globe.
Go, there we go.
Don't you?
Globe has been proven because of a common phraseology. Yep, awesome. Well done.
Yeah, even the Roman Flat Earth Society.
Buddy,
He just
even
quoted the Flat Earth
Romans-
Society.
Even the Romans knew the world was a globe. Even the Romans.
How? Yeah, it's a question. How? It's not a greeting like from a native.
I got something to say about it. If they believe that, it's probably just another thing they stole from the Greeks.
How? Well, because Aristotle and all these Greek people invented certain mathematics that allowed them to determine the shape of the Earth.
What, by building road straights and aqueducts?
No, by inventing math.
Inventing math. Awesome. Did they know because of any measurements, or just because of some other ancient culture that had this belief?
No, they used frame of reference and common sense.
Frame of reference? What was the frame of reference that they used?
So one guy told another guy to walk a certain distance, and then the other guy did a certain thing at a certain time that the other guy did, and they both recorded their results, and bada bing, bada boom.
Sorry, that was fucking ambiguous. What? Some guy did something, and another guy did something, and all of a sudden you turned into a fucking Italian New Yorker. What the fuck?
Like, dude, you don't have to speak every little thing. Look it up online.
Dude, fucking Earth, man. Shit, fucking ambiguous. Be more clearer when answering my fucking question.
Nigger in the hallway is gonna fucking eat it when you get into Carnegie Hall, man.
What the fuck's this prick?
I said the Bacon Johnson needs a
It's Jay Corvus. That's his name, Jay Corvus.
Bye, Jay. Alright, anyway, back to the Romans. Who two guys did something, and we're not allowed to question your fucking super ambiguous claim.
Dude, I don't even think...
That's right. Stop there. We know.
I don't even think that you understand, quite frankly, what's happening here.
What's happening is I'm trying to ask you to be clearer with your claim, you stupid man. That's what's happening.
Civilizations throughout time and history.
Did what?
All coming to one conclusion.
By doing what?
That the Earth is a globe.
By doing what? Putting acronyms in GPS.
Science.
Pardon me?
Math, physics, and science.
Okay, what did they do with the maths, physics, and science? What did they perform? What measurements or experiments did they do?
Dude.
Oh no! He's asking.
You gotta find. Can I try to find a pathway to like get some headway here? Man.
I mean, they did multiple, and they're all on Google.
All right, so hey, U.S. State Department, listen carefully. I got a question for you. What would prove wrong the globe for you? What is feasible and doable and observable on your part that would prove wrong the globe for you? Where is your standard of evidence go as far as falsifying the globe?
What would prove wrong the globe for me? I need you to prove why the globe would be wrong in the first place.
Yeah, how?
But I'm asking you, like, what are the specifications? Like, where is your standard of evidence in regards to that? I'm asking you where your standard of evidence is.
Like, you got to understand, like, you're going to have to explain why the government's hiding flat Earth from us. Why, like, every country in the entire planet is trying to convince everybody everywhere that the world is a globe. Like, you're gonna
so not the evidence of the actual Earth doing something, but just why people will lie or do something else.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Like, and on top of that, like,
other people's heads.
And on top of that,
the U.S. State Department, you got to point out the obvious. Let me just point out the obvious here, please.
Wait. Let's point out the obvious here. You're telling me
we're not inside other people's heads. We can't read other people's minds as a thing. Like, you're asking us to tell you what's going on inside someone else's head that we don't
Monica
know.
Lewinsky banged JFK. Only 3 people knew. Now the whole world knows. And the secret lasted what? A year?
Whatever. Who cares?
So you're telling me that the world has been covering a secret for 2,000 years and nobody has ratted?
Hey, can you tell me what's inside Area 51?
Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah, can you tell me what's inside of Area 51?
Can you tell me?
Oh, so they can't hold secrets, can they?
Everybody knows it's aircraft development, buddy. Like, I don't.
Yeah, well, have you been there? How can you confirm this?
I don't need to go. The plane.
Oh, so now you're speculating, and that's what you think is going on.
Do you know what the SR-25 is? Wow.
Do you know what is actually going on, or do you don't know?
Aircraft development.
Yeah. How do you know that for sure?
Weapon testing.
How do you know this for sure?
Yes, we know.
How do you know this?
Nuclear bomb, SR-25.
I'm just gonna say words and then hopefully something sticks. I'm just gonna say words and hopefully something sticks.
Oh yeah. let's see. Oh, dissecting aliens, UFO testing. Yeah, get the fuck out.
Okay, now you're gonna just keep saying words and hopefully something sticks.
Like, what do you think goes on?
What I'm saying is you don't know what the hell goes on in there.
I do know. I do.
Okay, how do you know this?
Let's not go on a tangent so much.
I'm not manic.
No, it's not. It's not a tangent. It's saying that they can't. Monica Lewinsky did this, and everybody knew. Now, what do you actually know about Area 51?
Also,
nothing. You don't know anything because nothing comes. They don't tell you anything about it. Shut up, dude, before I meet.
How do people know that Marilyn Monroe fucked?
Oh my god,
dude! Shut the fuck up. Someone else is talking, and then you just completely ignore them and start rambling on some other shit. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, you don't know what's happening outside Area 51 because it's actually a fucking secret, and nobody has ever told you, and you have no idea what's going on in there.
That's a lie.
Okay,
then it wouldn't be a fucking secret, would it?
Number one, buddy, the world isn't as crazy as what you think it is. Let's get that straight.
Stay focused, dumbass.
How do I know? How do I know?
Hold on. If we're done with that, I just want to make a quick point to you, buddy. I asked you a question.
Orion, it's not done. And you hear Jedi asking him, how does he know?
It's like the third time you've done that, Orion. Come on.
Yeah, it's because I fucking know, dumbass.
No,
I'm not a fucking schizomanic retard that believes in fucking aliens.
Are you psychic? Did you read it in your tea leaves?
No, I walk around outside and I smell the fucking roses.
Okay, so this isn't going to go anywhere until you tell me.
It ain't going to go anywhere because you're a fucking retard.
Dude, I'm asking you a question and you can't seem to answer it. You just say that you know because you know.
Listen, you know what proof would be good enough for you? Like I said, if the government send you to space. There's no photo, picture, this, that, whatever experiment. That
so just ramble on something else when they avoid the question. You are avoiding the question.
If the government launched your dumbass in space and you saw the globe,
you are avoiding the question, dude. Why are you avoiding the question? Don't want to answer. How do you know?
Oh, Elbow. If the government launched you to space today. And you saw the globe, and you came back in this Discord.
Why are you asking me a fucking question?
I told everybody that you saw the globe.
Why are you asking me a question, dude? We asked you a question, you still haven't answered it.
Dude, stop edging when you speak to me. Stop edging.
Elbow, just so you know, this guy comes in here a lot and he likes to scream over people. Like that's kind of his thing.
Me a question. Stop.
Yeah, that's why he'll get muted every time he starts screaming.
Stop asking me. Elbow, you sound like the flat Earth.
I'm just gonna shut you off. Yeah.
Should we ask him an easier question, like how many drinks has he had today?
I'm about to boot him out of here. That's what I'm about to
That's a good question. You should ask him. Maybe you should give him the triangle test. See if he gets it right.
Yeah. Well, he did round off back to Orion's question, which was the first question that was asked. Maybe he's got some kind of cognitive issue or something. So probably drinking, being he's asked answering a question that was asked earlier that he refused to answer. So he's standard of those. Oh my God!
Mate, you can't beat me in a debate.
Shut up.
So, have any of you guys actually flown overseas?
Yes.
Yes.
And so, what do you think is happening when the plane is showing you flying over a sea?
Oh, I got this one. Let me answer this really quickly. I got a perfect answer. So the airplane, it takes off from the airport. It flies over the flat and stationary Earth, and then it lands at the next airport. And that's it. That's what happened.
So you don't know what's happening between the departure and the arrival?
No, I do. The Earth is flat and stationary under the Earth, and the airplane flies over the Earth.
Yeah, but you have no idea where the land masses are. You have no idea.
Eating, watching movies, that kind of shit's happening.
Bro, imagine if
what do you mean don't know where land masses are? What are you talking about? What are you on about?
Well, if you look at the map that the plane is using, it's clearly flying over a sea. Where do you think the plane is in space as it's flying over the sea?
In space?
Free space or the vacuum of space? Which space are you talking about?
In the space of Earth. I feel like you know what I meant.
Actually, we have an answer to this. Hold on, everybody. I want to show him to the
the text chat, we know exactly what's going on. We got black box data in the side chat. You can look at it. The plane is not pitching according to the horizontal plane that it's flying over. It's maintaining a speed according to a stationary Earth. And there's no roll, pitch, or yaw, right? It's consistent with the globe, so we know exactly what's going on. It's flying over a flat Earth.
Okay, that's great. But you can't fly over the Pacific Ocean, and as you're looking out the plane window, you see the ocean. That model doesn't work on a flat Earth.
What model? Did anybody present you a model? What model are you talking about?
Because you have to fly around the globe to get to the other continent, right? That's how it works.
Really? That sounds like a baseless assertion. Can you tell us how that's going to work?
He thinks we live on a Mercator projection.
Do you think maps are the terrain?
We live on then.
Do you think maps are the terrain?
Do I think maps are the terrain? I think maps are relative to land masses and water bodies.
Okay, so we have about 150 to 200 projections of the Earth. Which one of those is correct?
They're all distortions of the land masses and water bodies.
Oh, okay, so they're not accurate representations then.
Yeah, but to discard the globe model, you would have to wonder what body of water you're flying over to get to the other continent.
What globe model? I'm sorry, what globe model?
Any globe model.
Show it to me. Post it in the side chat, please, would you?
Is that an engineering model, a scientific model? What type of fucking model are you talking about? And yeah, definitely post it. Do you even know what a model is?
So you guys don't think that the massive Pacific Ocean, when you leave California to get to Japan,
you're gonna ignore the question that was just raised because you said you had a model?
There's tons of different models.
Can you
which
present
one do you want me to give you?
You present one.
The one you're talking about, you fucking idiot.
present a scientific model of the globe.
Do you guys have no idea that you have to, if you want to leave California and go to Japan, you have to fly over the Pacific, right?
Why are you not answering the question? Why are you not posting your scientific model on the chat, bro? What's going on?
Just look at a fucking map, at a basic. Just pull up Google Maps, bro. Pull up Google Maps.
You think that's
I have
a
to do that
model?
for you.
How did they scientifically test that model?
That's just pull up Google Maps and follow along.
You think that
Google
is
Maps
a model?
It's a Cartesian coordinate system. That's a flat Earth.
These fucking people.
You came in here thinking that just talking about the Pacific Ocean and airplanes was going to be some kind of W? Do you guys just come in here to flaunt your ignorance or what? I'm starting to wonder.
I'm not trying
what about
to
the
assert
Pacific?
anything.
Okay, so what does the question have to do with the nature of the surface of the Earth in a geometric sense?
We are waiting.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You have no clue.
I got a parallel question to ask that, a synonymous question. Is an airplane a measuring device? Yes or no? Or is it an aircraft?
No, I don't think it's a measuring device.
Has to know its orientation in 3 space though, right?
So when you guys look at the map on the plane, you think that's an accurate representation or no?
What map?
On the plane. It's a hypothetical. Have you ever flown overseas?
It's like
what map, dude?
The video, the one that plays on little TV.
Yeah, he thinks the ramification on the back of the plane seat is somehow the Earth he's flying over. It's just a model. It's a projection.
So
how are you not getting this?
Okay, so where do you think the plane is if that's not where it is?
Wait a minute. Bro, do you believe that above Australia right now, planes are flying upside down in relation to planes flying over Europe? So they are upside down. Yeah, do you believe that?
So you guys simultaneously don't think that that's an accurate map, but you also think that it's an accurate map of where everything
You
is.
just agreed with me earlier that there are no accurate maps. They're all distorted. So which one is correct? Is the one on the plane all of a sudden the one that's correct?
I don't have to assert whether what map is accurate. You guys do.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. I didn't bring up planes and maps in the Pacific Ocean. Your dumbass did, and now you're asking us questions about the thing that you're... How stupid.
Yeah, he's on
what we need to do.
You can't bring
So
up
why
maps
just
in
go up
this
to Shit
channel.
Creek? So why?
They don't believe in maps.
Naughty boy.
Yeah, we do. We just know they're constructed, but we're not going to reify a fucking map. That would
You know,
be
it's funny.
stupid and fallacious.
You know, it's funny. Instead of they coming in and say, "Look, this is why the Earth is a globe because it's this evidence, and this evidence," they want to come here and ask us questions. Why do you think the Earth is not a globe? Why is it over here? What about landmass? Can what do doorknobs work on flat Earth? It's moronic questions, dude.
So answer my question, sir. Do you think planes in Australia are upside down right now compared to planes in Europe?
No.
Wait, what? Hold on. No, Don, wait.
Wait, hold up. Follow-up question. Quick follow-up question. Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere? Yes or no?
No, I don't. Actually.
He had to think about that one. You noticed that?
Yeah, it was very slow.
I mean, because he couldn't say no to the first answer to the answer to the plain question, and then think it's a sphere. But
No, I don't think the world is a sphere. But I'm just curious what you guys think is happening when you're flying over the Pacific Ocean. Where do you think you are?
What do you think happens, sir?
Well, I'm trying to figure that out.
When
Well, I already showed you. There's something in the side chat that it tells you exactly what the plane is doing. So there you go.
Hold on, wait. So before you entered this chat room, you didn't have an opinion on this up until 7 minutes or whatever ago, yeah? Really?
Wait, but why were you defending the globe shape
I'm not
model?
defending the globe. It's called asking a fucking question.
I know, but what's your belief?
Well, you got your answer.
That doesn't really answer my question because you guys have no idea what's happening either.
No, we do. There's the flight data right there.
Come on, sir. Tell us your belief.
Yeah, you know that airplanes don't actually adjust for curvature at all.
Guys, he's about to tell us his beliefs. Go ahead, sir.
What do you want me to tell you?
What you believe happens above the Pacific Ocean.
I mean, it's flying across the Pacific Ocean. That's what I believe.
Right. And if it keeps on flying, what happens?
But I'm wondering like how that functions on a flat Earth model because I thought that would only be possible on a globe.
During your merry moments of wonderment, you've forgotten to answer my question. I think I just made up a word, wonderment. I don't think that's a word.
What?
Doesn't matter. You understand what I
What
mean.
flat Earth model is he talking about? What flat Earth model are you talking about?
There is no flat Earth model.
Yeah, they don't have one, so there's nothing to talk about.
He doesn't want to tell me what he believes happens to a plane if it keeps on flying straight.
It fucking reaches its destination.
Really? In which geometric pathway does it do that, sir?
Well, based on the computer in front of you when you're on the plane, tells you.
Really? What about if you're on a Cessna plane, sir? Got some cricket.
Does a Cessna have enough fuel to cross the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah, why not? Let's say it does.
Then you reach your destination.
In which geometric pathway?
The one you're on.
Which one would that be?
The one you're. At what latitude? What? I haven't got any information.
What's the plan, sir? What's the plan?
There's no information in this statement thus far that I could tell you that.
Pacific.
You're having a laugh.
We're on the Pacific. He's asking us where we are. We're over the Pacific.
So if you ask me, so if you
Latitude.
ask me that question, imagine you ask me that question. You say, Grizzly, what happens if you get on a bicycle and you just ride and for a considerable distance? I'd say you keep on riding until you come to some sort of obstacle. I'd say that. So when I ask you about the plane, why can't you give me a simple answer like that?
I did give you a simple answer like that.
No, you didn't. You said you'd be the path that you're on, and you just like reinstated the question as an answer. That's all you did.
I was asking for more clarity. Maybe you should listen better.
I said you reach your destination was actually the
In
answer.
which geometric path? In which geometric path?
That's not a sensible question at this point in
Really?
the conversation.
Well,
Oh my gosh. It's not, Chris. It's not at all.
Hold on. Notice how that criticism that you just come up with now. Notice that was upon the fourth time of me asking that question, you came up with it. You didn't say that in the first time.
You did. You were talking through me. Didn't fucking hear it as usual.
So, new player, you brought up latitude. Are you aware that latitude is measured as an elevation angle to Polaris, and that's across the flat Earth? Are you aware of that?
Nope.
Okay. So your question about latitude, or your statement about latitude, assumes a flat Earth. Are you a flat earther?
No.
Okay. But you do use the Earth as flat since you kind of coordinate yourself according to latitude and longitude, yes?
No.
No? Just no? So the people that are measuring latitude and longitude according to the flat plane that they measure the elevation angles from, they're retarded, and you're not going to be listening to them anymore, right?
They're not measuring from a flat plane, they're measuring from a horizon.
Oh, so that's not correct. Can you tell me how an elevation angle is actually measured?
No. No idea.
No, so why would you make up something about the horizon when you have no clue how it's measured?
Because whatever I make up, if I said fairies did it, it'd be more sensible than presuming the Earth is flat.
Do you know what an angle is?
I don't know.
I could have. I mean, if we're in a fantasy server, I may as well.
The fuck? Do you know what an angle is? To start. Good. So you understand.
The measurement of the intersection of two lines, yeah?
Yeah, two straight lines, right? We're talking about an
Not
elevation.
necessarily straight. You can have an angle between two curved lines.
Okay, somebody else can talk to the electrically illiterate fool.
Okay. Why couldn't you?
You just said you can have an angle between two arcs?
Yeah.
Bring it out.
When they intersect, there's still an angle, isn't there?
No.
No.
Yes. Of course there is.
All right, Radwin,
Who
bring
said
up
that?
the
Who
test.
said that?
Radwin, bring up the test for him. He obviously does know what a triangle is now.
Of course I do.
Sorry, what's a triangle?
A three-sided shape.
Okay, to those sides, have they got to be straight sides?
I think for the definition of a triangle, yes, they do.
Yeah, triangle, three angles. An angle is the intersection of two straight sides.
In a triangle, yes.
Oh, in a fucking square as well. In anything that's got an angle in it, the angle would be measured in the separation of two straight sides. Shut up.
Answer me this, Jedi. If two curved lines intersect, do they intersect at an angle?
And they intersect at a point.
Yes.
You're not going to be able to measure the separation of those two not straight lines.
You can. That's just dumb. How? With a protractor.
Oh, sorry, protractor.
He's an idiot.
Sorry, dummy. Protractor. That's radius.
I'm in a flat Earth fucking room, and you're calling me an idiot.
Excuse me. You'll understand a protractor has got radians of straight lines, right?
Yes.
Good. So you're going to need straight lines to measure an angle.
You just draw a straight line from the point of insertion.
Okay. So you need to draw a tangent. You need to draw a tangent, which is a straight line. Yeah, that's a straight line. And you're going to measure the separations of those straight lines.
Cool. Does that mean the curved lines no longer have an angle? No,
it doesn't. You had to do something else. You had to draw a straight line to a preconceived point.
When two curved lines intersect, is there an angle or is there not an angle?
Not an angle. Hold on. Not until you draw your tangent.
There's no angle until you draw a tangent. It just doesn't exist, and then you draw a tangent, and it magically appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, because you measure the separation between the tangents, which are straight lines. Like I said, geometric illiterate fool.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, You're completely right, and the Earth is.
I know I am. Would you like the definitions and citations to prove that I am most definitely your intellectual superior when we're talking about fucking angles, you 5-year-old?
No, I'll be honest. Anything you post is going to be gibberish, so I'm not going to read it.
Okay.
Remember, you're talking gibberish, mate.
Cool. So, my friends, do you see the image at the side chat? Hold on.
This dude thinks angles magically appear when you draw a straight line.
56 minutes past the hour. You see the image in the side chat? 56 minutes past the hour. Answer the question.
No, I'm not opening the side chat. Why would I
Then
bother?
fuck off.
Okay.
Good lad. Well done.
I feel like British people are always so mean to other British people.
Because we're so fucking disappointed when they talk shit.
Tiny island, they're territorial.
Oh, damn, that dude left. I thought he was still in here. Never mind. I
don't know why.
Something. And he got corrected by a flat earther and cried and left. Damn.
Huh?
I really wanted him to answer that triangle question.
It won't answer it. I told you this already. It's impossible.
I wanted to see it like in real time though. That was
You're
funny.
screwed whether you answer it right or wrong. You're trapped both ways.
Because we were literally just talking about this like an hour ago, and then someone was presented the triangle question, didn't answer it. I was like, "Oh, dude!" I was laughing. I had the biggest smile on my face. I was just waiting. Oh well, I'm gonna keep on waiting until we can get a Glover to answer the triangle question.
It's alright, another idiot will be along shortly.
What's up, resident idiot here?
How are you? How are you?
I'm doing great, man. So I don't know anything about the triangle experiment, but I am interested to hear what you guys have to say about the Cavendish experiment, which is proving gravity between two masses.
Okay, that was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. It's also not an experiment. Mass does not attract mass. The current scientific rhetoric for your gravity is bendy warping space-time. General and special relativity.
What I'm really interested in is that is a repeatable experiment. Do you guys have any other repeatable experiments that you guys would approve of that I could probably make in my house, in my garage, and I could live stream it one day?
When you say repeatable as in any Muppet can do it, or repeatable as in the outcome always comes out the same?
Both of those would be perfect, actually.
In a perfect scenario, yeah. But what's interesting is with the Cavendish observation, is sometimes it works, sometimes it does not work.
So, what if we built this to you guys' specifications and I could stream it live?
It's not our claim, mate. It's your claim, that Cavendish thing. So we don't have to build it to anyone's specifications.
Well, we'd have to come to a common ground where we could both believe on it for following.
I'm just pointing out that sometimes it don't work, bro. That's all. And what we've noticed when all these young physics kids come in here, and some of them are honest, some of them are just idiots, that the ones that say that they balance the balls perfectly, it don't work. Other ones that say that are imbalanced or unbalanced, they say turns. So is it just a balancing act, or is there something else going on?
Like I said, it was superseded 10 years ago.
Yeah, and that's another problem
superseded by Einstein?
Yeah. Mass does not attract mass. The reason why things appear to rotate or get moved towards each other is because of the displacement of mass in a four-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian force space known as space-time. Space-time is distorted, not mass attracting mass, magic at a distance, with no apparent mechanism.
Yeah, he didn't like the way Mercury's orbit was. That's why he said he wasn't a fan of that experiment. But, if you were to agree that it's superseded by Einstein, that also means that you agree that planets are real.
Planets are real? What do you mean?
Well, most of the time I come in here and you guys say space isn't real, so.
Okay. I mean, the mathematics works for two bodies. Doesn't work for any more.
Okay, well, that's really all I had. But I'll have a crack at your triangle question. Let's hear it.
Where is it?
56 past the hour.
Yeah, I have to scroll up a little bit. It's got A, B, C, D, 4 triangular-looking figures. The question is, which one of these 4 figures is not a triangle?
I would guess D because it's not actually connected.
Okay,
why did
50.
you do that?
Is that your final answer?
Well, I guess you can't call it a triangle if it's not connected. I guess it's just a line with angles at that point.
Is that your final answer? We can't help you on this one, bro. We can only ask, is it your final answer? You have to say either yes or no.
Yeah. Why did you delete it? Here, let me.
Yeah, well, I reposted it for you. I reposted it.
Let's take a good look at these. Okay, so let me use my high school education here to solve this riddle. Let's see. So we got C. That's definitely a triangle. Look at that right angle on that bad boy. A looks like I drew that triangle. I'd call that a triangle. B has that curve though, man. So it's got to be between B and D. But I just don't like the way D isn't connected. I feel like that's more of like a line than a shape. You know what I mean? So I guess I'm gonna go with D. Final answer.
You don't maybe read the question. You don't just have to have one answer. I'm kind of helping you out.
Oh, which are not triangles. Okay, well, we can go B and D.
Awesome.
Yay!
Is that right?
Yeah.
How about that?
Chicken dinner.
So my question is, how do you measure an elevation angle if one of your 2 lines is curved?
Oh, how do I measure an elevation angle if one of my lines is curved? Do I need a triangle to get an elevation angle? Do I have to have a triangle?
At the moment, we're just speaking about an angle, which is the intersection of 2 lines. I'm asking you if one of I'm asking you. Yeah. So I'm asking you, if one of your lines is curved, are you going to be able to measure an angle?
I feel like if I went to college for some form of advanced math, I could probably have a smarter answer than this. But I'm going to say no.
Awesome. You're kind of correct, because the angle is defined as the intersection of 2 straight sides. If you look at figure B and you try to measure the angles where the curved line meets the 2 straight lines, those are not angles. You're going to have to do something else. You're going to have to do what's called a tangent. Pick a point along that line and draw a straight line to it, and then measure the separation between those 2 straight lines. Because you can't measure an angle if one of the lines is curved. It's not an angle anymore, is it?
I guess that's a good point. Are you sure if I didn't have a 7 by 10 foot chalkboard and made up some crazy ass algebraic thing with a bunch of letters and symbols, I couldn't come up with an angle?
Yeah, you'd have to, within your geometry, draw a tangent.
Okay, so Radwin just posted that star up there. I mean, I understand that's not a 90-degree angle, but from where that star is, that looks like I know there's a formula you can do to where if we have that angle, we can still make it 90.
How are we going to do that if it's on a curved line?
Yeah, where would you get that initial angle?
That defeats the whole purpose of perpendicular.
Triangle is this curved, you know what I mean? Well, you got me here, Flat Earth. There's just another W in the books.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, lads. That's how it works.
Oh no, I mean he did pretty good though. He answered. He was very intellectually honest too. So I mean, I'm sure that's not how most of the time it works out. But
I've said that's how it works when you do the triangle test. Then you present the other stuff, and then it's over.
no, that was pretty good. I didn't expect it to go that smooth. I mean, the guy answering
Should I
the question
start
was really.
yelling and saying, what about the satellite pictures?
No, bro, I just want to commend you on your humility and giving us the W. I mean, I appreciate that, really.
No, yeah, that was actually very intellectually honest, and it's very cordial and everything too. So yeah, thanks, man.
But we'll do you a favour, Globe Ramper. That .ws site that you go to, where you've got your information from, probably best you don't go there, because the amount of lies and shit that they spill just to confuse people, it's sickening.
I think they got a solid point about the plane, though, man, because as you get higher, the air gets less, so you got to use more thrust. So if you're using the same amount of thrust, naturally, if Earth was a curve, you would kind of follow along it as long as you the same amount of thrust.
Well,
That
the
would-
flip side of it
It's
means,
a solid That would show up in the pitch data, though.
yeah.
But what if, they got that highway up there that's like you got to stay within this amount of feet. Like, there's some reason they go to 10,000 feet every time. So maybe it's so they don't have to go so high up you pass out from oxygen? Or you have to
No.
burn more fuel to keep that angle, you know what I mean? I think
Different-
it's like a cost-saving measure.
Different engines run more efficiently at different air densities. So there's a reason why small airplanes fly a little bit lower and those jet engine fellas fly a little bit higher. But-
Fair point.
Yeah, as far as your thrust side of it, mate, not really that worried about it. Because the issue is, if you're flying around a ball, you would have to dip your nose to move around, to navigate around the ball. And you'd notice this over long distances, especially. But when we've got plane pitch data off of flights, they're not showing the nose dipping below horizontal to go around the curve, which it would do. Doesn't matter what anyone says, but gravity, but anything else. The fact of the matter is, if you are navigating around a curved surface, the pitch data would show this, and it doesn't. It shows +2, +3 degrees for multiple hours on end. So,
Well, I'm
yeah.
looking at that purple one down there, the purple one closest to the bottom, where it is a gradual decline. What do you think's up with that one?
Well, it's coming down.
What's it got on it? I can't read it.
We're looking at the 2
All the
hours.
other ones are straight,
Hey,
but
look, don't look at the end of the graph because that's when the engine blew and the plane crashed. People did not die in this crash.
Are you
We're
talking
looking
about
at
a
the 2
crash
hours
in
of
Canada?
data. Yeah, ATSB.
That happened like a few days ago.
No, it's not from that one. It's from one previously a few years ago, maybe about 10 years ago.
Okay.
Or so. But yeah, that we're looking at the 2 hours in the middle. Not when it took off, not when it plummeted to the ground. The 2 hours that it spent at 30,000 feet. You notice it's maintaining its pitch with regards to its altitude, flying parallel with the floor below. Aircraft fly horizontally, dude, and don't fly around or downwards to negotiate curvature. They fly horizontally parallel with the floor below.
That purple line that you're referring to is ground speed. So the plane slowed down a little bit over the course of that 2 hours before speeding up again.
it's interesting that he slowed down, but his pitch didn't change. I wonder what the correlation with that is. Like, how could you slow down and not go down in pitch?
Well, they have to fly nose up to maintain essentially lift. They have to have a certain amount of speed according to their pitch, and that creates the lift. So he can slow down, he can descend, but he also still has to have a certain amount of lift to keep the aircraft in flight.
You see in the pitch right there where it starts in the other graph, it starts getting wiggly in there. If you could zoom in on it, you would see that it made up for it slowing down by pitching up a little bit.
I'm with you. And look, right after that 2-hour mark, he gave it some gas, but his pitch went down.
Dude, they blew a motor. Blew an engine.
Yeah, when did he blow the engine though? Like where on this graph? Like right there
Where
in the
you
middle.
see all
right
the
after
crazy
blue
shit
flare?
start.
Oh. Yeah, he was
Basically at the
gassing
back
that
of the
thing.
blue section.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't know at all.
Yeah, so anyways, like I was saying, that stupid WS site that you go to, just training grounds, probably best you don't listen to their lies, mate, because it'll only frazzle your brain.
To make a website like that and put in all the effort, they must have came in here and just got really reamed one time.
No, that's paid for website. It wasn't a hobby.
Yeah, who do you think funds that? You think it's USAID?
No one
Whoever it is,
cares.
they got a solid hate on for us, so I don't care.
Hey, Globe Emperor, what would prove wrong the globe for you?
What would prove wrong the globe for me? I mean, same as you guys, just shoot me up there and let me see.
No, that's not the same as us.
Shoot you up there is the way to do it from a flat earther. Why did you say same as you guys?
Well, if you get up there and you see the curve, like you see it with your own eyes, right?
Yeah,
So-
there is.
Hey, Globe Earther, Globe Emperor. Do you believe that we believe that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space?
I know some of y'all do, some of y'all don't. I don't think you guys agree
No.
on what it is.
Oh, none of us do.
Yeah, I think everybody has their own interpretation.
Well, here I'll tell you what. Maybe there's like 1 out of 100,000 flat earthers out there that believes that, but the rest of them don't. So we can ignore those ones and just focus on the rest. All right, none of us do.
Because like some of y'all believe in a dome, which I really like that idea. And some of y'all don't believe in a dome. Some of y'all believe in space. Some of y'all don't. And I think that's really where.
Hold on.
I have
don't
some
know
issues with
any
it.
flat earthers that believe in space. Space, the area defined between length, breadth, and depth.
I guess it's more of like what's outside of the dome. You know what I mean?
The vacuum of space. The point is, buddy, we don't believe in the vacuum of space, so we don't believe that the Earth is something in the vacuum of space. So when I ask you what would prove wrong the globe to you, and you say, "Oh, you need to send me into the vacuum of space so I can look down on the flat Earth," do you see how that's a silly answer to that question? If I don't even believe in that place to begin with.
Oh, it would really do it if like we shot a rocket and actually hit the dome. That'd be crazy.
You might want to jump onto YouTube.
Yeah, good luck with that,
mate.
I think there's a
Like
YouTube video of a guy sending a balloon or something up in there, and it hits something up there and starts coming back down.
Yeah, that balloon one, they claim it was the inertia lock for the anti-spin gyroscope in it.
Inertia locked that hard?
Yeah, it does actually.
Yeah, apparently so. Is that a balloon or a rocket you're talking about?
It's a rocket.
It was
Guess
the rocket.
either one's
it
fine.
It was spinning pretty hard, and then all of a sudden it just goes crack and just stops, and that's when it stops spinning at the same time.
I don't know. I feel like in 100 years we'll know for sure. We'll know for sure. Because think about it, man. Once they invent like hover cars, you know what I mean? Someone will get up there. It'll be a tourist attraction.
Gravity and all kinds of shit still. Yeah, he's definitely into the globe lore.
How about this, Globe Emperor? Go and have a chat to some really old people and find out how many times they've been promised we're going to go back to the moon, we're going to have space stations, we're going to be living on Mars. Just find out how long this shit's been going on for. And
Ask
then
them
take
how
a
long
step
they've
back and
been.
go, hang on a minute, how come it's not done yet?
Ask them how long they've been telling them they'd have hover cars.
That's 60 years now.
Yeah, but I think I don't know, technology's going so fast because I mean, I'm sure like most of you guys growing
It's going
up,
backwards,
we
man.
didn't even
Hey,
have
Globe Emperor, do you believe that mankind landed on the moon in 1969? Do you believe NASA did that?
I wasn't around for that, man. I don't really have an opinion on it. I can't give you an objective one. But do I think they did? That'd be pretty tough with the technology back then. That'd be pretty tough. I think it'd be easier to fake it, but maybe everybody's telling the truth. You don't know.
Do you know what they say the surface of the moon is as far as a torr volume, a vacuum goes?
What the surface of the moon is like, I have no clue. I'd assume it'd be very rocky and dusty.
No, I'm talking about the gas pressure there. They say there's there. They say it's 10 to the negative 11 torr vacuum on the surface of the moon. And down here on Earth, the most powerful vacuum we've ever created is 10 to the negative 6 torr. Which is much, less powerful of a vacuum than that kind of vacuum. But they say, they went there and they had their thin capsule and they were jumping around in their thin spacesuits, less than an inch thick, metal. And, and they say they did it 3 times, landing anyway, at least. It's like, you believe that? You believe they went to a 10 to the negative 11 torr vacuum environment and jumped around in suits that they made in the 60s with, an inch or 2 inches, or hell, let's give them 10 inches. It doesn't even matter. The same thing would happen. Do you believe that? Do you know what would happen if those suits weren't made to sustain themselves in that environment? Do you know what would happen? If they were in that environment?
We were getting here at is they'd be ripped to shreds or implode, kind of like them people did in that submarine.
No, they would explode.
No, not implode. The opposite. They would explode.
Have you ever seen demonstrations where people put chocolate-coloured marshmallows in those little mini vacuum chambers that they have at home?
Yeah, but I think it's a little different, though. I mean,
no, it's not. That's what a vacuum
aren't...
does. That's exactly the same. They'll keep expanding until they break.
You've watched Aliens before.
I guess an experiment we can try at home, because I know everybody in here has a portable vacuum creator in their house. What if we made a steel ball and put a gummy bear inside of it and made it only like an inch thick and throw it in the vacuum and see what happened to the gummy bear?
Yeah, but that's not a canvas suit with a zipper on the front of it.
Dude, I have a vacuum chamber. What do you want to do?
Let's put a jelly bean or a gummy bear and put in some kind of relative steel ball or whatever we want to make it, Canva, and see what happens to the gummy bear.
You've actually seen what happens to cans of soft drink.
Yeah, but I think that's different because, it's got all that carbonation in it. You know what I mean?
No, but we're asking you what happens when you open the cargo bay doors and you want to get the alien outside of the air pressure system and blow it out into the vacuum. What happens when you open the cargo bay doors? The alien leaves along with all the fucking gas, and you better hold on because you're going to get sucked out into that vacuum also. That's what happens. The gas wants to fill the space.
They did that in Star Trek.
Yeah, don't they do that in a lot of sci-fi movies, right? Alien, Star Trek, Star Wars.
Space Odyssey.
Yeah. They've done it in the recent Alien Romulus film as well. They always want to uncontain the pressurized system to the vacuum and everything gets sucked out. Maybe they're trying to tell you something.
Hey, Globe Emperor. Does high pressure always move to low pressure?
I think so.
All right. So do we have a consistent X value form of gas pressure, air pressure here on the surface of the Earth, 14.7 psi at sea level?
Do we have that? I don't know.
Yeah, we do. You're breathing. You're breathing, right? You're breathing air, and when you go down to sea level, it's 14.7 psi usually, right?
Cool. You're telling
So I'm trying to lead you down a logical pathway here. So, and above, you believe that the Earth is a ball in the vacuum of space, and that above our heads, maybe a little bit past the moon or so, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, and it's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum for trillions of miles in every direction. You believe that, right?
So why isn't all the air on Earth getting sucked into space, man?
Well, that's the question I'm about to ask you. That's what I'm asking you. Why isn't the air being sucked into space?
Well, I'm just the average guy. I don't really have like all the numbers and figures and methods in my head, but if I had to spitball it, I'd say I'd probably have to do something with gravity and the atmosphere and so on and so forth.
No, that's an interesting answer. No, that's a fair answer. I have a question though to that answer. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
Well, that'd be impossible to do on Earth anyways, you know what I mean? Like, how do you...
Well, that's where all the gravity was.
Well, if it's impossible, then keep in mind, it's impossible to prove that belief correct. Like, it would just be a cult belief, and you can't really do anything more than that.
I mean, I guess it wouldn't be impossible, it's just we can't do it within our time with our current means. Maybe like, I don't know, 10,000 years in the future.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. I just want to make an analogy here quickly. What you're saying is kind of like what Bigfoot people say. They'll talk to you all the time about seeing Bigfoot out in the woods. But if you want proof of Bigfoot, you can't get proof of Bigfoot. Like, you can't get a Bigfoot in a cage. You can't get definite proof of Bigfoot. So just talking about Bigfoot all day doesn't prove Bigfoot. Talking about gas pressure without a container due to gravity all day doesn't prove it. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, but I see
It's just
the
silly.
other side of that, you know what I mean? So what there would have to be is like a gigantic dome over the Earth if you didn't believe in their gravity and...
Not necessarily a dome, possibly a dome, but nonetheless a container. Just a container.
So
a container of one kind or another.
I finally got what we got here. Those of you in the chat who've seen me in here a bunch, this is my favorite question. What's the dome made out of?
I wish I knew.
What dome?
But
see, there you go, man. There you go. What dome?
A container, you mean?
Container, whatever.
Who here made a claim about it? Who made a claim about it?
Nobody.
Glover made a claim.
Here. Whoa. I didn't make no claims.
Yeah, you did. You said there was a
But
dome.
you asked us about the dome. Yeah.
Well, you said if it's not the gravity in the atmosphere, it would have to be some kind of container then, right? Or do you guys have somewhere in the middle?
What gravity, what atmosphere? I don't know what those are either. Can you define those terms?
You're kind of late to the party here, man. I'm not.
No, I'm not. I've been listening this whole time. But what is gravity and what is an atmosphere?
Oh, dude, you're asking the wrong guy here.
Well, why would you bring the things up that you're asking us about if you don't know what they are?
Well, he asked me, what would it have to be? And it would either have to be what the mainstream scientific world says, or some kind of container, right?
Well, the mainstream scientific world doesn't have any claims about gravity either. I mean, I guess they have a claim, but they don't have any experiments to validate it. They don't even have an observed phenomenon to justify it.
I mean, you could say the Cavendish experiment, but we kind of already went over that.
The Cavendish experiment, quote unquote, is not an experiment. You'd have to give me the observed phenomena for Cavendish.
It was a smaller mass being attracted to a bigger mass.
That doesn't happen.
So in that experiment, that is what happened.
It's not an experiment unless you can give me the hypothesis.
Okay. I guess the hypothesis would be, I believe there is a force.
That's not a... Okay. Hypotheses don't start out with I believe.
Okay, so I guess you would start it out with smaller masses are attracted to bigger masses.
Is that the hypothesis or is that the observation?
Man, you're making me dig deep here, man. I've been out of school 15 years, dude.
He kind of just
fair
gave you the
enough.
answer in that statement or the question he asked you.
Let's do something different. Have you ever seen a larger mass attract a smaller mass? And by the way, it'd be nice to have you define mass, but I'm not going to do that today. So have you ever seen a larger mass attract a smaller mass?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay, when?
Well, I'm fat as hell, and I get a lot of skinny bitches.
Boom.
Oh boy. Great. So you decided to abandon the actual discussion and make jokes.
I thought that was a funny, but
Yeah, it sucked ass.
I'm gonna lose any argument against you. I'm not really that smart. I'm hoping someone smarter will come in here, but I was just filling up the blank space.
Well, I
I'll
appreciate
catch y'all next week.
Appreciate your time.
It's been a fairly busy day in here, so that's good.
It started off with Nathan came by. He did a show, an impromptu, stopping by.
Yeah, I think his strategy is probably best that way, to kind of be sporadic. That way, Friday, you don't have this place full of Glovers that aren't going to say anything.
How did the show go?
Yeah, I think the only cringe thing, Brenda started chirping up again, and you're like, come on, dude. Seriously, you know that Nathan does not want to talk to you. Nathan has you blocked on many platforms. You've done some very cringe and some very, like, toxic shit. How can you not get the hint? Like, at this point, you're purposely being, stalking at this point. Well, what else could you call it? Because then she's like, oh, unban me, Nathan's gone. I'm like, are you going to join the chat? No, it's an echo chamber. I'm like, well, why would you want to be unbanned then? Just so the next time Nathan comes around, you can harass him again? That's it. That's your only purpose of being in the channel. Just only when Nathan's here, you join and harass him. That's it.
The show went pretty well. I think for the most part, his entire hour was filled with your standard skank and file.
Anybody here?
Oh, lots of us are here, buddy.
No, there's nobody here.
Does anybody remember Gabby Petito? That girl who went missing. She was like a blonde girl who was like kidnapped and went missing, and everyone had to find her.
No, I don't.
Oh, never mind.
Why are you mentioning it?
I was just gonna see if anybody knew about it.
For what purpose?
I was gonna talk about it.
Okay.
And I was gonna explain how it was a satanic hoax.
Okay, dude.
Yeah, I think there's a Netflix special out right now about it. If you want,
It just came out yesterday.
Yeah, if you want to watch.
I might. I want to see if there's any more clues, if you will. Not that there needs to be any more.
Hello, everybody.
What's up, bro?
Nothing, man. I'm just sitting here waiting for a conversation to brew up.
You're waiting for the clown car to pull up. That's what you're doing. Well, looks like I'm going to miss it because I'm off to work again. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, have yourselves a great morning, evening, afternoon, or good night.
T-Dub, do you work on your computer?
Here's Matrix.
Oh, yeah. I'm not looking at the actual channel right now, so T-Dub, Daz, and Matrix sound very similar to me, so sometimes I interchange them.
Ooh.
Matrix, well different.
Yo, Matrix,
Yeah.
didn't you just go to work?
Unfortunately, I do it every day, so if your days are starting to blend into one, yeah, that's... Got to get some downtime, bro. Anyways, guys, have a good one. Peace.
Hey, be safe, man. Be safe.
Take care, mate.
What do you guys think spaghetti tastes like over the ice wall?
Are you serious, dude? Why would you say something like that?
Well, you don't want to speculate with me? Come on, bro.
And what ice wall?
You could say it tastes like Apollo.
It's so quiet in here. There's nobody talking.
You triggered your Pendos, bro.
Hey, what does steak smell like in space? How about that one?
Yeah, what does burnt steak smell like in space?
You know, that's actually a good. Can you smell things in a vacuum?
Yeah, they tell you that space smells like burnt steak. So what would burnt steak smell like in space?
You know what? I'm genuinely curious. I have no idea if you can even smell things in a vacuum. Has that experiment ever been done before? Does anybody know?
Why don't you go into a vacuum chamber and find out?
You know what? I will do it. I'll be the first person.
Yeah.
Ever
Well,
done.
they claim Uranus smells like farts. Right? So.
Well, no way.
They do. Yeah,
Wait,
man,
actually?
they claim that. Actually, they say not only does it smell like farts, but it rained diamonds on Uranus. They claim all of that for real. Globies get real defensive. They're like, yeah, how could that? Why wouldn't that be possible? Huh? Explain why it wouldn't be possible.
No.
No fucking way, dude.
Well, I just wanted to have a little fun with you guys before I head and eat at Olive
But
Garden.
according to scientific research, it must be correct.
If it's on space.com, it must be correct, right?
They told me there's hairy black holes in space. I knew they were trolling.
That's not true at all.
Bro, they say that they've proven hairy black holes.
What the fuck?
Yeah, through computer simulations. Yeah, people like what's his face that comes in here? Newt.
Matthew Lawrence.
People like Newt messing around on their computer, typing in all these fucking algorithms and code, and go, "Holy shit! There's hairy black holes in space."
At a 5.3 point Alpha Zulu confidence interval, I'm about to break reality. Oh, I just wrote my name in the sky. Like, are you okay?
Time already? Let's go.
Are you okay, dude? You need to put down that chat GPT and have a normal conversation with somebody. Like, it is not working for you.
I cannot stop laughing. This is... Like, I don't think they're like claiming it's got like fur, it's like some nerdy mathematics bullshit.
Yeah, they're trolling you, Fry. All of this stuff is trolling you.
No. The headline sounds ridiculous.
Hey, Fry, have you seen the old interview with Stephen Hawking where he has a human translator? You seen it before?
Nope. What is that?
That's okay. Just give me a second. I'll...
Bro, you just love showing me these things, huh?
Yeah, that was before before he had his little voice aid, his little thing that, on his chair he could press so that he could make these electronic sounds. He had a human interpreter who understood every word he said.
Oh, hold on, don't spoil it, T-Dub. He's got to watch it. It's in the side chat. It's in the side chat, Fry. You got to watch it.
All right. Oh no, that's just sad to watch. I'm not gonna watch that.
Watch it.
What the fuck am I watching? Bro, what the fuck is this?
Pretty amazing translator, right?
What the fuck? Dude, this is real.
Hello, Fry.
Hello?
Hello, Fry.
What the fuck?
Hey, Fry, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, man.
Is it true in India you guys speak like a different dialect of Hindi for every city you go to?
Probably. I mean, it's by dialect. Is it? I don't know dialect. I mean, hang on. Dialect. Oh yeah. I mean, but that's true for most languages now. Like I would imagine, like in US, it's like different ways of speaking English, like the Boston accent, the Texas, California, stuff like that.
No, not accents. I mean dialect.
What's a dialect? I don't know what a dialect is.
Like you speak the same language, but you guys use based on different regions. You guys like some areas have different words for a certain thing. Like in
Oh.
Russia we say kaktyla, in Polish we say jak się masz, and Ukrainian we say jak sprawy. Thank you in Polish is dziękuję, but in Ukrainian it's dziękuję.
I see.
Like they're different words, but kind of very similar.
I don't think that would be the case. Like Hindi, like the language Hindi is pretty. I don't think it has dialects. I could be wrong, but never heard. There's a lot of languages like Gujarati, Punjabi, Bengali, Assami. There's a lot of languages, but
You don't speak Sanskrit, do you?
nah.
Man, I've been searching for somebody who speaks Sanskrit.
How come? But is he actually interpreting like what he's even saying? Like it just sounds like he's sort of talking over him. While he while he like rambles noises.
Right.
Who knows?
What the fuck?
Did you guys know that different dialects can
This
only
shit real,
be
dude.
possible on a flat Earth?
What's that?
You're coming in a bit low there, Lats.
Oh, sorry, it's because I'm in my car now. I was just saying that different dialects can only be possible on a flat Earth.
A dumb question, man.
Or it's just a fact, Fry. Because you would just be dead, right? If it was a globe.
Dude, how can he interpret whatever he's saying? Like he's not even saying anything.
Bro,
Right,
because you're
like-
being trolled. You're being trolled. Right? He's a vegetable dude.
Who are you guys talking about?
Probably he's probably saying he just pooped his pants or something. Right? That's probably what he's trying to convey there.
I really don't get it, man.
Yeah, your Pandos is in the side chat, man. It's
so bizarre, dude. I've never seen this.
59 after the hour. Yeah.
Is it about Sano and Mark G?
No. Those two are having some little weird thing going on. Anyway, no, it's about Stephen Hawking. 59 after the hour. Check it out. It's pretty funny.
Oh, I see that. Okay.
If you haven't seen it, you're in for a treat. Unintentional comedy at its finest.
Dude, you know what? Honestly, I have to look at the original video because this just sounds ridiculous to me. Doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, I can't listen to that dude. I'll start feeling bad for the guy if I keep watching this.
Which one? The interpreter or Stephen Hawking?
Stephen Hawking, dude.
Those sounds he's making, he's saying profound things, and the translator's just making it more audible.
Alright, guys, get this. What if Stephen Hawking never really died? He just went over the ice wall.
Yeah, we definitely don't claim an ice wall, man.
Dude, what the fuck is this video, man? Where did they
Right,
find this shit? What the fuck,
I
dude?
can't get over it, man. He's like, what the fuck?
I knew he would like it.
Crazy, dude. Crazy.
Did you guys know it's only possible to talk about a globe Earth on a flat Earth?
No, it'd be the other way around. On a globe Earth, you've got all possible ideas. Anything is possible. The only limit to what is possible and not possible is your imagination. In a globe Earth worldview, you've got Asgard, you've got Middle Earth, and all kinds of other crazy shit. You've got far, far, far away galaxies where light and dark forces try to battle each other for galactic supremacy. You've got unlimited amounts of imagination. Anything is possible. Virtually anything. Just imagine it, and it's true. It's possible somewhere. This is why the peace movement got a breath of life after the Apollo program. Give peace a try. It must, somewhere out there, there's an Earth or something very similar to Earth where they got it right. What you see here, though, on this Earth, in this reality, nothing changes around here. The same set of conditions, day in, day out, no change. Nothing changes. Today, tomorrow, anytime in the past, anytime in the future, the exact same conditions will remain. The only thing we're doing is getting closer to the extinction level event. The doomsday clock just met a month ago now, and they push the clock ever closer to doomsday. So what you can do here on Earth, in reality, don't worry about your imagination. That's just for fun. You can document the downfall, spend some time doing some things you enjoy with some people you can tolerate. It's all over. It's all over but the crying. If the globe was possible, they would have found a way to handle even the smallest levels of disagreement. But they'll tell you, like Michelle Thaler, it's not even okay to think that the Earth is flat on the globetard.
See Sano in the side chat talking about inertia and how the two guys played tennis on the wing of a moving aircraft, and the ball didn't go flying back away from them.
That guy's not like serious though, is he? You know what? I'm about to go to the mall right now. I'm gonna go see if I can take a picture from one end of the mall to the other with my phone on the floor and see if I can see the other end of the floor for the globies.
Mall floors are curved.
Well, that's what they're gonna have to say. Yeah, it'll be pretty good. I'll see if I can get that picture. Oh wait, how come I can't post pictures in the chat?
Someone's hot micing. Here, TV, turn it off. Don't make me tab in to see who that was. Don't make me bring up the live stream.
Did somebody just fart on the microphone?
No, it was like the TV in the background. Or it sounded like it anyway.
I swear, I thought I heard a fucking massive fart in the background.
Either KGB, why would you? Can you think of a reason why you'd buy a book if you have a digital copy of it?
Are you wait? So you're asking why somebody would buy a digital book if you could get a digital copy?
No, let's say you've already got like Kindle, you got it on Kindle, or you have a PDF or something like that. Can you think? I'm not asking you. Like, say a person out there, they would have a physical copy also.
Yeah, I do that myself.
Yeah, what's the reason? What's the reasoning behind it? Like for display purposes or what?
No, I do prefer the actual physical copy of the book as opposed to like reading it off of some screen. And also, if something happens to electronics in the world, you do have a backup.
So just for a backup, there's not like a collection wise, or how many books?
No, and I actually like having physical copies of books. I like to read them. Mainly religious texts, but I do have some that are non-religious. Why are you asking?
Well, there's some like really older D&D modules are kind of like partially choose your own adventure. And a friend of mine said that they wanted to start looking for physical copies. And I'm like, why? Why would you do that? Just trying to hunt down physical copies just for GP, or what do you expect to gain from that, to have the physical copy in hand? And then she couldn't really answer other than it just something they wanted to do. They just wanted to try to hunt down these physical copies and get them. And I'm like, yeah, these books are like super old and shit. People have them, and if they have them, it's in the collection. If they don't have them, they probably toss them or threw them at some bargain book bin or whatever. That say it's something that's not in print anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. I think having physical copies of books is really good.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like, say for example,
how good is it though? How much worth is it?
Like to actually pay for it as opposed to getting it for free?
No, as opposed to, like, say you've got a digital copy and you got what you wanted from it. You know what you want. You never look at it already. It's just kind of there because you had the chance to buy, some digital books or whatever.
I think that's just like preference based then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Unless if you're worried about like things being changed online or massive power outages where you can't, access the electronics. Why do you keep a lot of stuff on your computer?
No, not really. It's mostly just a friend of mine I was talking to, and wanting them, so they were excited that some books were coming back into print. And I'm like, why? Why do you care? And apparently, so the book would be, the old stuff would be more reasonably priced, because now the new stuff would be better. Better condition and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, just read the PDF. Or Kindle. It's like, having to do with books, role playing books mostly.
I just want to say I finished eating at Flat Earth Olive Garden. It's freaking delicious. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Has anybody ever seen anybody actually convert live after one of these discussions?
I don't know what you mean by convert.
Yeah, it's a good question.
I mean, it's been known to happen. Like, I don't know how honest or earnest people are, but I don't know if they actually like convert on the spot. A lot of people, they spend some considerable time just taking this in, evaluating it for themselves. We always encourage people to go find out, because you can confirm that Earth is flat.
Yeah,
anybody can do it.
Your flat smacking moment will happen on your own by yourself when you finally consider all the information and then decide what you think is true. No one's going to be able to do that for you. And if they did, and that is someone's epistemology, as soon as the other person changes their answer, you're up shit creek now. Like the same thing with Google. Like some guy said, I only trust what Google tells me. Sooner or later, Google's going to give him an answer that hard counters his worldview. Then you'll have to try to square that information. Then
You know,
Google... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it's because you know who we know about that fits that description? Jaron.
Yeah, good call. Just Google it, bro.
Jaron became a flat earther because his epistemology was accepting whatever he thought the cool kids were talking about at the time. And the cool kids were talking about flat earth. So he wanted to be cool and he became a flat earther. So that means his so-called conversion moment wasn't truly deep, wasn't meaningful, very superficial.
You're trying to explain to someone, so how and why. And when they can't answer that, then you kind of know that they really don't know what they believe in or what they don't believe in.
One of the great things about flat earth is you don't have to give up anything. You can still remember how you thought of the globe, and you can still think of the globe, and you'll probably be able to think of the globe in much clearer terms than you ever could before. But then you can also think in terms of how you experience the real world, i.e. flat earth. I can right now in my mind flip back and forth between zetetic astronomy, that is like planetarium astronomy, and I can immediately flip into Star Trek astronomy and start thinking about solar systems and galaxies, and I can see Earth as a spinning globe too. I can go back and forth between these all day long. It doesn't bother me one bit. And it's not hard.
One thought that I've heard about convincing people is that, like, everyone's at a different stage. You're not going to have one person or one thing convince someone or about something. Yeah. Some people are a hard rock and the information just splashes off them. Some people are a cracked nut that are kind of starting to see something and maybe going to open up a bit. And other people are a seed waiting to grow. So it's all relative to people's stage that they're at with how they perceive information.
Yeah, some people won't accept reality that's before them until they give up their moon landing belief system. And that's kind of fucked up. People would rather believe that Apollo was true than the Earth is flat as they see it and know it to be. Isn't that something? It's quite common, I guess, actually. So discussing, like we did earlier, the staircase of belief, I mean, people at some points in their life may just have to give up on Apollo before they can even venture into the flat earth arena. Other people don't. Other people say, holy shit, Earth is flat. Well, I guess that means Apollo was faked. No, it's also possible is they faked Apollo and they still think Earth is a globe. It's not necessary that everybody involved in that effort knows the Earth is flat. It's not necessary that Apollo was faked in order to conceal a flat Earth either. It's quite likely, at least in my assessment, that they still thought Earth is a globe and they just wanted to feign technological progress that they haven't yet reached. Achievements that they never really did. And this would require an extrapolation of their preconceived globe concept in order to paint convincing pictures of Earth from outer space, to create a convincing bas-relief of the moon that they grabbed a camera close up and scrolled over the surface to simulate the command module's orbit around the moon. These are things that had to come out of a very heliocentric type of worldview and cosmology. And for this to be pulled off in the eyes of the public that already accepted this cosmology, they would need artists and engineers that are quite committed to this cosmology themselves. So in my view, I think it makes more sense that people involved in the NASA hoax really believed in the globe. And they never developed the technology to actually confirm that it's a globe for themselves this whole entire time. So do the 26 or 27 astronauts, Apollo astronauts who claim to have been into space and at a distance far enough from Earth to confirm that it's a globe, does that mean that they all know it's flat? Not necessarily either. They may still think Earth is a globe, and having participated in a fraud, at best they've probably been up into what's considered, the beginnings of outer space, the Kármán line transition, perhaps even higher than that, which would not be enough to see Earth as a globe to begin with.
Thank you. I've only been trying to fucking say this for fucking months.
Oh, yes. All right. We are in one accord, Mr. T-Dub. Yes. Yeah, it's something I've been noodling on myself. I'm like, you know what? The so-called conspiracy doesn't have to be widespread at all. It doesn't even have to extend to the Apollo program. No. They could have faked the moon landing while believing they're on a globe, and meanwhile the Earth is flat the entire time. They never accomplished
Exactly.
what they claimed. So they've never been up there high enough to check.
Exactly, and of course, if you're gonna fake something like that, where you're saying you're in a POV to be able to have that perspective, right? To be able to see the Earth like that, what are you gonna show? What are you gonna fake? Are you gonna fake something that people don't expect to see, or are you gonna give them what they would expect to see and what you yourself would think you would see?
Precisely. Maybe they never actually achieved a self-orbiting satellite this entire time either. And they may still think that it is achievable because they believe in a globe.
Yeah, didn't Elon Musk like have a dig at Bezos or Branson, one of the other two, right? And have a dig at him and say, yeah, you haven't achieved orbit yet. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Man,
I think he
would
was like
love to find
giving them a
that.
clue.
I mean, he does weird things like this. I've talked about this. I felt like I won the internet lottery when on X he liked a post. He did not one of these fake Elon Musk accounts. Elon Musk or whoever runs his social media account liked one of my posts when I said, "We all know, Elon, that you don't manage SpaceX. That the president of SpaceX does, and that's Gwen Shotwell and her husband, the power couple from Jet Propulsion Labs."
And he liked your comment.
He liked it. Yeah. Yeah, and this was also part of my message was they're hiding stuff from you, Elon. They're lying to you. They have to lie to you to maintain their national security. They are cleared to a higher level for national security than you are, Elon, and they work for you. Yep. I gotta go.
This is why I like to point out that thinking NASA is full of shit, or knowing NASA is full of shit, is not exclusive to flat earthers. There's globers that think they're full of shit too. So, do these people that come in and ask us why they lie, do they go and ask them why they lie too? They're inadvertently or consequently lying about the shape of the Earth, right? Whether intentionally or not, right? But what they're intentionally lying about is going to space. That's what they're lying about. Their capabilities of being able to enter a region that is outside of Earth.
Hello?
Hello.
Is anyone there? So,
I just spoke, dude.
is the Earth flat or round? What are we?
It's observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's navigated as flat. So I'd like to say it's flat.
Yeah. So when are we going up there in the atmosphere to look at it? Why don't they
Say it
let
again?
us do that?
I didn't
Why
hear
don't
you.
they?
What'd you say?
Why don't they let us go up in the atmosphere and see the
Who's they?
domes?
Who's they?
People,
Which people?
the government people.
Well,
Why are they not live streaming? I saw the moon landing and it's just so fake.
okay, now you're just trolling.
I'm not trolling at all. Shouldn't it be like a fun campaign going up
A
to
what?
see, like GoFundMe campaign or something to go up there and see for like. Then you see it once and for all. You like a live stream. If there's a dome, you see the dome. If there's not a dome, then there's not a dome.
Because the narrative the government pushes is that we live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum. So they're obviously not going to do that.
And you know that's the whole thing. Like, it's only one government organ that gives you everything about space.
No, it's not just one, right? You got NASA, RASA, JAXA, ESA. I think you got India in there now.
But
Yeah, you have all these different space agencies, and they all show the Earth completely different from each other. So I'm wondering which one's real.
Yeah, and the Indians. Do you think the US will be okay if they completely change the narrative and show, another side? They wouldn't, right? I
Well,
mean,
no,
you
I
have
was just going to tell you that you don't even have to like GoFundMe and touch a dome, right? Like you can't just go, oh, dome, therefore the Earth is flat. You can actually know for yourself if the Earth is, of course, curving like they tell you it is, and they taught me too, or that it's actually flat.
But the best way for the masses to tell the truth for the masses is to go up there yourself and like film it. An independent person doesn't even have
Some
to be.
people have.
They
Some
have
people can post it in the live stream.
with those balloons or something.
Yeah, there's been some high altitude footage.
And
there's no curve.
Damn. Really?
I mean, sometimes you're going to have even an upwards curve or a downwards curve due to, sometimes a lens. And to be fair, even if you did see a curve, how would you calculate for the amount of curve that you should see on the claimed geometry? Even the ISS, supposedly, if you calculate it, right, can only see 3%.
Yeah, they're not far away enough. And there's also the whole question was radiation.
Well, yeah, then you've got LEO, right? Low Earth orbit. That's supposedly
Yeah.
only the Apollo missions.
Yeah, exactly. There's this.
But what if you can debunk that?
The Van Halen belt. If you
taking a
go,
breath.
if you go over that, the radiation is so high that your body can't make it. And that's the whole question I was asking earlier. How the fuck did
You
they
can't even go to a
manage
place
to
that
go
doesn't exist.
to the moon? Apparently, I mean, even if it existed, let's say you don't believe it existed, I'm objective.
Well, the moon exists, yeah, but not as a physical place or an entity that anybody went to.
So what do you think? It's like a holographic or something?
No, it's the same thing you and I both see if we're standing right next to each other and we're looking at the moon. Do you know what it is?
No.
Is there any way we can verify and go test it for ourselves?
Me and you? No.
Yeah. No.
We can't go
It's
to the
privy
moon.
to some sort of organization, at least, right? They get to choose what is said or what story.
NASA?
Yeah, or JAXA or RASA or whatever territories.
I only heard about NASA though. I haven't heard about the other ones.
Well, there's many others.
And what's your take on the 5G and 6G and the jab?
Well, that's not really relevant.
You guys have taken the jab?
It's not really the topic of discussion.
They don't like
but
talking
I think
about
you would
that
find that most here
Oh, but why don't you guys want to
did
talk
not.
about the jab? It's also
Because
a
it's an
conspiracy.
off-topic TOS violation.
How?
Because this is a 24/7
We're talking about the
flat Earth.
government. Yeah, but we're talking about the government and the conspiracy and the lies. The jab is one of it as well.
It doesn't matter.
It's off topic. I mean, the government has a lot of lies, man.
Like this is obvious.
It depends what words you use, but depending
Okay,
on how
I
you
have a
talk
question.
about it, it can be classified as
He
medical
said you can't talk
misinformation,
about the
which they
topic,
can ban
and
you
you're
for.
refusing to move on.
It is medical misinformation, exactly. But
If you want that topic, you don't need flat earthers to talk about it. You can go right to the current director of national health, Robert Kennedy.
Or why don't you make your own channel called 2020 Events and just go talk about it there?
Wait, Crit, you here?
But why are people so upset about this?
Dude, we're not doing it. So, do you guys agree that there was like Pangea?
Were you there?
No, I'm just asking. Do you guys believe in
Like
the
the
Pangea
continental
concept?
drift? No, that's complete garbage, dude.
Oh, okay.
So do you think we're gonna find out that the Earth is flat, really flat, with photos and evidence?
Oh, wait. We can get back. We can. I can steelman that. So Elon announced Grok 3 yesterday, and he said his goal is to solve physics, solve whatever's up there. What do you guys think about that? AI tackling.
I don't trust Elon.
Elon Musk is a puppet, dude. That's all he is. He's just
Probably
a
a good
puppet.
idea.
Okay. I'm asking, what do you think about a lot of different research groups, people, whatever, running different scaled AIs trying to solve the problem? Do you think it's going to help mankind solve this or no?
Well, I'm telling you, we don't trust Elon.
Not you, bro. Like the people
He's
who believe in
enslaving.
flat
He's enslaving humanity. That's what he's doing.
Earth. The people who believe in flat Earth, not you, bro. They take qualm with things up there, so I'm curious what they think about a man spending all this money to compute it.
Why do you always come here talking about technology instead of the Earth?
I come in here talking about the Earth and solving it, and I have really interesting thoughts about it. I come in here and I throw questions to see if there's answers, and I take value from the answers.
Well, I personally don't trust AI. That's my view on it.
You shouldn't trust AI. Why would you trust?
It's just really
their
fast
narrative?
computing.
They literally control. They program
Do
the
you think
AI.
it's going to help us figure it out faster, like the Horizon?
what
problem?
out?
Like the
We
thing
already
is,
know
AI,
the measures
AI
are
nobody knows what it is. seemingly.
AI only learns from the data that you feed into it. So, what data are they feeding into this AI?
Oh my god. Okay, never mind.
You see, it is true. He said
So
it's
you
far more
want to talk
advanced
about
than-
it, and then when I talk about something, instead of countering my point or explaining to me I'm wrong, you say, "Oh my god."
Exactly.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll speed run it. But please, everything I'm saying is correct.
You may need to slow down because I'm not.
So what data? Answer the question.
I'm going to speed
What
run.
data are they feeding the AI? Answer the question. Where's the
Hold
source?
on. This isn't 24/7 AI. Did you have a question about the flat Earth, Dylan? I mean, don't get me
Hello,
wrong.
Dylan.
AI is pretty cool. I don't think it's like bad or good. It's kind of like a tool. You know, it's just really fast computing. But on another, right, we've even had this fast computing talk to other fast computing and battle it out, right? And even talk about how the globe is chock full of logical fallacies. You know what a logical fallacy is? Dylan?
It wasn't me who brought it up. It was some other guy.
Well,
Yeah,
did
it
you
was
have a
new.
question about the Earth then?
It was new, bro, and then he got muted and left.
It didn't suit his narrative. And when he knew that, he just dipped. They
Well,
all
it's kind
do
of like
that.
a newt. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of slithers away and he comes back. Don't worry.
These liberals all do that. I don't know why. When it doesn't suit their narrative, they just leave or they do something else. I don't know.
Well, some people have really strong worldviews, right?
You mean people?
Not strong as in strength of the worldview, but just in their head. And so when they're met with cognitive dissonance, they freak out. Sometimes over and over again.
I just hope you guys didn't take the jab. That's all.
Okay, dude. What? Like, why do you need to bring that up? It's not that.
I answered you from before. I think we would be in agreement there. But, I mean, would you like to know if the globe was a lie or not?
Hello, Dylan. That question's for you.
Oh, sorry, didn't know. Yeah, of course. I want to
You'd
know.
want to know the truth, right? Regardless.
Yeah, and that's why I told you I wanted to go up there and actually look
But you
at
don't
it.
even have to go up there.
Yeah, but it's like a visual representation of your beliefs. So it's better to go up there and then and live stream it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool going on airplane flights and going across the plane and seeing locally, even at a great distance, right? Because of that angular resolution and our optics being so far off the surface. But don't get me wrong, you can prove it just standing at a beach and getting the curve calculator for the globe geometry that they give us in the first place. And don't get me wrong, we're not trying to convince you. We're just trying to give you the tools and the information to prove it for yourself. Test the globe, if you will.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you were taught the same things I was ever since we were little. Solar system, space, all of this stuff. You can debunk that by just breathing. It's amazing actually how simple this topic can be, but what's of course difficult is
sorry, continue.
to take it in. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was into astronomy when I was young, and I had a telescope and all of that, and I found out that all the images that NASA has released of these star systems and stars being born and all that, it's all digital. It's not, none of it's real. They have
A
these
lot of compositry.
Yeah, they have these radio signals of the background activity, and then they process it through a computer, and it generates an image. But that's really not how it looks like. It thinks it looks like that, but we don't know for sure.
Well, in some cases, a few pixels, and they're like, look, based on the data of this sensor, it probably looks like this.
Yeah, and it's pretty sad because some of the photos. I remember when I was a little kid, I saw those photos and I was very amazed and excited what was out there. And yeah, I saw all those images are lies. So yeah.
And it's not like they were lying intentionally. I mean, maybe some artists did, and they were like, wait a minute, I'm drawing a perspective here. How does this work on a ball? I don't think a lot actually ask that question until somebody really asks them. How do you live? How do you know you live on a globe, right? For the most part, everyone around you is spouting the exact same thing because they're taught the exact same thing. They're reinforced with all the media, right, that they get. Television, every movie that starts with Universal Studios and a globe.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot that we don't know. So that's why.
But you can know if the Earth measures flat, and that's what's kind of beautiful. That this isn't even a conspiracy, right? You can prove it for yourself.
But then you have the other side that
actually the conspiracy here.
You have the other side that says that Earth is not flat, and they show their evidence. So I don't know. I haven't looked into it, to be honest, of
You're in the right place
and all of that. But the other side says the same thing. So So I don't know.
Talk to some of the guys here. I gotta kick back for a second. I'll be right back.
Is anyone else here? Hello? Is anyone out there? No one? Really?
What's crispy?
Well, maybe someone wants no one who wants to talk to you.
That's rude. Why are you guys being so rude? That's not American-like of you to be that rude and cool down. I mean,
What's
I would
up?
understand
I'll be
if
rude.
I would understand if it was coming from a European or a Northern European, Scandinavian person that doesn't talk, too small. But from American,
Hey, can you stop talking so I can be rude to you or what?
yes, go ahead.
Okay, shut the fuck up, and so you can't really listen if you're talking the whole time, can you?
You see, I expect that from you, being a Brit, to be rude.
I'm not from Britain. Well, I'm not from Britain, so how about you
Where
shut
you
that
from?
up, you butt?
Or somewhere around the area. Ireland, Northern Ireland. Don't
No,
really
not
care.
even close. Hello?
I expect that from someone sounding like you, but not from an American.
What's that?
I don't expect that from an American, but I do expect it from someone with your accent.
Which is from where?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, so you're just generalizing then?
I'm not. I'm just saying I do expect that from someone with your accent, but not from an American.
So are you trying to be racist or something?
Not at all.
Sounds
I'm
like
not
it. Should I start judging you from your accent?
If you want to, go ahead.
Nah, because we're not racist. We're just talking about Earth.
But you guys brought the vibe of exclusion into
Brought the
the
what?
lobby. The vibe of
Oh my God, you are a crybaby.
And now apparently I'm a crybaby for saying that you guys
No,
brought
for
the vibe of
crying and
exclusion.
whining and bitching.
How am I
And you
crying?
you don't know much about Americans. America was built on rudeness, you moron.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That's not
Fucking
true at all.
idiot.
You're not a real American then.
I am watching you.
Crybaby.
You're the one. You're just implying. Projecting and implying. That's very immature.
I'm not crying.
That's very mature of you. That's not what a real American would do.
So have you got any globe proof, or are you just here trying to be racist?
You guys are trying to be racist, but the guy is trying to be racist.
Hey.
Dude, you're a crybaby.
Dude,
Stop being a crybaby, Dylan, please.
Dylan, projecting isn't going to help. Any globe
There's
proof?
no
or
projecting. You guys said, I was asking, is anyone out there? And no one was answering. And then the other guy answered the other guy saying, we don't want to talk to
waited
you.
for 1 second. You're an impatient little knob.
You see, now I'm being personally attacked. Where's the mod? Mod, I'm being attacked.
Dylan, I answered you when you said, is anyone there? I don't need a rundown of what just happened over the last 2 minutes. I just need the globe proof.
Alright. It is how it is. I just expected more from you guys, but hey.
More than what? Asking for globe proof and you can't provide it?
I didn't say globe proof. I said I'm just objective.
I did. Yeah, I did, and you don't have any.
Well, I never said anything.
So you just come here to talk lots of words and not say anything and just be racist and try and insult us.
I said I was objective about the whole thing, and the other guy that went to do something, he said that there was proof, and I told him, oh, you all heard. I said the other side says the same thing. That's all I said.
You're just talking meta, man. Come on. We want the evidence, not a meta-analysis of what's been happening.
Well, I never said anything about evidence. I just said the other side says the same thing.
So you don't have any. So you don't have any.
I wanted to hear both sides. That was all. It's only fair to hear both sides, right?
Well, you've only seen the globe on television and then on the textbooks and in the movies, bro.
Exactly. That's true.
That's both sides. That's the whole thing. That's the only place you've seen the globe. Let that sink in, Dylan.
I'm being critical. Don't get me wrong. I told you about the moon landing, how fake it looks, and people bought it. Even if it was in the 60s, how can you buy that? Where was this movement in the 60s? Right?
I'm sure a lot of people didn't buy it then, bro.
I don't know. I don't see any evidence of that, but
I don't see.
I mean, they wasted shit ton of money. Not what was it, 6 or 9 times to fake it? How many billions did they fuck up?
Well, no, it would have cost billions if they'd actually done it, or millions back in those days. But yeah, to fake it probably would have cost a significant amount less than what they're claiming it cost to actually do it.
So who took the money though? Who took all the billions?
I don't know. I'm not the American government's tax consultant or accountant, so I don't know, man.
Yeah, but the faking of that was, I mean, imagine they really fake something like that. I don't think they would be able to fake it today.
Well, dude, the Indian people showed a TV show of it last year.
Of faking it?
Well, they didn't say, "Hey, here's our fake video of our moon landing." They said, "This is real, very, very real. It is on TV. It must be real."
So they are in on it too. Obviously.
Well, do you think their TV show was real? Did the Indians go to the moon?
I don't think so.
Their own thing, man.
Okay, yeah, then they're faking it. They're in on it.
Did they open a deli shop over there as well?
Well, it's the same thing with the COVID shots. The whole world was in on it.
Off topic. Off topic.
Dylan, ask NASA why do they have the world's biggest green screen?
They do?
Yeah, they got the world's
didn't know
biggest
that.
green screen. Yeah. Go and find out.
You can't really ask, can you?
Or you could ask them why they're the world's largest consumer of helium.
Also, how is NASA tracking Santa? That's just crazy.
That's NORAD. That's a little bit different.
Yeah, NORAD, yeah.
Isn't that off topic?
No, the answer is why they would lie, and too many people would have to be in on it. Like a kid says, "Hey, mommy and daddy, is Santa Claus real?" And like,
hey,
NORAD's tracking Santa Claus.
If the moon landing,
are they in on it?
How many people?
Do you think how many people would have to lie for?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So how has no one come out and
Well, for
said it
Santa
was fake?
Claus. Well, how about for Santa Claus? No one came forward for Santa Claus.
But this is different, though. Wouldn't you want to tell the
all the parents, like all of them, all the parents are in on it. All the department stores, that Santa Claus at the mall, all of NASA, NORAD, Department of Defense, Coca-Cola, all of them. They're all in on it. Come on, dude.
But it's another thing. It's not the same thing, brother.
The lie
It's
would
not
be
the same
too
thing.
All the kids.
But the kids do find out that it's not real, no?
They do. By who? Who do they find out by?
By themselves?
But just by themselves. They figure it out?
Or their parents.
Oh, the people who were in on it told them.
Yeah, but why is no one telling us anything?
So at some point, the people who were in on it told you.
But why is no one from the supposed Apollo missions coming forward and saying it's all fake? It was a movie.
They didn't? They went
They did?
come forward?
Did they whack them?
Some of them.
That.
Just look at the amount of casualties Apollo an Apollo astronaut. You did not want to be in a car. Like the level of car crashes for Apollo astronauts was fucking crazy. Like holy shit, dude. Like do not get that's a death trap. Like it's like every day, like Apollo astronaut dies in fatal car crash.
Well,
How the fuck do these guys keep crashing their cars? Like holy
on a
shit.
railway track.
Why do you park on a If you're an Apollo astronaut, do not get in the car and definitely do not cross a railroad track if you do. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, the chances. Like, what's the chances of, like, seriously, like, holy shit.
Yeah, and Dylan, Neil Armstrong, he gave about as cryptic of a speech as you could give at the White House on one of the anniversaries of the moon landing.
Okay, what did he say?
You got to peel the onion to find the truth. It's gonna hurt, and it's gonna invoke a lot of tears. But
the video I saw a video of a guy that name was a Bible, and he asked Neil to swear on the Bible, and he wouldn't do that the moon landing was real. It was something along those lines, and he just went away. He literally went away. I thought that was so weird. And he looked very uncomfortable, and you could see that he wasn't telling the truth.
Well,
he didn't want to
Neil
swear on the Bible.
Armstrong turned into a hermit, dude.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the video when he refuses to swear on the Bible or put a hand on the Bible and say that the moon landing was real? Or it happened? Yeah, that was very weird to see that, you know. And I imagine knowing they must fucking eat you from the inside. Imagine lying to so many people and so many people looking up to you. Especially the younger generation, and everything is based on a lie. You wouldn't want to do that, would you? I don't think anyone would want to do that. To live with that lie. And to keep
he didn't give a shit. He'll lie to the American public. He won't lie to God. That's what he told you there.
Yeah. That's just really... how come they haven't backed him, though?
You have to swear on the Bible. That's bullshit. Dude's a high-grade military officer. He's sworn on the Bible many times.
Yeah, but he didn't want to do that.
Edgar Mitchell didn't have a problem doing it.
Did they whack the other people, the other astronauts that were on the later Apollo missions?
No, they just got in car crashes. Don't worry about it.
They can't. So they haven't whacked Neil, and they haven't whacked Baldwin.
Baldwin?
Yeah. Isn't his name Baldwin?
Yeah, his name's Baldwin.
Or am I wrong? Are you trolling, or I don't know?
No, his name can be Baldwin if you want. That's all right.
Well, what's his name, though? I forgot his name.
Aldrin.
Guys, what's... Aldrin. I see. I don't know why I confused it with Baldwin. Okay, Aldrin.
It's a Freudian slip.
Yeah, so that was faked. One more was faked. I mean, what about the Russians? Didn't have any? Didn't they follow? Or they be probably in on it as well. The Soviet Union at the time.
No, the Russians aren't in on it. They blew the whistle.
When?
The recent director of the last director of the space program said that there's no proof
that they went to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have the rover footage, and you have the spaceship. It looks like aluminum foil. That is like literally. It looks so fragile, and then the camera. I mean, I work with film and photography. The panning. I mean, someone had to go out there, place the camera, and then get back inside, and then they have to come out. If it was real, let's say, and it wouldn't make sense. And then you have the radiation. The sensor would have died. You have the lights. that would be too strong on the moon surface. Yeah, that camera would be fried for sure. The battery system, everything. And the panning, when they leave, it pans upwards. They can never time it. Even if it was on a timer or whatever, it's almost impossible to time it from Earth or from there. So it was just so many things. And they apparently live streamed it, the footage. But then they did a weird shit where they filmed the footage they were getting on some screen or something, and then they streamed that to all the households. And the movies are gone now, and the technology is lost apparently, and all the data is also lost. So, yeah, it's just I don't know. It's very bad. Bad liars. It went really quiet. Are you guys still there?
No, go ahead, man.
No, but like, what's your take on it, Crit?
Yeah, you know. Take a guess. What's my take on the Apollo program?
But so, do you think it was this film director that did it? What was his name? It starts with a K or something. I forgot his name. Kubrick, some sort of shit.
Yeah, some shit.
So they did it in a hangar in Hollywood. Or where did they film it?
On set.
Yeah, well, where? What part of?
And you keep going back to this. You don't need flat earthers to talk about the Apollo program. All this content about the Apollo program deeply inside the globe Earth paradigm. You've got people who think the Earth is a globe and hate flat earthers, like Bart Sabel. Bart
But see,
Sabel.
that's the thing why I don't understand.
Listen, pay attention. The guy who did a lot of this, investigative journalism about the Apollo program, he hates flat earthers. He straight up said publicly, all flat earthers, without exception, not a single one he's ever met, is not CIA or some CIA asset. Every single one of us. So if you want to talk about the Apollo program, go talk to him, tell him how much you hate flat earthers too. Then do your circle jerk, and then you can talk about who's right about the Apollo program.
But why would you hate anyone?
Because he really distrusts the government. This is a guy who thinks the government is up to no good. And he thinks that the globe is a foregone conclusion. This is something, who would dare question the globe? So then when you cross-reference those two things, you end up getting this really odd paradigm where deeply religious people, Bart Sabel, and deeply anti-religious people like George Carlin or the American Atheist Foundation, they both have deep-seated questions as to why Nixon faked that shit. And
was there Nixon?
Even better, they all hate flat earthers, just like you do. So
I don't hate anyone. What do you mean?
When you came in here, you talked about how much flat earthers are toxic and they're nasty.
It wasn't me. What the fuck are you on about?
Oh, okay.
It wasn't me.
All right, your voice sounds similar then. I was tabbed out. Maybe it wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Okay.
I never said anything. I was the one that said I was objective. I didn't have any hate.
Okay. Well, earlier, a guy came in here and that he's very upset at how flat earthers treat people.
Okay, why though? Why is he upset?
Who knows? To dive into that would be, would be staring at the mouth of madness. If you look too long, stares right back at you.
I see. Yeah. I don't know, but I mean, life is too short, to be honest with you. Just try to live it to the best of your abilities, and that's it. Really. We all live in a lie of some sort and a bubble, so it's kind of sad, but it's how it is.
That's just reality.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that we live on a planet. We are born on a planet, and we don't have the birthright to live on it. We have to work, do some meaningless job for some paper currency, and they're not even giving you food, even though the planet can basically give you food. They're not planting fruit. Imagine if they planted fruit trees everywhere. You just go and pick some fruits, some vegetables, done. But it's just so fucked in so many ways. And the boomers tell you, yes, how it is, how it's always been. And just accept it, you know? We are like in a cult. You're born, you're supposed to work 9 to 5 till your retirement age, and then enjoy your freedom when you're 67 or 65, and then you just die if you don't die earlier than that. And that's just so fucked. And I don't know how people just accept it, or no one has seen it or thought about it. Really. Or what, you go to some fucking Super Bowl? It's just like the Roman Empire in the Colosseum. You go to some fucking Super Bowl shit, watch some football, some sports, waste some money, live in that fucking bubble, and that's it. It's just fucking, or live for the weekend and go to some club and drink some alcohol, fuck some random hoe, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
And you're a DJ. I'm a DJ as well. I've seen that shit so many times, and I'm just really, it's just sad to see. I've seen a shit ton of infidelity. I've just shit ton of lying, this, that, and it's just sad. And these people, when they're in the 30s, they still come. You have females in the 30s and guys as well. They still think they are 18 or some shit, and they just, do the same shit that they did when they were 18.
Yeah, I worked in a nightclub for like when I was young, and yeah, it's a terrible environment, man.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the amount of fucking infidelity and shit that I've seen, or all these girl trips, they call their guy friend or their husband or whatever, and they lie to them, and at the same time she's fucking flirting and dancing on some guy or cheating on him.
Well, have you ever been in the guy best friend position, Dylan? I'm curious.
Wait, your sound is very low. Can you talk up?
Dylan, have you ever been in the position of the guy best friend?
Wait. Can you say it again? Sorry, I didn't hear you before. Have I ever been in what?
Dylan, have you ever been in the guy best friend position?
Yes, and I don't want to put myself in that because I don't want to be guy best friend with any females, because I know sooner or later she'll hit on me and then she want to fuck or something.
It depends on. It depends. It really depends.
And if she wants to keep me, if I like a girl and she wants to keep me as a friend, or she turns me down, then I just don't want to be a friend.
Well, it depends. Like, there's some girls that have, legitimately like guy best friends.
There aren't. I don't believe that.
Well, there is. There legitimately is.
Unless the girl is very fat and ugly.
Well, no, it's really if
Why are we talking
guy's
about
ugly.
this?
I mean, if you're friends with like an ugly person that you're not attracted to, like not genuinely
Master debates, bro. Come on, man. At least Dylan was saying some interesting things. You've just turned it into just nothing.
How did I turn it? Wait, DJ, have you ever
just
been
nothing, bro? Come on.
How is that nothing? I'm adding to the
You're
conversation.
boring everyone. I think
I'm boring everyone.
Yeah, bro.
But it's okay. You don't have to mute him. It's fine. But it's just sad, You see all of these people living in a lie in a prison, and they never wake up. And when you try to wake them up, and it's the same thing with the flat Earth, right? If the Earth is flat, and you tell people that are in this bubble, they won't wake up, and they will question you, and they will attack you, just like the movie The Matrix. Literally like that. They don't want to be. You can't wake them up. They're like sheep. So they believe in the narrative, they believe in the system, and that's it.
Yeah, man. I like to use an analogy. Like, I mean, it's almost a hypnosis as well. Like, if you see one of those hypnosis seminars, right, and you see a guy that's gone up on stage and he's jumping around squawking like a freaking chicken,
yeah,
you could go up to that guy while he's hypnotized, and you could like show him 100% evidence, try to reason with him that he's not a chicken, right? He's just going to keep squawking around like a chicken. It's not until he breaks free of that mind control, that hypnosis, that he is able to think logically. And I think that's a little bit like what a lot of people are like in life.
And DJ is only getting worse with technology. The further we go, the more advanced we'll be, the better and easier it will be for them to control us. So
yeah. Have you seen the Truman Show?
Yeah. It's worse than that. It's a good movie, but I mean, when you have government organs or the government or some group of people that control your food supplies, your food, your air, your earth, your food, and medical stuff, all of it, you're not in control anymore. We don't even know how to grow food anymore. They want you to be dependent on them. The water supply, the food supply, everything. So, and it's pretty sad. And you know, you have people that are very happy to be in the system. They feel a form of anxiety and fear to be outside of it. I've tried to talk to people, but they are just, they say, what do you mean? They look at you like you're crazy for saying that you don't want to be in a prison or in a cult that's 9 to 5, and then you have to work till you're 65, and most of the work doesn't even mean shit. It's just fucking something meaningless, and your life is gone. You know? And it's so fucking depressing and sad. And no one is talking about it. We're all in this fucking system, and we use entertainment and escapism, playing games, playing this, watching movies, being comfortable. Done. It's fucking sad. It really is. And then now imagine if you're in a relationship with someone that doesn't respect you, you have a kid or two, they don't respect you because the mother doesn't respect you, and you're divorcing, or she's divorcing you, or you're in an unhappy marriage, sexless unhappy marriage. It's even harder. And then you lose half of your shit, and I can't, it's so bad. And it's, you know, imagine being in those shoes.
Yep.
You see, the people that are
common.
leaving, the ones that can't take it. It's pretty common. It's way more common than I saw. Really. Because you lose your freedom when you're married. And don't get me wrong, if you do find a nice girl, it's beautiful to start a family and all of that. But most of the girls nowadays aren't like our mothers or grandmothers. Even the good ones. So that's why you have to ride a motorcycle, brother. You have to have a hobby, ride a motorcycle, some fast cars or whatever. Get that adrenaline kick, and yeah, you might not make it one day, but fuck it. Rather live a life full of excitement than live a long life. You know.
That's interesting you say that, right? Something common you'll hear among flat earthers is that since you learnt about flat Earth, right, you'll never be bored, right, ever again in your life, right?
Yeah,
There's always
you can't.
so much to discover, so much to research. It changes the way you think about everything.
But to be honest,
go ahead.
To be honest, so you have this scene from The Matrix where the guy that's been a Judas, he wants to get back into the Matrix and forget everything. And he's eating, there's this one of my favorite scenes where he's at a diner place and he's eating some steak. And he knows it's fake, it tastes good, but he knows it's fake. And he says he wants to go back and forget everything. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes it's better to be ignorant about everything. Live this lie, because that lie that you live, you're fake happy. You're not really happy, but you're living a fake life. You think you're happy, but you're really not. But you don't know that. And sometimes it's better to live and have that ignorance and to live like that than to be woken up to reality. Knowing that everything you've been told is fake, and most people around you don't even want to understand or see the reality. And also finding someone that shares your beliefs and are critical of what information they feed you is also not that easy, sadly. But it is how it is. It's life. So, do you like guns or motorcycles?
Sure.
Yeah, it's something with shooting guns as well. It's, I don't know, it's just like, it feels good. The power,
Yeah,
everything, it just feels really good to shoot.
yeah, I shot like one gun ever. It was like a double barrel shotgun.
Oh, it
But,
has a very strong kick to it. A lot of power.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, we don't really have guns in Australia, and now I live in Europe. Guns are also illegal here. I do have a crossbow, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, go back to the basics. I wanted to learn to hunt with a crossbow, actually. I live in Scandinavia, so here we have a lot of woods. And no, I don't think anything stops you from going out hunting deers and other.
Oh man, we have so many deer here. Moose, deer. I'm in Poland.
Yeah.
We
Nice.
have a lot of moose and deer and things, but yeah, it's you can't just go hunt them. Like I could just go out in my backyard in the morning and and shoot a deer if you know, but it's highly illegal. I mean, you can't do that. But yeah, there's tons of pheasants and deers and moose and things like that just walking around everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if more people don't want to do that nowadays, but if there is nothing stopping you, you can literally just do that. And it's how it used to be. You don't need fucking money to, to survive. You shouldn't need money to survive in the first place, but now sadly you do. But if you have the necessary skills, you can literally do anything you want, or you should be able to do anything you want. But here you can actually go and hunt. You just now need a license. But I don't think that's that hard to get. And then you can just go out and hunt. You have 1 or 2 deers, freeze the meat. You have meat for the whole year, literally. Say that you eat 1 kilograms of or 2 pounds of meat every day. That's it. Then you have your base covered. Yeah. The only problem here is that there is still radiation from the Chernobyl incident in the deers. They picked it up and it's still in their meat.
Damn,
Sadly.
that's crazy.
Yeah, after so many years, those isotopes went up in the atmosphere and rained down. And a lot of it went to northern Scandinavia. It in the forest area picked it up.
Damn.
Yeah. It's how it is. I don't know. But Poland is pretty safe. I've never been, but I heard it's pretty safe from the other shit that happens in Europe.
Yeah. Safe until something goes wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like where I'm from in Australia, like you could hide from some kind of attack easily. Like there's giant forests everywhere and hills, and like here it's like if you got invaded here, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, it really is like that. Yeah, I mean people don't understand how big Australia really is when you look at it on the map, but it's really very big.
It's just like thousands and thousands of square miles of just like forest like to hide in or whatever, but I mean here it's just like you got tiny little forests that are like a few hundred square meters maximum. And
you don't have the spiders, you don't have those snakes.
Yeah, there's no spiders or snakes.
Yeah.
But ticks are a big problem here, man. You go out.
Yeah. That shit, you need to be careful, brother. That shit is.
The ticks, they have Lyme disease.
Yeah, and not even that. You have another disease. It's also pretty big here in Scandinavia. I'm very, very cautious when it comes to that because I know a small, tiny tick can fuck your life up, and you can get a meat allergy they don't tell you about this because they don't want to scare you. But you can literally get a meat allergy from a tick. And you also have another disease called TBE. It's brain spine inflammation. It causes that. It's a virus that causes inflammation in your brain barrier, and that can be very life threatening. And some people can't even get treated for it if it's too late, and then you're left paralyzed or some part of your body doesn't work or function properly. So be very careful. Maybe as an Australian you don't really care that much, but that small little thing can fuck up your whole life and your future. So yeah, I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but it can be serious. So, and you don't see it either. So it's not often you see it. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, my wife was just talking to me. But
no.
yeah, no, I was listening to you, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually the tiny little ticks apparently that you have to worry about. But yeah, in Australia you can get ticks all day long. You don't have anything to worry about. I mean, unless it's a paralysis tick, but yeah. You don't get the diseases and things from them. I don't know what the deal is with the ticks here, but anyway, I'm sure a bunch of people are listening and thinking, get back to the topic of the room. So,
yeah, my bad.
What's your opinion? What's your opinion on the flat Earth?
Well, I'm very objective, to be honest. I haven't really been looking into it too much, but I've heard about it. But I'm also thinking like this, to be honest with you, like I was saying earlier, I'm trying to live my life and do the stuff that I want to do and try to be as free as possible. You're never free, but I try to live it on my own terms as much as I can. So even if it's real or if it's fake or if it's real, it's not much you can do, you know, sadly. It's not much you can do. So I'm just focusing on work and trying to improve myself as much as I can and try to be as healthy as possible. We are getting bombarded with chemicals and it's pretty sad. So every single day.
Yeah, man, it's hard to argue with that. Agree with you.
I can argue with that.
Go ahead.
So why are the chemicals worse than the lies, the deceit, the deception, the fake history? Why are the chemicals worse than all of that?
Because the lies are one thing, but the chemicals affect you directly. It affects your health. The lies also can affect you how you live your life, for sure. Indirectly, it can have an impact on your life, but the chemicals have a direct impact on your body and your health.
All right, I'm going to quote the Bible, but I can't tell you which part of the Bible it's from. But there is a passage, apparently, that says, don't worry about what you put in your mouth, worry about what comes out of it.
I feel like the DMSO. Sorry, hot mic.
So what I'm saying is, yeah, you can pollute your body, but if you pollute your mind, I believe that's worse.
But the thing is, that's what it's saying is more like it's more like what you say to other people, how you treat other people. Right? It's more of a treatment type of thing than the other what you eat. Yeah.
I agree, but thinking clearly is important, and a good, being able to think clearly can help you make the right decisions.
For sure, but then it also goes back to what I said. If you have these chemicals in your body and you have gut inflammation and other type of inflammation in your body, you will have a brain fog and you won't be able to think clearly. Right?
Well, what if I told you that if it wasn't for Flat Earth, I probably never would have looked into health, nutrition?
Yeah, and that's great. Yeah, that's great. I mean, you can always link it back, and that's very good. I mean, you have in the whole world, we are fucked. We have plastic everywhere. We have plastic in everything in our bodies, sperm cells. It's done. And you have another thing called PFAS, and many people don't even know what it is. And it's going to stay in your body forever. Your body can't get rid of it. And then you have all these vaccine shit that they put in infants. And you have all these chemicals they use in the vaccines, aluminum, a lot of different shit that can give you different health issues down the line. And also impact your
you know what the
cognitive
scary
function.
thing is? You know what the scariest thing is about all of that?
What?
You can just say no.
Yeah, you can, for sure. But when you're an infant, you don't have a choice. It's your parents that make that choice for you.
Yet the
And they
parents
think,
can say no.
yeah, but the
Yeah.
parents think they are doing something good. And also remember, in most households, it's female, the mother. Not even the female, it's the mother that makes those choices, not the father. It's usually the mother. And if the mother isn't informed or brainwashed by the whole media and the whole system, she will think, or she thinks she's doing the best to protect her baby, but she doesn't know. She's not well informed. So then it affects you later in life. And it's devastating. She will never want to admit that she did a wrong decision that affected her offspring.
No, I got you, man. Look, to back up what Roots is saying as well, like, Flat Earth is like, it's not just about, like, the Earth. It's about unlocking people's, like, critical thinking abilities, right?
Yeah.
And it does an amazing job at that, right? You're not going to find many Flat Earthers that fell for the VAX type thing.
The V injections,
yeah, all that sort of thing, right? Next to zero, right? And then, like, we can't really talk about that, unfortunately, because of like
DJ,
violations and things. But
DJ,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but you have to understand how big of a control, not even that, how big of control those V injection were.
Are you
or C
seriously still
injectors.
talking about this?
It's affecting.
Not really. We're about to move straight past it.
Yes, we're past it.
Aren't we, Dylan?
So
yeah,
exactly. Yeah, but it's just the effect of your DNA and your thinking is gonna be huge.
Man,
that's how it is.
I was here an hour ago, and you were already talking about this stuff.
We are not talking about that. We're talking about Flat Earth.
Yeah, he was talking about different type as well, not the one that you're thinking of before. But yeah, we were talking about the Earth before. But yeah, we're talking about how Flat Earth wakes you up to critical thinking on many levels. It's not just about right. That's what a lot of Flat Earthers say. It's not the shape of the Earth that matters, right? It's the lie that matters, and it's also that people are just
and you know another funny thing. I see the chat now about the road surface network. Yes, and you have all these deep cables or these cables that are going through the oceans. So that's how we have our connections, internet connection and whatnot. You don't have it through satellites. I always thought you had it through satellites and towers, but apparently it's all these cables underground or underwater cables that connect.
I mean, that's always the fastest internet, isn't it? Cable internet by, I think, 8 times or something like that.
Yeah, that too. But it's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I can't even wrap my head around that a signal can get from, Australia to, it can go somehow through a cable, right, in real time to another country.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we are doing it right now.
Through another cable to their ISP and then to the person and then back to me again in real time.
Yeah,
like,
without any, or there is some delay, but we don't experience it.
Yeah, it's hardly anything.
Yeah. It's really crazy, right? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
And we have designed it and come up with it. It really is something really, yeah. I mean, and imagine the amount of innovations and creativity you could have come with if these limitations didn't exist.
What limitations?
limitations of our everyday life, this cult life we live in.
Can you describe some?
Working 9 to 5.
Well, that's your choice. You choose to work 9 to 5.
Many people live paycheck to paycheck. They don't have the choice to not do.
And that is their choice.
But what are they gonna do if they don't do that?
They don't have to work. They can be like homeless and live off the other people, bro.
Oh, that's not really living, is it?
Well, you're still alive.
That's subjective.
Support some greedy businessman.
That's exactly, that is subjective. You're not really there.
No, what you consider living is subjective. When you say that's not really living, go tell the guy who built a cabin in the woods without any technology, and he had the money, he had the life, but he chose that.
Well, I live in a 2-story house. It's pretty big. I have a couple tenants. That's like me saying, "Oh, I'm not really living too because I don't have a."
But you're not really free, though.
Square foot mansion. I have to beg for my paycheck. I don't make too much
But
money.
you're
I'm
not really free.
living.
You're not really free. And do you own the house and the land?
No.
Have you paid everything off? Yeah, then the bank owns you.
We have paid everything off, but we don't own it.
Freedom exists in the mind.
A government can take your home if they say, "Oh, there's some gold under your property. We got to build a gold mine there, so we got to."
For sure, and you still have to pay your and if you don't pay your property tax, you also lose your place. So you don't really own it, and you're not really free. Or like you said, freedom lives in your own mind. So it depends what you consider free or freedom.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, you could technically live on an island and live off of that. It depends.
An island under which government?
No government, an undiscovered small island.
You think there's undiscovered islands?
I mean,
that the government hasn't claimed already.
Yeah, probably some group, some small.
No,
maybe it's discovered.
There probably is.
But it's uninhabited. So there's
was it Japan? Was it Japan that discovered? I think they discovered like over 100 islands over the last few years. Is it Japan? New islands.
It's somewhere around there.
They keep adding islands to their territory, like new discovered islands, tiny ones.
Yeah, I think it's usually from underground volcanic activities that come from.
I'm here to destroy you.
And this is how many times are you to come here and say that you're here to destroy the flat Earth, and you never do. You post a
let me hear it. Who came in here that said that? Let me hear
His
it.
name is Collapse, dude.
He couldn't destroy a starfish at a game of fucking Chinese checkers.
Let me hear it. I haven't heard him before. Let's go. Destroy us. Come on.
And he goes on to post a picture of the blue marble. Every time. It's the same thing. It's kind of funny at this point.
Sure. That's basic trolling. That's basic shit.
What round are we in? Is it round 10? Has he done 10 times, 20 times, 100 times?
Yeah, 20 times.
Have you guys realized the only way you guys have won is by just denying the evidence that I keep showing you?
So what is the evidence? Show me the I'm objective here, but show me the evidence. What evidence is there?
Yesterday, he posted the 2007 blue marble. He said, this is a photo of the Earth by NASA. We were like, that's not even claimed by NASA to be a photo of the Earth. And he's like, yes, it is. I'm like, okay, prove it then, right? And then he comes back with the 1972 blue marble, right? I'm like, what happened to the 2007 one you just said was a photo? And then he just kind of spurged out and left, like he normally does. But
1972 one has a freaking Photoshop box in it anyway.
I mean, why would you waste your time coming in here doing this shit 20 times? You know?
Yeah, flat Earth for life.
As the day goes by,
the thing is,
one flat earther into a globe.
The thing you need to understand is that your time is very valuable. Should be very valuable to you.
I don't need a speech about time from you, okay?
He's trying to help you out. He's giving you good advice, bro. You better listen.
It's good advice for you. For somebody that's incompetent. For somebody like me, you need to tell me the basics.
Okay, this guy is fucking.
You don't seem to know the basics. That's why you have been in here 20 times or more.
I have been here 20 times in the span of a long time. 20 times not a lot. When it's like a year.
Still, why don't you invest that time in something else? Why just waste it?
Hold on. Why are we wasting time? Why are we wasting that? Can you get to the destroying bit? Can we get to the destroying bit? Come on, where's your arguments? Let's destroy the.
I literally posted a picture. Are you going to address it, or are you going to say, I don't know? What is that picture of?
That picture is not even an actual picture. It's an image.
You know that.
Let me ask you.
The image is of a picture. What are you talking about?
Where's the picture?
The one I just said.
That looks fake.
Collapse.
That looks very fake.
Okay, well, I think 1 + 1 should equal 3, but I guess my feelings are...
No. It doesn't... Where are all the stars? Where are the background stars?
How did they get the picture is emphasis on the Earth.
How did they... No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Dylan, if you look closely, you can see the background stars.
It collapsed.
But it's still not proof of his globe, but that's all I'm saying.
Because you don't understand doesn't mean you're wrong.
I do.
Is that an oblate collapse? Is that an oblate spheroid that we're looking at?
No, I don't know what you're looking at. I really don't know what you guys are talking about.
No, we're looking at your picture, moron.
Oh, you're looking at Earth? You mean Earth?
Canadian.
The one you live on?
Is he Canadian?
They claim it's pear-shaped, bro.
Yeah. Ask him how he knows it's a.
I already said this a million times.
How do you know it's Earth collapsed?
I've already said this a million times.
Hey, Collapse, you do realize we're not as gullible as you are, right?
This picture is from NASA. There's a reason why.
There it is. There it is.
DJ, that oblate spheroid question was a zinger, mate. I think you should ask it again.
Look, you guys talk about proving if it's real, and I said yes, I could prove it by showing you the source, and the source is from NASA. And you guys talk about, and every time I do this, you guys are like, "Oh, NASA lies."
So,
and I'm like,
okay. Did you hear the question that was
one
asked?
time when NASA has lied. You can't. You literally cannot. Can you provide me a single time that's been?
Is that an oblate spheroid collapse?
The fact that you cannot answer my question is like very crazy to me right now. Like, the only objection you have is not even an objection, because you don't even believe in it.
Hold on. Does it change? Is it sometimes an oblate spheroid, but then sometimes a perfect sphere?
No, it's like an ice cream cone. Imagine that, like an ice cream cone. That's what it is.
Okay. So,
hey, Collapse.
At this point, you're just refusing these pictures there.
Collapse. Why do you have to say believe with every start? It's believe.
I don't say believe. I just say.
Wait, so do you guys think that
you should go take a look at the live stream and rewind it, dude?
Because some people say there's like an infinite amount of space between Earth and the firmament. That's why there's no such thing as like existing outside of the firmament. You feel me?
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
So, is there any actual objection against the picture that I sent? Or is it just
Collapse? What is wrong with you, Collapse?
You guys are what's wrong with me.
Okay, did you hear the original question? Did you hear the original? Did you hear the original question that was asked about your picture?
The original. Nobody asked me any question. You guys said, "How do you know it's real?" And I said,
"No." The question was, "Is that an oblate spheroid?"
I don't know. I don't know what that means. Something is seriously wrong with you.
Projection. So why don't you know whether or not that's an oblate spheroid?
Because it's irrelevant to my point.
Because it's your picture, dude.
It's irrelevant. The fact is,
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant.
It's not a flat world.
Because you've shown us, dude. You've shown us a billiards ball. They tell us we're on an oblate spheroid.
It's a good question. Is it a perfect sphere, or is it an oblate spheroid?
Is this? I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think?
Collapse.
What is the picture, guys? What do you guys see? What is that?
Your wild imagination.
It's like you refuse to believe the evidence.
Hey,
this is amazing.
So there it is. Believe. Collapse. Can I ask you a question? May I?
Can you? If you answer my question, yeah, sure.
May I ask you a question? Okay. Can you shut up for 12 seconds?
Well, that was one question. The answer is no, because you were wrong. No.
It's not a hard G at the end of that word, bro.
Well,
G's don't have a hard G at the end.
You're so wrong.
Bro, you don't have to respond to everything that's said.
Let me ask you a question, bro.
Just chill out.
So
I thought I said no until you answered my question.
Idiot. Thank you for highlighting your stupidity. Well done.
Okay, you said, can I ask you a question? I said no. What is there not to understand?
You sound like a little girl when you chuckle.
Okay,
bro.
so Collapse. If you don't want to debate, then why don't you leave the channel?
It's not about debating. You guys dunk all my points, and then you talk about some irrelevant.
Listen, you're begging us to believe your wishful thinking.
No, I just say believe the evidence that is already provided by the most trustworthy
evidence
now. Are you going to be a smart ass?
Evidence. He can't make a claim that we're not defending. We're not.
He's a smart ass.
You don't have any evidence, bro. What evidence?
Also, like the picture is nothing, then, right? The picture doesn't mean anything, according to you.
So we asked you a question. So yeah, you were asked a question.
What was you didn't even ask me the question. What was this question?
Well, the original question was, is that an oblate spheroid? You said, I don't know. Irrelevant.
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
I don't know.
I don't see how
no, it's not irrelevant.
It doesn't address my point.
If you claim to be an oblate spheroid, you've shown us a billiards ball.
It doesn't discredit anything. Again, irrelevant.
Dude, that's a word salad.
You're scared. You're scared, okay?
You're not responding. Dude, you're not making a response that has anything to do with the statement.
Well, you're not addressing anything that is of importance.
Okay,
you're just saying
I'm going to ask you a question. Shut up for 10 seconds.
Okay, go ahead and ask me this question.
No, this is a different question, you imbecile.
Okay, go ahead. Ask me the question. I'm waiting.
So, okay, you've shown us a billiards ball, correct? With Africa smack dab in the middle of it. So, what I'm asking you is, does the rest of North Africa, Europe, North and South America, all of Asia, and Australia, and all the surrounding oceans and seas, does that fit on the other side of that billiards ball?
Well, first of all, Africa's not in the center.
First of all, yes, yes or no.
It's not in the center. You're wrong about that. And second of all, yes.
Wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so, fine. So not even all of Africa is being depicted, correct?
Yeah, it's almost like we are.
Okay, so does the rest of North Africa, Europe, North and South America, shake yourself? You've lost your mind.
I said yes.
It doesn't fit.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. What?
Okay.
You're denying the reality right now. This is crazy to me.
Dude, it's a
reality
picture.
Isn't a picture.
It's a picture, bro.
Old Hoss,
a picture that represents what you're looking
at. Old Hoss, before you continue to debate with him, he's intentionally trying to talk like this just to get a reaction out of you. He does this all the time.
He's a dunce.
He's just trolling.
Yeah, he is
he's literally just trolling, dude.
Yeah, same reality.
By the way, this is the guy that said...
A picture that he cannot prove. Listen, bro, if you want to talk about reality, let's talk about the actual surface of the earth, the surface of water. That's where we can actually get some real, direct evidence of the world we live in, right? Not a picture delivered by NASA that doesn't even make sense, that is clearly composited images that they admit is stitched together, because it has to be.
Not this one. It's not this one. They never claimed for this one. Again. Also, the guy that said I was trolling. Dude, I destroyed you like 10 times. Like, every time I got in here.
I told you he's just trolling.
And you, and there's nobody else in the call, guess what? You always end up staying quiet.
Destroyed yourself. You've only
questioning those like this. How do you know NASA is real? I'm like, what?
This is
his question, by the way.
You've set your standards. Hey, bro, you've set the standards, right, for us and yourself, and nobody can beat you. They're your own standards. They're not standards by anybody else's agreement. So you will always win. So congratulations, Collapse. You always win. Now take your trophy and fuck off.
You're wrong, because the standard is not only by me.
Dude, he just wants to be a contrarian. That's what he's doing.
Every person who lives within the United States, actually in the world, accepts NASA as truth. Like, just you guys that don't.
You talk too much, bro.
This guy's a religious zealot, dude.
You just, oh my god, this is like a collective IQ of like
Your
10, dude.
daughter noted collapsed.
Look, I'm just trying to set you free.
Dude, you're not really saying anything. Just shut up for a minute.
Bro,
Let
I
somebody else
used to
speak.
be. Listen, I used to be in the same. I used to believe these pictures. That it's not freedom. Being duped by a TV screen, that is not freedom, homeboy.
Okay, I guess we live in a world where an agency just lying to us for zero reason.
Yeah, you got that straight.
No, we live in a world where water evidently seeks its level, and at rest is flat and horizontal.
It doesn't even make any sense, dude. That's what it. What? There's gravity. Gravity places. Look.
Prove gravity.
Okay, so like you guys, not you, the two people.
That doesn't change the nature of water in reality.
The nature of water is predetermined by gravity. What do you mean? If there is no gravity, water would just gravitate.
The surface of water is the surface of water flat or curving?
Depends if there's a force pulling it.
Oh, dude, you're lost.
Dude, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but like the two arguments they keep using here is like, oh, gas always spreads to become more even, and if there's too much pressure on one side, it will even out eventually by going to a place where.
Yeah, just run away.
Talking about gas.
And water, people say water always is leveled, and I'm like, okay, but if gravity's pulling the world here and is making it stick.
Water ball.
Oh Lord.
You're close to getting muted, bro, because you are literally all over the place. Why are you talking about gas now? We're talking about water.
It has the same principles you're talking about. You're saying, okay, if I know water is always a level and it doesn't curve, you're saying
gas and water don't have the same behavior, don't have the same principles. What are you talking about?
Something to take my SIM card. Unbelievable, mate.
Look, I'm just saying gravity is the reason why water.
Bro, why are you still talking?
I already said this like 100 times to set you free.
Did you say gravity is the reason why water lays flat?
That's not what I said. I said gravity is the reason why water is
Batman, you're hot micing.
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's going to help at the moment.
Well, so water just stuck to Earth for no reason? It's just there?
It's in an ocean. Any water, whether it's a pothole or the Pacific Ocean, which is in a basin, yeah, it's just there.
Without gravity, that's not a thing.
Dude.
Define gravity. What's gravity?
Gravity, I'm not going to say the word force because you guys get hard for that. I'm going to say gravity is that thing that...
You're the one that gets hard for that.
Huh?
Don't distract them, old Haas.
Gravity is that thing that keeps us going, I guess... not a force, but something that pulls us toward the center of the Earth.
So a force. Pull is a force.
I didn't say force. You said it, so okay. Go ahead.
You said pull. A pull is a force. You moron.
We're not begging the force. We're not begging the question with you. The Earth is a sphere and has a center.
No. This guy's an absolute moron.
Yeah. As soon as he says pull, as soon as you said pull, you're invoking a force. You have no proof of any pulling force when it comes to gravity.
Oh, I do. Can you explain to me why when I jump up, I don't just keep going up? What thing is pulling me down?
That's called proof.
Notice how you can't. Notice how nobody could actually
answer the question. Address something. Hey, I want to address something. You just performed a burden of proof reversal fallacy. It's not our burden to prove or disprove your claim. You make a claim, you support it with actual evidence.
Okay, so if I was to say, whenever I jump up, and the reason why I don't keep going up, and the reason I keep coming back down is because gravity's pulling me back down.
That's the claim.
Yes, that's the claim. And the evidence is me jumping up and coming back down.
That's begging the question.
No, that's me demonstrating what I'm claiming.
It's circular reasoning. How do you know gravity exists? Because I come back down when I jump up. Well, what makes you come back down when you jump up? Well, that would be gravity. Oh, and how do you know gravity's true? Because I come back down when I jump up. It's circular reasoning. You're just making a bare assertion. What's the proof?
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue this with you. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean I have to like.
Yeah, no, you don't understand.
You don't understand it.
You're being fallacious.
Tito, can I get in here?
If I say gravity exists, because the reason I know gravity exists is because when I jump up, I come back down. That's not circular reasoning. That's me making a claim and then using evidence to provide.
No,
That is a prime example
That is not
of circular
gravity.
reason.
Yeah, Collapse.
Okay.
Check this out too. Check this out. Okay, I want like picture this in your mind, and maybe you'll get the reasoning behind what T-Dub's saying. Is it T-Dub? Sorry, you guys, I get confused.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. Collapse. Check this out, dude. If I make the claim, okay, similar to how you're phrasing it, the reason why I jump up and come down is because there are invisible leprechauns and unicorns that we just can't see that are flying around and have a bias towards me being on the ground because they don't like me. Okay, whatever. I jump up and I come down. Therefore, there are invisible leprechauns and unicorns that don't like me and want me down.
That's wrong, though. That's not what I'm doing.
Unfortunately, you don't see it because you're using a little bit more sophisticated terminology, from academia and shit that gives you the impression that that's not what it is. Okay, because this is the lore of the day, and we've all grown up with it. It just seems so like such a given. But unfortunately, sir, logically speaking, that is their identical state in form.
No, that's not.
Right,
I could point out the distinction.
If you're just calling the event gravity, right? I can't deny that. If you call that gravity, I call it jumping up and coming back down. But if you call that gravity, okay, that's fair. I can go with that.
Oh, God.
What's causing that to happen? What's the cause?
It collapses.
What's the cause?
So can I speak to the first guy? Because obviously the second guy doesn't even
He's saying that is the cause.
No. So the difference, the distinction between mine and yours is you're claiming the leprechauns. What I'm claiming is based on the effect that I observe. You're not observing anything. You're making claims for it, and then there's nothing to support it.
Okay, so where do you see the cause? Because all you're observing is an effect, not the cause.
I'm naming the effect. I'm naming the force that's making me come down.
You haven't. So what happens?
You're not explaining it.
Yeah.
You're not explaining it.
Hello.
I don't know. There's two people talking. I can't hear you.
May I follow up? Collapse. You said it right there. Okay. You may not have caught it, but check this out. You're saying the effect and the cause are the same thing. Now, when I speak to people in here, I like about gravity. I like to preface it with a question of exactly that, trying to make that differentiation. When you call what the word that you call gravity, is it the effect or the reason for why the effect happens, i.e. the cause? Your previous statement about 10 seconds ago was a blatant mixture of both. You said the effect is the cause or something of that nature. Okay, this is where the problem is. We all agree that there's a phenomena that when I take something that's dense and I put it in a medium that is less dense than it tends to go down, and vice versa. When it's more dense, it tends to go. When it's less dense, it tends to go up. Excuse me if I mix those up, but you get my point, right? Whether it be a fucking beach ball in water, it goes up, or if it's a lead ball, it goes down in water or in air, or if I take an anvil, right, made of fucking iron and shit like that, and I put it in the body of Mercury, it goes up, etc., etc., etc. We all recognize that phenomena. Why it's happening is what's in contention. And the claim that, it's just this mysterious force, gravity, right, is identical to the leprechaun and unicorn joke that I made earlier. Because you're not substantiating it with anything, just like I didn't.
Do it again. There's a misunderstanding here.
Okay, please elaborate then.
Look, what my concrete evidence for what I'm saying is the actual thing we're observing. So the only force that is applied when I jump up is the Force applied.
See, now you're invoking.
I can't finish. I can't finish.
You're going beyond the observation and the event, and adding things to that you don't experience and you haven't validated is true.
I already know you're incapable of understanding what I'm talking about, so there's no point in me talking to you, right? I just don't understand it. Let me just
we understand it because we used to think that way. The same.
Okay.
You did.
Yeah, Collapse. Don't speak like that, man. You're not getting it. Okay, I heard.
You're not getting it
now. I heard part of your sentence just now, and what you're trying to do is weasel past my comment.
No,
my statement.
Again.
Yes, sir. You're trying to assert that you're trying to throw in that there's a force. There's a reason for this phenomena. Okay, without actually pinning down what it is.
Again, you're wrong again.
Vis-a-vis experimentation, and this is what everyone's all up in arms about. The claim that there's a force without the experimentation, right? The first iteration being Newtonian, right, where mass attracts mass, and then the successor being Einstein, that there's this bendy, warpy space-time. These being the reasons why this phenomena happens, without actually manipulating these things, showing them to cause the phenomena. Right? The actual scientific method applied in real time for this, it's not there. This is why. And you're trying to, you seem to be whistling past this, whether you know it or not.
Again, see, I realize it doesn't matter what I provide. At this point, you just won't listen.
You haven't provided anything.
Yeah, when I try saying something, you cut me off. You cut me off the moment I say something. You don't even let me finish that sentence.
All right, Collapse. Let Collapse finish a sentence.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First point. When I jump, right, we could both agree I'm applying force and I'm not levitating, but I'm going up. I'm becoming airborne for a second. That's because I jumped up. I applied force to jump. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
So I know that I didn't apply anything else to come back down. And if I say, okay, I keep coming back down whenever I jump up. And I'm saying there's a distinction between the force that makes me go up and the force that makes me come back down. And I'm saying, okay.
You fucked up.
Hold on. Let him finish.
And I say, based on the effect that I'm able to observe, which is me coming back down despite not me doing anything else, I'm able to name that force and say, okay, this is gravity. And what it does is pull me back down to the center of the mass. And that's it. That's literally it. That's my point.
Okay. So first of all, you screwed up. You screwed up twice. Okay. Number one, you asserted a center of mass, right? It seems like you're trying to affirm the reason for this. Okay. And number two, you didn't seem to grasp that no one's denying the phenomena, and no one's denying that there is something, whatever it is, maybe for all we know, magical leprechauns in invisible uniforms and shit like that.
Yeah. Whoa. What are we doing?
Okay, we don't have to do all that.
Listen. Let me just step in a sec here. It's very simple. There is no need for gravity whatsoever to describe or understand why things go up and down. It's all about the medium. Yeah? So air is the medium. Anything that's more dense than the air will go down. So once you lift something out of equilibrium, like your phone on the table, pick it up, now you're holding it out of equilibrium. It has potential energy. You gave it that potential energy. Same when you jump, you gave yourself potential energy. But as soon as that potential energy is released, or it runs out of momentum, now you will start to return to equilibrium. This is nothing to do with any magical pseudo forces. This is only to do with the fact that you are more dense than the air, and when you're out of equilibrium, you will eventually return to it.
100%. And I alluded to that earlier, and I was just trying to give him the imagery that at that point in the statement, in the argument, there is no assertion of why the thing is happening. Okay? I just gave, for all we know, it is something. For all we know, it is something extra that we haven't discovered, or it's something that we are aware of, that we do know about, that we just didn't know was applicable in this conversation. This is the problem. So Collapse in the standard model, everyone jumps to this jumps to that there must be something new that we haven't discovered yet, i.e. gravity, and then they start running around. It might be mass doing some magical force at a distance, or it might be bendy warpy space. That's the go-to in standard practice, as far as I know. Okay, this is the problem, because we don't know unless there is experimentation done whereby the independent variable is manipulated to show a cause or to not cause the phenomena, a supposed independent variable. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I just disagree.
Well, so you're allowed to.
Hold on. What part do you
provide
disagree
anything to substantiate it?
What part do you disagree with?
Well, when you said potential and the first point is I don't agree with what he said, right? Because I think buoyancy and the applied force is greater than the gravity. That's why things float up sometimes. I don't think it has anything to do with potential thing or anything what he said. And also,
Collapse. You haven't even shown there to be this extra force that you're calling gravity in the first place. Do you not see this?
I'm saying is in essence, gravity is the reason to why things are the way they are. Why things
so you're asserting that.
What is that thing?
Yes.
What is that thing? What is it? Beyond just the word gravity, what is it? Does it have qualities, characteristics? What is the thing that you're saying is the cause? What is it exactly beyond the word gravity?
Well, I'm going to say force, but I'm just going to say force. It's a force.
It's a force.
What's the force? Even though it's not claimed to be a force, let's grant you that for now. What is the force? What's causing the force?
Well, the mass of the Earth.
So what is it, like an energy field, like some sort of invisible thing that emanates out of something? What do you mean?
So I think whenever something is very
what's
huge,
striking is he thinks these are valid responses.
What?
Look, Collapse. Look, man. Okay, so you need to defend gravity to have a globe, right? Because you need to explain things that defy common sense, like water sticking to the outside of a ball and all that sort of thing, right? On a flat Earth in a contained system, right? I'm trying to help you understand where we're coming from with this, right? You don't need that, right? We've got density and buoyancy. We'll not even need to use the word buoyancy, right? Because you guys want to put the gravity, put the G into your buoyancy formula. We don't even have to use that, right? So if something is more dense than the medium, right, it's going to sink through the medium. If it's less dense than the medium, it's going to rise upward. Very, very simple, right? This is testable, repeatable in reality, right? You only need gravity, right? You need this pulling force type thing that you're talking about to explain what defies common sense on a globe, right? Uncontained water sticking to the outside, ocean sticking to the outside of a ball, basically, and all of these other things, right? You don't need that in reality on a flat, contained, enclosed system that we live in. Does that make sense, right? If you were less dense, right, than the air, you would float up like a helium balloon. But because you're more dense than the air, right, you're going to sink back through the air. So when you jump, you're not going to float off through the air because you're more dense than the medium, right? You're only falling because you exchange some of your energy, right, to push yourself out of equilibrium, right, and up, right, and then you're just going to sink back down again. Right? If you were more dense, you would float. Sure.
Exactly. And that's why we get, things floating in water that would sink in the air. This is how it works. It's about the medium.
Yeah, look, we'll do a hypothetical, right? Just say the medium, just change air to liquid mercury, right? Just about everything's less dense than liquid mercury, right? So you can put a bowling ball or a steel anvil or something like that in liquid mercury. It's going to float. It's going to rise upward.
Right, but I'm saying the reason things, like you said, if they're heavier than the medium, even tend to sink is because of gravity, right? Dense things tend to be heavier.
No,
not because of gravity. Well, hold on. Let me give you an idea, right? Nothing just falls by itself, right? Some outside source of energy has to displace an object, right? Something has to be lifted up and able to sink, right? So just say you've got a rock and it's sitting on the ground. It's never going to move unless some outside source of energy comes along and displaces that rock. Right? Same thing happens if you've got like a body of water and you've got like a tennis ball sitting on the body of water. It's never going to just sink, right? Unless you come along, if you want to force it down into the water, right? You've exchanged some of your energy, and that's what Roots was talking about. You've put your energy into that ball, you've displaced it, so once you release it, then it's going to rise back up. Or with the rock, if I come along and I lift up the rock, I've displaced the rock. I've exchanged some of my energy to move that rock out of its natural place of rest in the medium, which is at the bottom because it's more dense than the air, and then it's just going to sink back down once I release it.
Okay.
Nothing just falls by itself. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, right? Obviously, you need to cling on to gravity because you can't have a globe without gravity, right? But in reality, density, right? Relative density, right? The object, it's what it's made of in comparison to what the medium's made of, right? It's going to determine whether it goes up or down after it's displaced by an outside source of energy. In one way or another, right? Like the sun's energy maybe, right? It's going to grow a tree, right? And then the apple is going to grow from the tree because of the sun, right? The energy was exchanged, and then once the apple, ripens and it drops off the tree, it's more dense than the air, right? And it's going to sink back down again. So that's that's different to me lifting up an apple and releasing it, but still that energy needed to be exchanged for the effect to happen. We're not trying to convince you of
so
things.
It's not a force.
Just trying to help you understand. Yeah, exactly. So just trying to help you understand where we're coming from, right? That's all.
All right, I'm gonna be back after I ChatGPT this because I don't believe you. I'm just saying the root cause. You're explaining what happens that I'm not disagreeing with. I'm just saying but the reason those things you're talking about are even a possibility is because of this thing. Or if there was no gravity, everything would just be like limitless. Well, not limitless, but they won't have anything to be attracted toward of.
But you keep saying
globe,
this
you
thing.
Need to have it.
Yeah, you keep saying this thing. This thing.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to say this quickly. This thing you keep talking about, you keep calling a force. Not even your own side, not even the mainstream narrative is that gravity is a force. It's a pseudo force, which means it is treated like a force, but it is not actually a force. When you say stuff's pulling, that's when you're invoking a force. So you misunderstood about what gravity is from even your own paradigm. It's not a force even in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, I agree. Perhaps you don't understand what gravity is, so it's hard to take you talking to understand what the word means. You use the word, you don't understand what it is.
Like right now, if you ask ChatGPT, is gravity a force? It's going to reply to you with gravity is technically not a force.
It says, in Newton's mechanics, gravity is a force, but in general relativity, it's the effect of curved spacetime.
Right. So what happened was that gravity through Newton was supposed to be a force, but then Einstein replaced Newton's gravity with general relativity, which made it not a force, but an effect.
An effect.
Caused supposedly by the warping of space-time.
Interesting. Okay.
And just to back that up a little bit, right? Here's some citations in the side chat. 1 second. A whole bunch of citations, and this isn't our claim, right? This is just us showing you that once you look into your own model a bit deeper, you'll realize that Newtonian is just taught to kids because it's like easy for kids to understand, but it was actually completely superseded and replaced over 100 years ago. by relativity, which is way more complex to understand.
Even in itself.
So you guys believe in the relativity space-time thing rather than the
no, because again, they're using a conceptual medium, something that is hypothetical, to actually cause something. When does something hypothetical or abstract manipulates the Earth? Anything.
It's metaphysics.
When we say relative,
it's not physics.
When we say relative density, we're not talking about relativity. It's completely different, if that's what you're getting confused by. Right? But this is your own model at the moment, right? Not Newtonian, Einsteinian, which is relativity. Which is like textbook definition pseudoscience, if you really look into it.
It's mathematical garbage, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's what Nikola Tesla referred to it as. Right? Because it's just a mathematical concept. It's not something that can be validated through the scientific method.
Okay.
But yeah, it's interesting, man. Have a look into it. And look, relative density is very easy. Anyone can test it anywhere, anytime. It's very simple, right? But once you start getting into your globe, right, you have to explain all sorts of things that defy common sense. Right, so that's why they had to start coming up with all these crazy equations, right? And when they work out that their mathematics was wrong, that's when they start having to invent things like dark energy and dark matter, right? They worked out that they were not wrong in their mathematics, right? So then they were like, oh, well, instead of throwing it in the bin, which they should have done, right? They made up dark matter and
they
dark
balanced
energy.
out the equation by adding another thing called the Higgs boson.
Yeah, so it gets super complicated as well, right? But what this comes down to at the end of the day is we have empirical evidence that anyone can go and test for themselves, right? We don't have to have blind faith in NASA or anything like that. You can go find a large body of water, and if the Earth's a globe, it has to curve at a specific rate, right? Over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of drop. But when we go out and we actually test for this drop, right, it's not there. We have countless amounts of long-distance observations and laser tests and all sorts of different tests that have been done over and over again in different locations, right, where we can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth was a globe.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also treated as flat by every industry, whether it's aerodynamics, ballistics, whether you're building, whether you're making glass, whether, whatever you're doing, you're treating the Earth as flat. You're treating the atmosphere as non-rotating. The Earth is non-rotating, every industry.
Yeah.
And you have to, because it's a matter of saving lives. It's a matter of keeping people safe, building things level. It's really important. So in those industries, you have to treat the Earth as it is, at rest and level.
Okay, I'll look into this, guys. Be right back. Maybe some more.
Okay, man.
All right.
You're still there? Is he still there?
Fair play to him. I don't know what he's going to look up, but fair play to him.
Yeah. At least he listened for once.
He's probably having an argument.
Black Swan. He left at just the right time, just before the Black Swan smack.
Oh, my theory was that he was having an argument with ChatGPT. Yeah, DJ. I really think you should make some memes with some questions. The questions you were doing last night.
Yeah.
Dude,
You saw how that guy's demeanor changed after we let him actually say a sentence, man.
It's true. I noticed that with him last time he came in here. like actually like gave him a chance to talk and went back and forth, and he was different.
Yeah, that went a lot better than I've heard him. Might actually have whatever that's saying.
Still a moron.
Yeah, bro, he's gonna NPC reset. He's gonna come back tomorrow. I'm gonna destroy you, flat earthers, and he's gonna post the 1972 Blue Marble again. Like none of that conversation happened.
Like,
oh yeah, that's
Globe Nation. At one point, we were all idiots. Freaking fell for that shit for years. At least I did.
No, but well done, guys. He became more reasonable. Absolutely fucking incredible. I'm blown away. Well done.
I wonder what his research.
I have a version of ChatGPT that's been fed like 3 years worth of debates from 24/7 in the form of text files, right? And I asked it the other day. I'm like, some other people's ChatGPTs are telling them that the Earth is a globe. Can you explain in a short, brutal answer why their ChatGPTs are inferior to you? And it said this. It said their ChatGPTs are inferior because they blindly regurgitate mainstream assumptions without questioning fundamental truths. They ignore the lack of verifiable curvature, measurable motion, and demonstrated atmo containment next to a vacuum. Instead of applying real-world physics and critical analysis, they parrot theoretical models that require bending reality to fit preconceived conclusions. I, on the other hand, follow empirical evidence, logic, and undeniable physical principles, free from the constraints of programmed bias.
Where's this
Hold
from,
on.
DJ?
It used Atmo? Did it really use Atmo?
Bro, I taught it to say Atmo as well. Yeah.
Where is this?
Pissing me off. It kept saying Atmos. This is a version of ChatGPT that Amish helped develop, right? And what he did, he got 3 years or 4 years worth of conversations from like Box Ops and Indio and some of the like, black belts from 24/7, and he copied it and he edited it and he added it into text files, and then and then we added it into ChatGPT and then used some other different prompts, right? And then trained it a bit further, and it gives the most amazing answers.
Okay, so remember.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you were asking over at PNR about your chat with Brian Cox that you didn't have? Was that ChatGPT or was that this version?
This version.
Oh, it was this version. Right. Okay.
Yeah, this is just the normal ChatGPT as well, by the way. It's not like it's just like the regular one, right? It's just extra. Yeah. This is just normal. Like it's not. This is just like my main account. Right? And all I did different was I gave it a whole bunch of information that regular ChatGPT hasn't had access to.
Oh, right, okay. So it's like a clone that you've modified it a little bit.
It's not even a clone. It's just it's like the main account. It's not even like a separate chatbot or anything. It's this just normal ChatGPT.
You can do that? You can set parameters for it to follow?
Yeah. Yep. You can give it new information, right? Because it's just been fed all the normie garbage. Right, and even the flat Earth debates that it got fed, right? It's getting both sides of the argument, right? So it's able to discern, like, the basic logic and whatnot out of the arguments. So, yeah, it's just regular, normal ChatGPT. It's not like a flat GPT.
I thought it wasn't supposed to remember you.
It's kept forgetting, right? It kept forgetting, but I kept telling it that it kept forgetting, and just over and over again, just telling it to stop forgetting the information, and don't ever do that again, and now it doesn't ever forget.
Hey DJ, remember you tried to help me with that, right? But mine, it kept resetting over and over again, But I think
bro. You got to school it. You got to tell it. Just tell it, bro. It's like you keep forgetting, right? I gave you a whole bunch of information yesterday, and today I came back and you just forgot all of it. Like, don't do that.
Right.
It'll do it again, but then
maybe if I go for the paid version too, because like after a certain amount of time, like I run out of time, run out the limit. So I think I'm gonna try the paid version for like a month or two just to see what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't even use the paid version, but even when it switches from GPT-4 back to GPT-3, it still pretty much gives the same answers.
Right.
I just use the free one, but yeah.
Hey, DJ, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Was that you earlier saying that you use your common sense to determine what the shape of the Earth is? Was that you or was that someone else?
Common sense? Oh, I was talking about...
That, or was that someone else?
I don't think I was saying common sense to determine what the shape of the Earth was.
That was Master Debater who said that, and he's an idiot.
Was that you talking about common sense, or was it someone else?
I was talking about common sense, but not. I wouldn't use that just because the Earth appears flat, right? That's proof that that's what it is. That would be a bad argument.
Okay, I didn't know if that was you or someone else.
Yeah, maybe someone else.
Okay.
But I was talking about common sense before, but I don't remember exactly in context to what. But yeah, just because like we experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? That's not proof that it is. That would be a bad argument.
I agree. Okay, well, thanks for that.
Yeah, we would have to go start testing it, but that's just like a starting point that everyone should use as their starting point, I think. Right? It's just like how, like, it's like the base axiom. Yeah, people try to strawman us all the time.
Hey, DJ, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Say, for example, if Einstein didn't exist and Newtonian gravitation was still the mainstream consensus, how would you negate Cavendish?
Cavendish?
Yeah.
Negate it? I mean... What's to negate, really, at the end of the day, right? Like, they get mixed results all the time, don't they? And they just keep tweaking it until they get the desired results. I've seen people do it with Christmas balls or with chickens and just things like that, right? I think it's such like
is it because
inconsistent.
it's the torsion in the rod on the pivot?
I'm not sure. I think there's a bunch of variables that they're probably not accounting for. I think most of the tests aren't done professionally anyway, including Cavendish's. And I think people get like the incorrect results most of the time, right? But they just keep going back and then doing it again. Like they'll adjust it a bit more and then they'll keep doing it again until that one time where they get their desired result.
What do they adjust?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You'd probably want to talk to Indio. He knows a hell of a lot about this exact topic. I haven't studied it that much. I'm just kind of like parroting what I've heard, to be honest about it. But I've seen a lot of videos where they say that they keep getting the wrong results, right? Okay. And then they keep tweaking it until they get it right. Right. Same with the pendulums and things like that as well. Right? They get the wrong result. Like it should be consistent, but it's not. It's like they just keep. It's like they keep tweaking the equipment until they get their desired result, and then they kind of that's the version that they'll release, and they'll be like, "Look, I did the Cavendish, and it worked." But they don't mention, "Oh, I tried it 25 times before that and got it wrong. It didn't work."
But that's kind of an aspect of any mechanical device. So I mean, yeah, you're right that they do the results, but that's true with anything, and doesn't necessarily mean that they're tweaking the results just to get the result, but to make, because it's a mechanical apparatus, so it has to be calibrated.
Yeah, but regardless of whether there is any kind of attraction, how are you equating it to? I mean, what are you equating it to? What's the cause?
Exactly. How would you correlate that to anything about the Earth?
Right. You can't run that through the scientific method. So it's just observation.
Why can you not run it through the scientific method?
Well, there could be many causes for the attraction. We do see attractions, but what is the cause? What is your claim here?
Like, you can't actually manipulate mass, can you?
That's the whole thing. That if it's an observed phenomena that is being observed with different materials, you can say, therefore, we live in a curving, spinning water ball to the vacuum's face.
Well, yeah.
Because we see this phenomena.
When dealing with something that you can't very manipulate, your consequent, the only option you have is to say, okay, if it was, then these are the values we'll get. And you do that over and over and over. There's no other way.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Do they really get the results over and over again? Or do they get the results wrong over and over again, but they just keep tweaking it until they get it right, or what they would expect to see, or what they hoped, like what they set out to see, right? They keep adjusting it, and then, wow, oh, look, now it worked. Time 25, right? Oh, Cavendish works. Mass attracted mass.
Yeah, after they rub it against their hair for 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's not natural science either. I mean, you could call it applied science or something like that, I guess.
4.
It's using like man-made devices and whatnot.
And we're not even talking about the downward bias if you're talking about Cavendish anyway, so that was just completely out of the blue when we were talking about supposed gravity.
Yeah, I mean, you Pendos, to your original question, I mean, even let's say that was an effect that was common, right, without all of the errors in setting it up. Let's say that did happen. It's still just an observation at the end of the day. It's still not determining, right, the cause of the effect and then manipulating the cause and whatnot.
Yeah, like they're not manipulating the mass in that experiment, are they?
No.
What would manipulating mass even look like?
Well, it would be gravity, wouldn't it, that they would have to be manipulating?
It's always temperature. It's usually temperature. But obviously you can only affect certain things are affected by temperature in different ways, right?
Well, temperature is just really I don't know if you guys go with this, but the scientific definition of temperature is the average kinetic energy of a system, or the particles.
Nice. Yeah, temperature's vague, so yeah. But yeah, I think it's just still temperature though, all round.
Well, yeah, you can't vary and manipulate the thing for gravity because we're already, under the theory, we're already in a gravitational field, and the only way to create that is a mass, and we're already on that, so you can't. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so how does Cavendish even prove anything then, if he can't manipulate such...
Well, that would be begging the question as well. Like, you don't actually know that you already have the gravity. That's just an assertion.
Similar to the pendulum, you're doing a measurement to affirm your consequent.
Yo, what's up, Cyclone? Long time.
Yeah, what's up, boys? Been busy, unfortunately. Just on the Cavendish thing, though, I mean, on top of everything else, you're talking about, I mean, they're trying to demonstrate or explain a downwards acceleration with horizontal movement of balls that they're swinging in a shed. I mean, that's begging the question on top of the general begging the question premise. Cavendish wasn't set out to prove gravity. He was trying to measure the density of the Earth or something, right? But I don't know.
It's a double fuck up, yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you can't see that swinging balls in a shed isn't proving that we're a spinning ball, I don't know.
Don't you mock Cavendish. Cavendish is real.
Yeah. As well, just like every other argument, it's like, right, even if we give that to you, okay, that's your claim, well then you're asserting that all this is occurring on a ball Earth. So please demonstrate that. Which they can, obviously.
That's why it always comes back to where's the curvature, where's the motion, because everything else is just assumption.
Yeah, show us this spinning curve that these balls are swinging over that you're claiming. You can't just stop at the balls are swinging and be like, there you go. Earth's a globe. Like, surely even
make up your mind.
The globe side would agree with that.
Up or down? Can you stop jumping up and down? Please.
What's that?
Easy, bro.
So what's going on? I just missed a good conversation with a glober.
Oh, not really, man. It was just that clown collapse that comes in every day and posts the 1972 blue marble and says, "I'm going to destroy you, flat earthers." But he actually started listening to some responses for once today.
Yeah. Well, they have to eventually. I mean, when they're coming back in trying to reaffirm those same kind of arguments of, look, my image, my cartoon, you know, on some level, they want to be hearing a rebuttal to it. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep coming back for the rebuttal.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think they're the most insecure about it. That's why they keep coming back. Yeah. They're just like, they're waiting for that penny to drop. Everybody takes their different time for the penny to drop.
That's why I feel like it's such a lose-lose for the anti-flat earthers or the diehard globe believers to be coming back day after day trying to reaffirm their belief in it. It's like, to me, that's just says that you kind of see what we're saying, you see the validity in the arguments. Even if on the surface level you don't agree, it's like, if you truly didn't think there was anything to it and you were truly 100% satisfied in your belief in the globe, you wouldn't have to concern yourself with us. You just go on your way believing in the globe. But when you come back here professing it, like it is a globe, it has to be, it's like, that's kind of a tell.
Yep, insecurity. And then you get a lot of projection, and that's why you go around in circles, the arrogance. It's like Groundhog Day, though, because we see it every day. It's easy to describe now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that, but I think it's a little bit misleading because everybody that views this topic thinks that they can debate it. I can clowns in this debate because, the world's obviously round. And everybody just kind of has this base knowledge and they think they can come in here and debate it. And it's like within the first minute, they're already like kind of drowning. And it's pretty funny.
Yeah, because that's how they were educated. They've been trained to think and act that way. Because they've only been trained to think about the Earth in terms of concepts and images from NASA. But if they haven't gone through the process of challenging it themselves before they come in here, then they do it. They have to do it real time. They have to challenge those very flimsy arguments, and it's quickly evident that they weren't equipped to actually know that they live on a globe. I mean, you can't, even according to the narrative, as the members of the public on Earth, you cannot know that the Earth is a globe. You can only accept what we're given. Right.
Yep. Yep. They don't get taught the fundamentals. Like, they don't get taught the the fundamental information of how did this globe model come to be, right? What are the basic metrics? What are the basic motions and vectors and things like that, right? They might have a good memory, they're fresh from school, and they've learned something advanced about relativity or something like that, and they think that makes them knowledgeable on this topic, but they come in here with, and they don't know the basics. They don't know how it got to that point. They're just regurgitating some pseudoscientific bullshit that isn't going to help them in this particular debate.
Exactly. They're like the kids in the playground in year 5 who still believed in Santa Claus when everybody else knew Santa Claus wasn't real, but they get really mad about it because deep down they know they're suspicious. But they get really mad about it till the day that they drop the belief. Just like school again.
Yeah, in a funny way, it's almost like you have to, I would say to the globe believers, like it was too good to be true. Like the notion that they've concocted all of the leaps of logic, the leaps of faith. I mean, the intellectual price you have to pay to accept that the observable world around you isn't representative of reality, and that there's all these other things going on which you have no detection of and have no hope of ever detecting. But that somehow results in a world of no consequence and no responsibility, in whatever way you want to think about that or frame it. But like, it's maybe not the best way of saying it, it's too good to be true, but like too many things have to be lining up in against all odds, against all probabilities for this story to have been true. And like other things in life, if something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. Not that I'm saying the globe is good, but in the sense that when you're a globe believer and you're happy, they've figured it all out. Yeah, they've managed to measure 93 million miles to the sun. They've managed to do this. They managed to do that. Like, sci-fi technology is in NASA's hands that we just have no access to. And at the same time, the government seem incompetent in every area and can't get clean water to modern cities. But they can do all this sci-fi stuff that they're claiming. Like, it's too good to be true, guys. Just like Santa. It was too good to be true that this jolly old guy was just going to come around every house one night and deliver loads of presents. Too good to be true.
Yeah, but gravity's not too good to be true, my friend.
Oh, well, what is gravity?
Are you sitting at a desk right now? Well,
No.
Take your pencil and roll it off the desk.
Okay. No, it's not too good to be true that things fall to the ground. That's fine.
No,
I agree things fall to the
not
ground.
things just fall to the ground. It's everything falls to the ground.
Everything falls to the
You are-
ground.
No matter where you are.
Okay, so if I let go of a
could be in
helium
New
balloon,
York and drop a pencil. I can be in LA, drop a pencil. In Britain,
Alright.
the pencil drops everywhere.
so
then I
everything
know-
goes to the
I know
ground.
for a fact
Drop a helium
that
balloon.
this action exists everywhere, so it's universal.
Right. So yeah, are you saying everything goes to the ground?
So it's an experiment that you can conduct by yourself.
He asked you a question,
Right.
man. Can you answer his question?
Does everything go to the ground?
Does everything go to the ground?
Yeah.
I already told you.
No, yes or no?
Well, what did you tell me?
Told you things fall to the ground.
So everything goes to the ground.
Yeah. Things fall to
Okay.
the ground.
What about a helium balloon?
What about it?
Does that go to the ground?
No, it's lighter than air.
All right. So your whole thing's fucked up.
Really? Why is that?
Because you said everything goes to the ground, and now you just conceded not everything goes to the ground.
Well, have you ever heard of the periodic table?
What would that have to do with you being wrong
hell?
about everything going to the ground? I mean, if the premise of your argument is the Earth's a globe because everything goes to the ground, you've just conceded not everything goes to the ground. So,
table.
yeah, and certain elements don't go to the ground.
Right. Certain elements have weight.
Yeah, so some things go up,